All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 2023 NBA Draft Live Reaction Show here on the Gryd Network. I am your host, Bryson Carver. Looking forward to a great night full of interesting prospects and young players having their dream come true. 58 picks tonight. Obviously, this is, in no other uncertain terms, this is the Victor Wembanyama draft. Looking forward to the Spurs obviously taking him. And again, in my view, the draft really starts at number 2, where we talk about Scoot Henderson, who I love, and Brandon Miller, who apparently thinks Paul George is the greatest basketball player of all time. I think that's the biggest news we're going to get tonight, even involving Wemby. But again, the draft kicks off in about 15 minutes. My man Mike Guido is going to be joining us in just a moment. We may potentially have other guests down the road. But again, in no other way to put this, this is the Victor Wembanyama draft, point blank. You talk about a 7'4" guy from France who is a tremendous shot blocker, excellent scorer. Now, again, the only drawback, if there is a drawback to as great of a prospect as we've seen in recent memory, is he's not a great three-point shooter, only 29%. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of prospects in this draft and in years past. We've had a lot of young guys come into this draft with all kinds of upside, talent, length, whatever the case may be, but they're maybe not the greatest shooters in the world. You can improve that. Like it's I talked about on my show, Carving It Up here on the Gryd, that it's one of the reasons I was really hard on Ben Simmons is the fact that there was the one hole in his game and he still is yet to improve it. A lot of guys have come in, maybe not the greatest shooters in the world, but was able to improve in some cases to 40% guys. So you can imagine Victor Wembanyama having the upside to do that. And it is a unicorn, and I know we use that term a lot, but is a unicorn in that at his size, being able to put the ball on the floor and score at the ability he's able to do is unlike anything we've ever seen in this NBA draft. I've talked about before, there's the comparison between Wemby and between LeBron James. Like, who's the better prospect? And again, careers aside, we ignore what LeBron James has done the last 20 years and how great he has been. LeBron, to me, is the better overall pick, or better overall prospect, just in the sense that he was an excellent perimeter defender at that time. Already at 18 years old, heck, 17 years old, had an NBA body, was a great distributor, obviously an excellent scorer. Wemby, not quite that in some of those departments, but I think in terms of who's the more fascinating prospect, I think it's got to be Wemby, because we've never, as I detailed, seen anything quite like him. So that's my take on Wemby. That's my take to sort of the preamble to this year's draft. But let's go on and bring on our draft expert. Third year in a row that we have done this with this guy coming on. Would you please welcome our NBA draft aficionado, Mike Guido, into the stream now. Mike, how you doing, man? This got to be Christmas for you.
Yeah, listen, I say it every single year, Bryson, this is Christmas in June. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go.
It's going to be so fun, man. And you got your mock drafts that you did on the Gryd yesterday, which was excellent, by the way. You've put in all kinds of pieces on the Gryd website. Everybody's got to check that out. But again, as I mentioned, this is the Victor Wembanyama draft. We've known for a year that he was going to go number 1 overall. The question was, and that got answered last month, who it would be to. It's going to be one of the most well-run organizations and one of the best international scouting organizations in basketball, the San Antonio Spurs. Your take right off the bat on Wemby. We've talked about it on my show, but your immediate take on Wemby and what he can do at the next level.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is my 7th draft that I've covered. I would say deeply, scouting prospects and doing mock drafts and everything like that, doing the entire thing. And Victor Wembanyama is by far the best prospect I've ever evaluated. And there really is, when everybody says, that we don't really see anything like him, there's real truth to that. I mean, he's 7'4". I mean, the guy's 7.5 feet tall, and he handles the ball like a guard, and he moves. He runs the floor incredibly well. I say this all the time. He hits 35-foot three-pointers off one leg. Like, he's just an unbelievable talent. Again, like I said, best prospect I've ever seen. Prior to this, the best prospect I had evaluated, my first draft was 2017, but the best prospect I had evaluated before this was Zion Williamson, and he blows Zion Williamson out of the water. It's just, he's a really special player, and the expectations for him are super duper high, and it's understandable why. The Spurs are presumably, right, it's not done yet, but the Spurs are presumably getting a ridiculous player.
Yeah, it's as close to being official without actually being official. I think it's fair to say,
Yes.
ever since they won the draft lottery and got the edge over the Charlotte Hornets and the Portland Trailblazers. We'll get to the other two, the main prospects in just a second, Scoot Henderson and Brandon Miller. But another question, because we talked about this too, you've discussed how anytime you evaluate a prospect, right, you don't want to mix two guys. But you broke that rule for Victor Wembanyama. How did you do so?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up because every single player this year in my full draft guide, if you haven't seen it, I would highly recommend checking it out. You can even follow along with it if you're watching this. And as your team picks the player, you can read the scouting report as we're giving it to you live. But it's 120 prospects this year, and each prospect, all 120, get NBA comps, right? These are all pro player comps. Um, and my general rule is that I never want to compare a prospect to more than one NBA player, right? Like, so
Right.
if this player and this player were combined, that's what this guy reminds me of. That's against the rules for me. It's not realistic. Victor Wembanyama, I couldn't help it. There's just nothing else like him, right? Because comparing him to Kristaps Porzingis doesn't do Wemby justice.
No.
So, I'll spoil the comp now, and I'm sure I'll bring it up again when he gets selected. But Victor Wembanyama is as if Kevin Durant and Rudy Gobert were one player. Like that's kind of the player that you're getting. The offensive upside, the length, the mobility of Kevin Durant, and the rim protection, the ability to switch, his defensive upside, that of Rudy Gobert. That's the and again, this is not reaching because this could be a guy who averages 28, 30 points a game with 30 blocks and he hits 40% of his threes. And like, it's just, it is unreal. I mean, it's really hard to make players like this in video games. And this guy's a real guy. So it's unbelievable.
No, again, we've never seen anything like him. I predicted on my show that I expect him to average right at the bat 21, 11, and 3 blocks. I think he's got that kind of potential. And again, we'll see what the Spurs do. And it's great, too, that he's going to an organization that's not going to throw him out in the deep end and tell him to just swim. They're going to put him in a position where they can ease him into a developmental process. They obviously did that with David Robinson and with Tim Duncan, and it's safe to say both turned out pretty darn well. Wemby has a chance to maybe, dare I say, even be better than Tim, who I think is one of the 10 greatest players in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Now to where the draft really starts at number 2 with the Charlotte Hornets. Who do they take? There's been conflicting reports. Is it Brandon Miller out of Alabama? Is it Scoot Henderson? You did a mock draft yesterday. Tell the audience who you selected with the number 2 pick, if you think, who you think Charlotte's going to take, and explain why.
Yeah. I thought, and I want to be clear. My mock draft that I did yesterday is combined of kind of what I would do and what I think could happen. Um, but I had Brandon Miller going to the Charlotte Hornets. I've heard multiple times that Brandon Miller is leaning slightly in favor for the Hornets. We got a
Okay.
conflicting report today that now Scoot Henderson is the favorite, but then we just got something 15 minutes ago that Brandon Miller is now, they're kind of zoning in on Brandon Miller. So, I mean, you never know. But I had Brandon Miller going to the Charlotte Hornets just because I think I do think, and this is kind of an unpopular opinion, I do think that Brandon Miller's the better prospect by about that much. There's a
Okay.
very, very small separation for me between Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson. And it has a little bit more to do with Scoot than it does with Brandon. But Brandon Miller for me is just the more natural fit in Charlotte. It doesn't get clunky in the backcourt, right? LaMelo Ball and Scoot Henderson are both very ball dominant guards. They're guys that need the ball in their hands to get to be effective. So Brandon Miller does a little bit better of a job playing off the ball. You're seeing Charlotte now that they're losing Miles Bridges. They're losing PJ Washington in free agency. They need front court forward help. And Brandon Miller, I think, is a star in the making. He reminds me a lot of Paul George. He's a mirror image of Paul George. If you ever see him play, great two-way ability. He's a great shot maker. I think he's a better complement right now to LaMelo Ball than Scoot Henderson is, when you kind of have to, if Scoot Henderson's there, it kind of, I don't want to say it neutralizes them. They almost cancel each other out. But I think Brandon Miller does a great job of creating shots for himself, allowing the offense to come to him. And I think he's only going to get better. Towards the end of last year, he improved as a scorer on the interior as well as the outside. So Brandon Miller right now, for me, number 2 prospect on my board, and I expect him to be the number 2 pick.
I would agree with you. I think he's the better fit in Charlotte, just given the fact you not only mentioned that you have two ball dominant guards with LaMelo Ball and with the potential Scoot Henderson, but again, the fit from a size perspective, Charlotte's already been a horrendous defensive team for a long time now, and maybe Miller fixes those flaws. I just think Scoot, I like Scoot more from the perspective of, again, and I heard you talk about in your mock draft yesterday, like he's not quite proven as a shooter, but again, I think that's something he can gradually improve on. But
Sure.
he is
Yeah.
he's as close to a if John Morant were 20 pounds bigger, as you could have in the NBA. Like that's really what he is. He's a spectacular prospect. Our guy Barry Grant Jr. is in the comments. He does. Let's see if we could put up here. He definitely does not agree with your assessment of having Miller over
I know.
Scoot. But again, you said it's not by much.
No, it's not by much. Listen, I love Scoot Henderson. I compared Scoot Henderson to Derrick Rose. I mean, he's really, he's an unbelievable athlete. He finishes with really great athleticism. He's actually a good passer, but that's my thing is that Scoot Henderson is a ball dominant player, which is why I don't even love his fit in Portland if Damian Lillard sticks around, because I'm not sure that them playing on the court together serves them both well. Scoot Henderson needs the ball in his hands to be effective, and he's really effective when the ball is in his hands, but he needs it to be in his hands in order for him to capitalize on his skill set. So, like I said, I'm a big Scoot Henderson fan, and I agree with you. He shot 27.5% from three last year, and you know, uh, he's got to prove it to me as a shooter, but I think he will. Like, I don't think that he's not going to, end up shooting well. I think he'll be just fine. So, again, it's a very thin margin between Scoot Henderson and Brandon Miller for me. Very, very thin.
No, I think that's a fair assessment. No, and I think too, you mentioned about Scoot going to Portland, and I've been consistent on this for a while. And I will like your thoughts on this. This is sort of going away from the draft a little bit, but it is directly affected by the draft is whether or not Portland decides to move on from Dame and
Yep.
decide to again build around. They've got a good young core of Simon, Shaden Sharp, and potentially a Scoot Henderson. You move on from Dame, God knows the assets you can get in that trade. And again, Portland is not in a position with Dame with some of these young guys to contend for really much of anything, if even a
Yep.
play-in appearance. So why not just go in all of this rebuild? Do you have any thoughts on that or anything maybe you're hearing about Damian Lillard?
I, so I no, I wouldn't say that I've heard anything, but listen, I've said from the beginning that if I'm Portland, I take Scoot and I try to trade Damian Lillard just because, listen, you're in a position right now where if you take Scoot, right, because it doesn't look like anybody is going to be jumping to trade for the number 3 pick, right? And whatever it is, teams that do want it, Portland's not getting enough of a return for the number 3 pick to warrant trading it. So
Right.
I think you have a better chance at moving on by trading Damian Lillard, because here's the thing. Scoot Henderson's going to walk into the league and he's going to be really, really good, but he's going to shoot 38% from the field his
Yes.
first year, right? He's going to shoot 42, 43% in his second year. He's going to have I said it last night, he's going to have a very similar career trajectory to what Jalen Green has done in Houston, where he's a great, great scorer, but he's still incredibly inefficient. His shot selection's not great. Like, he needs to iron out those things. It'll be 3 years down the line for Scoot Henderson to fully figure it out and for him to become that perennial all-star that everybody thinks he's going to be. Damian Lillard's A, not going to wait that long, and B, he's not in a position right now where he can help you. You're not in a position where Damian Lillard can help you win. So
I agree with you.
that's what I would do. If I were Portland, I would take Scoot. I would pair up Scoot Henderson with Shaden Sharp in the backfield. That's one of the most exciting young backcourts that in the league. And I would try to see what I can get for Damian Lillard, because I'm sure it would be a haul and a half.
I completely agree with you. And again, I don't think there's ever been a team with as obvious a rebuild situation as Portland has. Again, the thing about Portland, again, you have Chauncey Billups, who's put in position to develop some of these young guys. And look, Portland, I said today, like they're one of those teams in sports where maybe they're not necessarily in a championship level, but they rarely suck for long. Again, if you have some of these young players that you can build around, Portland can in some time, kind of like an OKC potentially, which building around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, really be a formidable team in the next 3 to 4 years. Got a question from our guy Parnell. He asked, "How do you feel about Cam Whitmore? How do you feel about the forward from Villanova?"
So I'm glad that Parnell brought this up, because I'm sure I'm going to be talking about Cam Whitmore a lot tonight. I view Cam Whitmore as kind of the wild card in this year's draft, because there are a lot of people that have him ranked in the top 3, top 4 prospects in this draft. He's my number 9 overall player. So I think that
Wow.
right now, Cam Whitmore, and the more information that I'm hearing is that more teams are kind of falling off of Cam Whitmore. He's not really impressing anybody in interviews. His workouts are falling a little bit flat. Like, I think people are kind of, bogging down on him. I like him as a prospect. I think he's going to be a real big time scorer at the next level if he can figure out how to shoot consistently. But he is a crazy athlete. He jumps through the building. He's a great cutter to the rim. He has unbelievable burst. And he's going to finish at the rim with crazy explosiveness. So, and he's actually kind of a two-way player. He's not a terrible defender. He's not among the top tier defenders in the draft, but he does give you some sort of defensive versatility. He's a good sized wing. So I like him as a prospect, but I said this a couple of nights ago or a week ago or something like that when somebody asked me, what do you think the surprise of the draft is going to be? And I said, I would not be surprised if Cam Whitmore slides, because they're going
Okay.
to, people are going to be iffy on his ability to shoot, and he doesn't interview. He's a quiet kid, and I'm not sure he's a bad kid or anything like that, but he's
Right.
a quiet kid, and he doesn't wow anybody in interviews. His workouts were underwhelming. So I think right now it wouldn't surprise me if you saw Cam Whitmore even fall out of the top 10, even if he's not deserving so.
Well, you have him as the ninth best player on your board. That would have him going to the Utah Jazz, which I think would be a good situation for him, given the coaching staff, Will Hardy there, and some of the young talent they got there. Is that where you had him mocked, or do you have him going somewhere else?
No, I had Cam Whitmore mocked to number 11 for the Orlando Magic. I had him
Okay.
falling a little bit further than most people. In fact, in all the mock drafts I read, I don't think I saw Cam Whitmore fall any further than 9. So what I predicted is kind of out of bounds a little bit. But like I said, Cam Whitmore to me is that wild card. I think there's going to be an opportunity for, you see teams like Dallas and Utah to take guys that are more surefire, either shooters or, just guys that play winning styles of basketball. I mean, in the mock draft yesterday, I had Cason Wallace going to the Jazz at 9 and Grady Dick going to the Mavericks at 10. And those are just two guys that have provable skills that will translate.
Right.
Cam Whitmore is a high upside player. He could be a superstar one day, and that's not an exaggeration. Great athlete, great, all of that stuff. But his ability to be a little bit inconsistent as a scorer and as a shooter, I think is going to wane teams off a little bit. So as far as Cam Whitmore is concerned, I said this last night too, I probably haven't disrespected anybody more in the draft process than Cam Whitmore. I apologize to him for that. It's just kind of what I see. So, and like I said, he's still a top 9 player for me. So it's not like he's that bad, but I do have my questions about him, and I think a lot of teams are starting to have them as well.
That's interesting too. You are probably the lowest. I like Cam Whitmore's probably again. I'm with you on the high upside aspect of it, but you're probably as low on him as anybody that I've seen. But it's interesting. We'll see if maybe your prediction, the shock value comes true. It comes to realization. He does fall in the
Yep.
draft. Another team that's gonna be interesting to watch is because I saw our guy Parnell commented about the Zion Williams situation, how that can maybe affect the draft. I know there's been reports about, hey, is there a possibility that he gets traded to Portland and the Pelicans get the number 3 pick? And it's funny, I just saw this report. If I could pull it up from Twitter, I believe it was from Shams. Hang on, let me bring this up here. Shams said that the Pelicans received a meeting in recent days with Scoot Henderson. New Orleans has pursued a top 2 to 3 pick in the draft, but both Charlotte and Portland are so far expressing no interest in moving the pick. So it seems right now the top 3, obviously number 1, but the top 2 and 3 is going to stay exactly the same. So it doesn't appear Zion is going to be on the move. But that could be, how ironic is it that, you've been doing drafts since 2017, your best prospect, and I agree with you, the best prospect that we've had in that stretch to this point was Zion Williamson. And the fact that he could be such a wild card, such a big factor potentially in a draft that's got a guy as talented as Victor Wembanyama. It's just crazy how 4 years can change our outlook on everybody. But that's what we love about this about the NBA draft. The commissioner is the commissioner's at the podium, and obviously the Spurs will be almost on the clock in short order. But let's see. I think we might want to just end the stream if they take anybody other than Wemby here. And they are officially on the clock. What's that?
I
What's
said
that?
then everything goes out the window if they don't take Wemby. It'll be like draft day. It'll be like when Bo Callahan was
Yep.
no doubt number one pick for the Cleveland Browns and Sonny Weaver, and they took Vontae Mack instead. Watch San Antonio take Cam Whitmore number one overall. I'm telling you, that
That's
would be
hilarious.
groundbreaking.
Sorry, Spurs are on the clock. Gonna try and get this graphic up here. Are on the clock. Okay, so there we go. So Spurs are on the clock, and we assume that. I mean, this is, again, as obvious the number one pick as we've ever had in the history of the NBA draft. It's up there with LeBron in 03, Zion in 2019. We've had plenty of guys, Magic Johnson, I think, back in 1980. I mean, we've had some pretty fantastic number one picks throughout NBA history. And what's interesting, too, and again, I think Wemby's going to be the exception to this rule, but if you look at the last few number one picks, not all of them have necessarily panned out to what we thought they would be. You could argue Zion's probably come the closest, and Edwards to a certain degree back in 2020. But again, I don't really know what to. Usually, we get to these draft picks. I'm like, hey, who do you think they're going to take? But I mean, again, it's hard to really formulate a reasonable discussion in that regard. But again, for San Antonio, obviously in rebuild mode, they've missed the playoffs. I think the last 4 years in a row. So very unfamiliar territory for an organization that had, I think, maybe the longest playoff streak in NBA history at one point. Obviously, winning 5 championships in a 15-year span. Again, I guess the question I ask you is expectations for Wemby in terms of, let's start with his rookie season. I mean, I think we all assume he'll probably be rookie of the year if he's healthy. Give me either a stat line for Wemby or what you expect from a production standpoint from the eventual one overall pick in the draft.
Yeah, I think he'll have a great year. I just, he's too talented not to, show out. Given health, obviously, I mean, I think that's, obviously the biggest caveat, but Victor Wembanyama is probably, going to be 21 points a game right out of the gate, 11, 12 rebounds. Like you said, 2.5 blocks, 3 blocks. I mean, he's just going to be one of those players that you just watch him and he's going to walk into the NBA and he's going to be an impactful player from day one, despite the fact that he's got a thin frame and, he's not all the way developed yet, but he's just so good and so talented that I can't imagine that, it's not going to be him having a crazy impact in year one.
Yeah, I can't wait I'm going to make a bold prediction right off the bat because I remember we did an NFL draft. I was on Ryan Flowers' NFL draft, our guy here at the Gryd, 2 years ago back in 2021, and I predicted that the Cowboys and the Raiders would play a Thanksgiving game. I know that's a very random thought, but I'm saying that because I could see TNT putting San Antonio versus Denver on opening night because obviously they'll put the champs on that opening Tuesday and put the Spurs. I could very see that because they did that with Zion. I think I remember when they played Toronto back in 2019. So that would be that'd be a very interesting move. So again, the pick, the graphic pick came up about 2 seconds after it said San Antonio's on the clock, which is, I mean, the pick was
They
in a
usually
month
run
ago.
that thing down all the way down to the buzzer. I mean, they really do.
Yeah, I know. They're really, really anticlimactic there, San Antonio. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see. Our guy Barry's a little skeptical. He says 7'4" and mobile screams foot issues down the road. Wish him well, but he's a huge risk physically. But the upside makes people scream like a high school girl at an NSYNC concert. And listen, too, that has been a concern with Wemby is, he's dealt with some foot problems. I know they've shown tape about him getting certain work done on his feet. Do you think that's going to be a factor that comes into play potentially?
It could. I mean, listen, look, health is always a big issue when it comes to players that are physically gifted. So that could definitely be a thing. I'm going to shake my head at Barry Grant Jr. just because he's such a villain and
Oh,
only
no.
he would be the one that brings that up. And he's going to, and listen, in 2 years, if Wemby has just slightly underwhelmed, see, I told you,
Oh,
he's
he is.
should have taken Scoot Henderson, number one overall. I'm telling you, he drives me crazy. He really does. But yes, it could play a factor. Health is always a very random thing that happens. And like I said, with guys that are physically gifted and very physically unique, it happens. The human body it has its certain limitations. And, if you're built in an obscure way and I probably shouldn't use the word obscure, but if you're 7.5 feet tall and you move that well and you've got big, long feet with not a lot of weight, it does kind of scream injuries, but
Sure.
listen, the kid's just too good. You know what I mean? He's too talented to not take. He's just, we could have said the same thing about Giannis when he got drafted too. He was a thin, wiry kid who was 7 feet tall. He had a 9.5 foot wingspan, and he ran the floor like a deer. So we could have said the same thing about him, and I'm pretty sure the Bucks don't regret it. So, it's you never know with these things. So we'll see.
And the commissioner's going to come into the board soon, but I'm going to use an NFL example, NFL comparison. It wasn't a number one pick to sort of describe Wemby and the concerns about his injuries. And Barry says Scoot is the guy. My words. I think he's going to be a big guy. Coming in the NBA. I think he's going to be spectacular. I just don't think in any other. Let me ask you this question, Mike. In let's say the last 5 NBA drafts, do you think Scoot goes number 1 in any of them?
Because
I'm trying to think. Last year's Paolo.
He'd probably go number 1 last year. I mean, I would probably say that Wemby, Brandon Miller, and Scoot Henderson probably all go number 1 last year. I'm not sure if Scoot Henderson's a better prospect than Cade
Cunningham. Here he comes. Here he goes.
All right, here we go.
In the 2023 NBA Draft,
there it is. All right, it's official. Victor Wembanyama is the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft. This is as obvious a number 1 pick as we've had, honestly, since LeBron James 20 years ago, back in 2003. Mike Guido, again, we saw this coming for a while here. Your immediate evaluation on the 7'5" kid from France.
Yeah, I mean, the way you evaluate him is you use a lot of metaphors and a lot of isms and all that stuff. I mean, you can't really find correct words to describe Victor Wembanyama, but listen, he's the best player I've ever evaluated. Last year when he played for Metropolitans 92, 21.5 points a game, 10.5 rebounds. He was clearly the best player on his own team. I mean, and listen, he's got a teammate in this draft, Bilal Coulibaly, who's probably going to get drafted in the first round as well. So Victor Wembanyama, like I said, 7'4", 229. I always say this: he's the Patrick Mahomes of basketball. Just the crazy talent, the unicorn stuff. Just an unbelievable player. His combination of size and mobility is just once in a generation. His ability to adapt and move his body with and without the basketball, I think, is really, really special for such a young player. And like I said, if you can imagine if Kevin Durant and Rudy Gobert were in one body, this is the kind of player that you're getting: the offensive upside, the shot creation, his shot making ability, ball handling, everything like that. That ability of Kevin Durant combined with the length and the defensive upside of Rudy Gobert with his ability to switch off screens, his ability to protect the rim, his ability to switch on the perimeter. The guy just does everything, right? The main concern about him is that he's outrageously thin, and early in his career, he could get bullied down low. But listen, all of these guys where we worry about their weight, they always put it on, right?
Yep.
They always put on weight. Porzingis, Chet Holmgren, Giannis, they always
Brandon
put
Ingram.
on weight. Razor thin, got Brandon Ingram. And guess what? They all become effective players, especially if they're this kind of caliber. So, listen, outside of injuries, which again, you really you can't predict, Victor Wembanyama is the best player I've ever evaluated. He's just an incredible talent, and San Antonio is lucky enough right now to grab a generational player, a once-in-a-lifetime player like Victor Wembanyama with the number 1 pick.
I couldn't help but just laugh to myself when you said Patrick Mahomes is like the Patrick Mahomes of the NBA. That was actually the comparison I was going to use when we were talking about the foot issues and the injury. And those are legitimate concerns, no question about it. Those are concerns with just about any player. But remember when Mahomes, like that first year, especially, and then the first couple of years, we never see anything quite like him from a pure talent perspective from a quarterback. That we started to nitpick a little bit. We started finding tiny little holes in his game where we try to discredit him some way because we can't, I guess, compute that a guy is that good. But no, he's that good. So again, the draft really officially, at least the intrigue, starts now. The Charlotte Hornets are on the clock right now. They've got the second pick. Again, it's going to come down, I think, to Brandon Miller or Scoot Henderson. So again, Mike, you said Brandon Miller. I think Scoot's the better prospect, but Miller fits better. Any immediate thoughts on what this could look like?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I also want to bring up about Victor Wembanyama really quick before we move on to Charlotte. One of the things that I love about Wemby, because you see him, he's crying right now on the
Yes.
draft show here. But he loves the game of basketball, and one of the things that I love about him is, when he threw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium, there was a video of him juggling, right? Video of him juggling baseballs. Now, as a scout, as a regular guy, you probably look at that and you're just like, yeah, whatever, he could probably juggle, whatever. What does juggling take? Practice. It takes failing and failing and failing and failing all over again, over and over and over again, until you get it right. It says something about his work ethic. It says something about his resiliency, and it says something about the kind of person he is and the kind of work that he'll put into being a great player. So, the fact that he can juggle baseballs, I know that that's not really a big deal in some people's eyes, but it tells you so much about what kind of person he is. Um, anyway, with Charlotte, like I said, Brandon Miller, I think, is the more obvious fit. He fills a need. He's still one of the guys. He's still one of the top 2 or 3 guys in the draft. And listen, I think Scoot Henderson, as great as he is, I think it would be clunky in Charlotte. I would take Brandon Miller. His shot making ability, size, length, he fits what Charlotte wants to do right away.
That's interesting too. And to your point about Wemby, I talked about in my show today, like, and people may laugh at this about the importance of this aspect, the intangibles. We talk about more in football, but we don't mention enough in basketball. That I don't know if you saw his interview with JJ Redick on JJ's podcast. That's the most mature 19-year-old prospect come to the league I think I've ever seen. Just poise. I mean, he talks like an NBA vet. And like you said, he's known that he's been the number 1 pick for 365 days, and still the moment gets him like that. And that's not just unique to Wemby. That's unique. A lot of guys, feel that way because it's when it actually happens. It's a different type of feeling. Gryd right here. Get the likes up. It helps more people in here. Thanks to all that are here so far. # dare to be different. Yes, get the likes up. Comment. Let's see. Yeah. Don't look at the comments, Mike, because we just got a spoiler alert from Barry. He just basically
I can see him already. Listen, if Barry Grant Jr. is just going to spoil picks like that, he's better just getting on the stream and providing his
Get on here. Get on here, Barry.
Seriously, what are you doing as a comment, just a comment troll? Get on the stream. Lazy.
This is what he wants. Yeah, but you know what it means? It means we're talking about him. We're not talking about these draft picks.
It means he's drunk. That's what it means. It means he's drunk. Listen, he had beer last time. Listen, man, if he gets on here at some point, we'll see.
It looks like we do have somebody coming on, though. Our guy Parnell from the Commanders Demand podcast. I was actually on his show yesterday. Let's bring Parnell on. Parnell, how you doing, my man?
Good, man. How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Hear you great, man. Excited to have you on here. And
what's up, Mike?
Let's see. Again, I unfortunately now I know who the 2nd overall pick is, so I'm not going to say anything. But Parnell, who do you think it is?
I think it's going to be Scoot Henderson,
okay.
But it could be Brandon Miller. It depends on what the Hornets. I like Brandon Miller. I like his game, long, lengthy. Got a great 3-point game. Needs to work on his handle and needs to work on as far as attacking the basket. But I think he has upside.
Hang on, here we go. All right, it is Brandon Miller here. The 2nd overall pick in this draft. So again, we heard conflicting reports. But Mike, you had him mocked to Charlotte with the 2nd overall pick. You feel, and I do agree in this regard, that he's the better fit for the Hornets, albeit I believe Scoot is the better prospect. Your immediate thoughts on Brandon Miller to Charlotte?
Yeah, listen, he was my number 2 overall player. I know that was kind of the unpopular opinion, is that a lot of people had Scoot Henderson over Brandon Miller. But listen, this guy has great size and great shot making ability. And listen, we talk about this all the time. If you have length and size and you can consistently hit jump shots, that's rare. You just don't see these guys that can create their own shot and make shots like Brandon Miller can, very commonly. You just don't. He's great at creating his own shot. Hits shots off the dribble. He's a great catch and shoot player, and he's a really solid athlete on both ends of the floor.
He can defend as well.
He's a really solid defensive player. Has, like I said, great length. He's got to bulk up a little bit. He's got to get a little bit stronger, but and one of the things that he really caught on to last year, and, it's a little bit less of a concern now, is that he played a little bit conservative when it came to driving to the rim. But if he can fix that and he can, start becoming more than just a perimeter player, then I think he could be a big time 3-level scorer with 2-way ability. Uh, and I think honestly, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up. I'm a little bit more shocked that his off court instance didn't
Yeah.
scare more teams away, but he has real talent. And, like I said, I have no idea if the kid's a bad kid or not. I don't want to ruin his night. So listen, I think outrageously talented. The Hornets are getting a much more natural fit. I think, like I said, great pick by Charlotte. This is exactly how I thought the draft should have started out.
So,
It's scary. It's scary. No, go ahead, Parnell.
oh no, I was gonna ask Mike, what do you think, in your opinion, is the best comparison for Brandon Miller? Some say Paul George because long length defense. What says you?
Yeah, Paul George was my player comp. And if, like I said, if you watch the tape, he moves the floor like Paul George. He shoots the ball like Paul George. And listen, Paul George, when he came into the league, was not a polished finisher, just like what Brandon Miller was. So I think their career trajectory is going to be the same. Is he going to be a guy that is going to lead you to NBA championships like LeBron and Giannis and these guys? I don't know if his upside is that high, but could he be a great number 2 on a championship team like Paul George, like some of these guys, these great wing players that have 2-way ability? Absolutely. Listen, he's a great, great, great player.
It's so funny you bring up that Parnell, because I was actually going to ask a similar questions about the similarities between him and Paul George, and it's ironic too that he mentioned about
Oh yeah, I remember
Paul George being the greatest player of
goal.
all time, which again we talk about people being drunk. That's I sort of question whether or not he was
Coincidence.
intoxicated in any way.
Right.
Okay, you know what? There's no point in me putting the Trailblazers on the clock graphic because the pick is in. Pick is in Portland. Again, this feels like it's got to be Scoot Henderson. And again, I think the question for Portland is, again, they've got a good, solid young core with guys like Anthony Simons, guys like Shaden Sharp, who Barry, Mike, and I were on the draft last year, just raved about the kid's insane athlete. I hope we can get in a dunk contest at some point. But yeah, I mean, if you consider 2 young, talented, athletic guards, and you got a good wing player in Anthony Simons. I think Scoot Henderson would be a seamless fit here. I'll let you take this one, Parnell. What do you think this means for Portland, for Dame, and just the overall prospect that Scoot Henderson is?
I like Scoot Henderson. I like his playmaking. Definitely needs to work on his jump shot. He averaged 27% from the 3. So that's something that he's gonna have to work and put in time as far as with his jump shot. But I think that Dame, in all seriousness, needs to be traded, needs to go somewhere else. I don't know exactly where the team, but I think with the Trailblazers, this is a really great pick. Again, Brandon Miller, the only reason why he was drafted number 2 was because of the fit and scheme. But without a doubt, Scoot Henderson, second best player in the draft behind Victor Wembanyama.
100%. Mike, do you think there's any chance that they go any other direction other than Scoot?
Probably not. I mean, it would be really a wild card if they took somebody like Cam Whitmore or Amin Thompson or, something like that. But I think right now Scoot Henderson is very easily the pick. It's funny when everybody keeps bringing up, the draft starts at number 2 with Charlotte. The draft really kind of starts at number 4 because it's whoever Charlotte was going to take at number 2 of the top 3. Portland was just going to take whoever's left over. So right now, I'd imagine that Scoot Henderson is the very clear pick. And like I said, I think it would be smart for them to clear up room so that they can pair up Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp and just have an uber athletic, crazy offensive upside sort of offense. They're talking about it right now. I mean, they have a really good young backcourt. It would be really something to see Scoot Henderson and Shaden Sharp work together in the same backcourt. That's going to be really exciting to watch.
It'll be a lot of House of Highlights posts. There's no question about that. See what those guys are able to do from an athleticism standpoint, just from an overall offensive perspective. So again, just waiting at this point for the seemingly inevitable for the commissioner to make his way to the podium and announce Scoot Henderson. It looks like he's coming now. So let's get the chimes going. It is Scoot Henderson. Number 3 to the Portland Trailblazers. Again, my view, the second best prospect in this year's draft. You talk about a highly athletic point guard. Again, I said in sort of our pre-show that he really is Ja Morant. If Ja Morant were 20, 25 pounds bigger, again, freak athlete. From I guess as a Warriors fan, just insert this. He's trained with Steph Curry a little bit. So, again, sort of that tie. He's already got some ties to the NBA. So that's good. So I think Portland got a special player. I'll start with you, Mike. Your thoughts on this pick to the Blazers?
Yeah, it's 6'2", 195. He was the best player on the board, very clearly for me. Again, like I said, I had the unpopular opinion. Scoot Henderson was my number 3 player, not my number 2, but he reminds me a lot of Derrick Rose, right? He plays with a sensational amount of effort on both ends. He's just a crazy dog, right? We talk about dog in the NBA and guys that just play with grit. Scoot Henderson is one of those players. Got supreme athleticism, great speed, great body control, constant playing downhill. He's a very active defender, which I think is a very interesting part of his game. And listen, he had a good year with the G League last year, 16.5 points a game, and he averaged 6.5 assists. This guy is not a ball hog, right? He's not a guy where the ball is going to stick to his hands. He's a ball dominant player, but the ball doesn't stick to his hands. He's a good playmaker. He's a fantastic shot creator. He's going to be a big-time scorer in the NBA. Like I said, the thing about Scoot Henderson, I love his ability to ball handle and cut and get to the rim, slash, and everything like that. He's very advanced when it comes to getting to the rim. But his ability to shoot is still a work in progress, right? 27.5% from 3. He's got an ironclad mid-range game. He's got a very nice mid-range game, but he needs to extend his range so he can become a little bit more efficient from the perimeter. Listen, he's just going to be a great player. Like I said, first year, he's going to score a lot. He's going to shoot at a high volume if he's given the opportunity. And, he'll probably shoot 38, 39%. And then 42, 43% the next year. And then by year 3, you'll really see him get up to 48, 49%. He'll shoot 36% from the 3-point line, and he'll start scoring 24, 25 points a game. He's just such a great athlete and great natural scorer. If he can just get the shots to fall, I think he's a no doubt perennial all-star as a pure point guard in this draft.
I'm just watching this kid's so freaking explosive. It's gonna be so fun to watch him in Portland. Parnell, you had him potentially going number 2 to Charlotte before they took Brandon Miller. Your thoughts on Scoot Henderson to the Portland Trailblazers?
Well, the great thing about Scoot Henderson, he already has his man body. He's about 6'2", 195. And Mike, you brought up Derrick Rose as a comparison. How about Russell Westbrook as far as intensity, the athleticism, the energy that he can bring? I think Scoot Henderson can definitely do that. And again, the knock on Russell Westbrook is the perimeter shot. He's probably going to be somewhere around that 37, 38% range from the field in his rookie year because, again, he's young. So eventually, as his career goes on, he'll improve. He'll probably, at best, from the 3, probably 31, 32, maybe 33%. And but I see him definitely averaging around 25, 26 a game, around 5 rebounds and at least 7 assists, 7 to 8 assists. This is what he's clearly capable of.
Yeah, he's kind of a do-it-all point guard. I agree with it. And then, you mentioned Russell Westbrook. Our guy Barry in the comments, I don't disagree with this. He says Scoot is 19 and already has a higher basketball IQ than 34-year-old Russ. Again, I'm lockstep with you there, Barry. It's again, that's always been the knock on Russ. But just from a pure athleticism standpoint, I see what you're saying.
Stop knocking on him, Barry. Stop knocking on Russ, man. Leave Russ alone.
Yeah, Russ didn't ask to be brought up tonight during the draft. Got to let these young kids have their shine because this is obviously a very big night. Houston now on the clock. Got about 2.5 minutes to make their selection. Again, they've got the good scoring 2 guard, the scoring big, and Jabari Smith. Amen Thompson feels like the obvious pick here, in my view. Mike, do you think they go any other direction?
They could, but listen, Amen Thompson, I said it last night, is the pick for the Houston Rockets. And I said it even bolder last night. If I'm the Houston Rockets, I know everybody's upset because they got screwed in the lottery and they missed their chance on Scoot Henderson. Amen Thompson would be higher on my board for the Rockets if I were the Rockets, right? He just solves your issues. He does. You have Jalen Green, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, Alfred Sengun, Josh Christopher, Kevin Porter Jr. You have a plethora of scorers. Amen Thompson is the guy that provides the playmaking and the defense that you desperately need. He's a matchup nightmare. He's one of the best athletes in the draft. He's a 6'7" pure point guard. He's the guy that they need. I understand that Scoot Henderson is a better prospect overall, but Amin Thompson is the perfect fit for Houston. I can't imagine if they were to go Cam Whitmore or Jarris Walker or any of these other guys, it would be a mistake. They need to take Amin Thompson. He's such a perfect fit.
Mike,
He's a
no, I'm sorry. Mike, how much of the concern of the turnovers bother you with Amin Thompson? Because I think he averaged around 3.24 turnovers. That doesn't concern you at all?
Not really. Because, like I say, listen, he's a good ball handler, but he's young. He's a guy that needs to, develop as a ball handler a little bit better. But listen, as a passer and as a finisher at the rim, and listen, if he can start hitting jump shots, because he didn't shoot the ball well last year, but if he can start hitting jump shots and spacing the floor, that he becomes even more of a threat. I think this guy's going to be a triple-double machine in the NBA. He might not be a 25-point per game scorer, but he'll be 15, 10, and 10 every night. So I just think he's the perfect fit for what Houston is putting together right now. If it needs to be him, it just needs to be him.
Well, it looks like he just got off the phone just now. So, seems like, he's sitting next to his brother. His twin brother is going to be drafted, we assume, pretty soon as well, which is, to my knowledge, pretty unprecedented in the NBA for two twins to be selected so close to one another. So that's very exciting. Again, Houston ran it down to under a minute before the official announcement. The pick as in came through. And again, like you said, from a need standpoint, and also, too, talk about a guy in Ime Udoka who obviously preaches defense, which God knows that's what Houston needs right now. They were abysmal defensively last year, arguably the worst defensive team in basketball. But again, you got some young I forgot to mention Sengun, who I thought had a solid year last year, had some highlight-worthy plays at times for the Rockets. But again, a guy who could come in, build a culture in Ime Udoka, and I think a good young talented point guard would really do wonders for Houston in this rebuild. Again, I talked about with Portland, when they suck, it's not for long. Houston, even to a greater degree. I mean, we'll see what happens. Looks like the commissioner's making his way to the podium. Amin Thompson, number 4 to Houston. They get their point guard to pair with some of their other young players. Mike mentioned Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, Alfred Sengun, young, good core that they've got there with the Houston Rockets. Again, very, very talented young guy. How do you like this pick for the Rockets, Mike? I know you're really, really high on him from a fit standpoint for Houston.
Yeah, it's perfect. Listen, what Houston is trying to build right now, they have a ton of scoring. They have a lot of upside with their scoring, and they needed to solve two things this offseason. They needed to get better defensively, and they needed a guy that could distribute to all of these scorers. And Amin Thompson does exactly that. He's 6'7", 202 pounds. Listen, he's a 16-point per game, 6 rebound, 6 assist guy with overtime elite last year. And I know a lot of people question the competition, but all you need to do with Amin Thompson is watch the tape. The kid is just a crazy athlete. He jumps out of the building, a triple-double threat every single night. He's a matchup nightmare, runs the floor like a deer. He's an outstanding passer who sees plays before they happen. He has a knack for delivering passes on time and on target. That's one of the things I love about him the most, is his ability to create flashy, deceptive passes that are on target. He's just a great lead guard. Listen, he's a good ball handler. He's a good playmaker. I see what Parnell is saying where he can cut down on turnovers. He's a young kid. I think as experience goes, I think he'll become a smarter ball handler. He can get a little bit careless, and he's a great finisher at the rim, really crafty, uses his feet really well, finishes with explosiveness. So if he can if Houston opens up the floor, surrounds him with shooters, and opens up the lane for Amin Thompson, he can score some points too. And listen, like I said, if he can learn how to shoot, right? He was a poor jump shooter last year. If he can learn how to shoot, he becomes a really big threat. Like I said, I love Amin Thompson. He was the number 4 player on my board. He reminds me right now of a more athletic, and I guess I wouldn't say crazy, but a little bit less dysfunctional Ben Simmons. He's just that kind of a player for me. Great playmaker, great athlete, great finisher at the rim. He's a top tier perimeter defender. just a perfect fit for the Houston Rockets right here.
No doubt about it. Parnell, your thoughts on the pick?
I think it's a great pick for them because if you don't get him, then where else are you going to get as far as a point guard? You're going to get James Harden, who's in his mid 30s, and we all know that defense to him is an afterthought. So I think for Houston and with Ime Udoka as the new head coach, this is somebody that they need. Again, the turnovers, that's my concern. But to Mike's point, he is young. So eventually, as time goes on, he'll work on that. But I kind of see a little bit, maybe not Ben Simmons, more Lonzo-ish. Maybe Lonzo Ball, 6'7", that already that type of frame that has the court vision and the passing, but still needs to work on the jump shot. But I think he'll put in the time, he'll put in the work. But this is a good fit for Houston.
Yeah, I like it too. And again, from the ability to distribute to teammates, again, Houston's got, and Houston always, throughout their history, they've had this. They got a ton of scores, a lot of guys who you're able to put the ball in the basket at a very high level. And again, a lot of young talent that they can do that. Detroit on the clock. They got 3 minutes to make their selection. A lot of guys, you could have the other Thompson twin. You could have Cam Whitmore, Jarris Walker. It'll be interesting. Jarris Walker going to pick after Houston will be very fascinating. Consider the fact that the Rockets just made their selection. But Mike, who did you have going number 5? Was it Walker or was it somebody else?
Yeah, Jarris Walker, I think, fits really well with the Pistons. I think he kind of fills the void that Jeremy Grant left after they traded him, and I think he fits really nicely next to their guards with Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham and guys like that. Listen, Osar Thompson wouldn't be terrible. The problem is that I think as not a great jump shooter, I just think it's a little bit of a clunky fit. Jarris Walker's a very NBA ready type player. I think he contributes right away. He fits into that, he's more of a power forward, but plays a little bit that combo forward role that I think the Pistons could really could make well. So, like I said, Jarris Walker, I think, would be the pick here for me. Don't be surprised if it's Cam Whitmore. I know that there's been a lot of his name floating around in this spot. I heard his workout with the Pistons didn't go very well, but again, anything can happen. We'll see.
That'll be interesting.
It's kind of interesting to see if he could go to Detroit though, but Monty Williams, he probably would lean towards Walker, given the fact that maybe Walker would be more of his type of guy. Cam Whitmore, I like him, but the problem with him is the shot selection and the decision making. That's the concern.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, from a fit standpoint, Detroit is a team. Obviously, they selected Cade Cunningham with the number 1 overall pick back in 2021. I'm forgetting, didn't they take a guard last year, Mike?
Jaden Ivey.
Oh, Jaden Ivey. That's right.
So,
And it's funny. Barry's in the comments. I was going to say literally the exact same thing in terms of what Detroit has not been able to do in their rebuild. Barry, Detroit loves clunky fits. It's a franchise with zero direction. Well, hiring Monty Williams will go a long way in hopefully correcting that. But again, there's you question where the direction they're going in some of the decisions they made. But looks like commissioner's coming to the board. Hang on. Osar Thompson goes number 5, I'm sorry, to the Detroit Pistons.
wow.
Thompson twins go back-to-back to Houston and now to Detroit. Again, adding another guard, which is a little bit of a weird fit with as many as they've taken. I guess it's at some point it's take as many as you can and then hope some of them pan out a little bit what Philadelphia did with some of their bigs back in the day before they finally found Embiid. Mike, your thoughts on this selection? This is the first one that you had your mock draft. This is the first one that I shouldn't say missed, but didn't have a certain player going there.
Yeah, this is a bit of an odd fit for me. Osar Thompson's, he was BPA for me. So I don't want to call it a bad pick, right? Because Osar Thompson was my number 5 overall player. But it is a very odd fit just for the simple fact that Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey fill those guard spots nicely and they have nice versatility. And Osar Thompson gives you a lot of versatility as well, but he isn't a polished offensive player yet. So I guess we'll see where it is. But very similar to his brother, 6'7", 207, is where he measures out. I mean, they really do play very similar styles of game. And if you look at their stat line for overtime elite last year, they're almost identical. They both averaged 16 points. They both averaged 6 rebounds. They both averaged 6 assists. They are they are twins. If anybody's questioning it, they are definitely twins. But listen, he's probably, in my opinion, maybe the best perimeter defender in the draft. I think he's a little bit more of a better defender than Amen is. And Osar does a little bit better off the ball than he does on the ball. But listen, he developed a little bit more last year as a jump shooter. He shot 30% from three in overtime elite last year. You kind of saw that late last year, that coming on. Like I said, elite perimeter defender. He's a great playmaker, great passer. So I have a feeling he could figure it out. And listen, if you really wanted to play him at small forward, I had him listed as a shooting guard. You can probably, like I said, you could probably play him at the 3, but listen, like I said, odd fit. I expected him to go a few picks later, but look, great player. He reminds me a lot of DeJounte Murray. So listen, he's going to be a really solid player at the next level if given the opportunity. So we'll see. Like I said, Thompson twins going back to back. It's very cool
Identical.
for their fans.
Yeah, that's funny too. Again, before we get to your assessment, Parnell, the pick is in for the Atlanta Magic. Your thoughts on Thompson going 5th to Detroit?
I just feel like Detroit needed a 4 or a 5. Like they need. I mean, I understand the guard situation because Kate Cunningham is coming off a torn ACL. You got to wait and see how he recovers. And just in case, no matter what happens, it's great to have Thompson there. But I feel like Detroit, at some point in time, they're going to need like a 4 or 5 to come in. I understand you're not going to get like every day a Joel Embiid or Nikola Jokic, but I feel like they need some type of presence around that 4 or 5 position. What do you think about that, Mike?
Yeah, like I said, I think they could have probably not 5. I mean, I think they like Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart over in Detroit. So I think that was, that's a legit, pairing over there. Like I said, I think they needed forward help. But listen, like I said, Osar Thompson, I like him as a combo guard, but you could probably play him at forward and have it work. And it's kind of interesting because so far the board has fell where in order the top 5 picks were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on my board. So it's kind of interesting how that kind of plays out. Every team has gone BPA for me at this point, so kind of interesting. And listen, like it's not a bad pick for Detroit. It really isn't. They can make this work.
No, I think it's a solid pick for them. I do think it's solid, but we just got to wait and see how it manifests.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think for again Orlando on the clock next year, I think it makes a lot of sense for them is Anthony Black. The only reason I say that is because you've got Markelle Fultz there, but he's had some trouble with injuries. Do you decide to go in a different direction in that regard, or do you bring him off the bench to start the season? Is he a guy you immediately put in the starting 5? Do you think he goes here to Orlando?
Yeah, listen, I had Anthony Black mocked here for a long time. Just based on Orlando's tendencies of where they like to go in the draft, they usually prefer skill set over athleticism. And that's what Anthony Black provides. So I think they want to go guard. They want
hang on. Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Anthony Black. It is Anthony Black to the Orlando Magic. So there we go. We all called that one again. He's a good fit. You mentioned Mike. Sort of continuing your thought about this pick now that's official.
Yeah, like I said, the board had shaken out where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on my board had come off the board first. This is the first one that's kind of off the board a little bit. Anthony Black is my number 12 overall player. But like I said, he's a crazy perimeter defender, and he plays a very winning style of basketball. He played on a very loaded Arkansas team this year. There are 4 guys that played on that Arkansas basketball team that all could get drafted tonight, including Nick Smith, Jordan Walsh, and Ricky Council. So listen, this is a good pick for them, and it's very telling of what they like to do. Great size. He's not a terrific athlete, but he has a wide array of skills. He's a great playmaker. He's a good passer. listen, he had low assist numbers last year, but he can definitely move the ball. He can see passes before they happen. He's a high basketball IQ. He excels in the pick and roll. He's a great finisher at the rim. He can elevate and dunk over defenders. And again, it's not like he's a crazy athlete with crazy speed and crazy verticality, but he plays with a ton of effort. He's very patient as a player. Has some versatility as a defender. He's a great steal man. He creates turnovers. Listen, if he can start shooting a little bit better, this is part of the interesting part of this draft, is that the top of this draft is not loaded with guys that are crazy shooters. These are a bunch of guys that do other things. Anthony Black shot 30% at Arkansas last year from the 3-point line, but every time you watched him, he stuck out like a sore thumb. I'm sure part of that is because of the hair, but listen, he's a great player. And you're going to like this, Bryson, because I know you've liked him over the past couple of years. My comparison for Anthony Black is a lot like Josh Giddey. This is the kind of player that he is, where, like I said, he doesn't, he's not the guy that's going to fill it up with 25 points a game, but he's going to play a very nice style of basketball that can play, gives you a lot of versatility. He's just a great player.
I like the comparison
And
to
plus,
my man
he's
Giddey.
also, and plus he can take some of the playmaking, somewhat of the load off of Paulo.
That's true. That's a good point.
Right.
Yeah.
And he fits nice. Listen, he fits nicely next to guys like Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony, because Jalen Suggs and Cole Anthony are both do well playing off the ball. So if Anthony Black can be their primary perimeter, primary ball handler, it just gives them more versatility in the backcourt. It's a very good pick by Orlando, and I think it's very smart. They could have gone Cam Whitmore and gone athleticism here, but I think this is a smart pick by the Magic.
I'm with you. I like what they're doing with the young core they got there. The question is, they able to bring it together from a fit perspective and get to Orlando again. We forget that 25-ish years they were in the finals, about 12 years. No, actually, no, it's about 15 now that they were in the finals against the Lakers. So this has historically been a team that's drafted well. Obviously, remember Shaq back in the day, Penny Hardaway, and that they've obviously Dwight Howard back in, I think it was 2004. Now you bring in a guy like Anthony Black. I think it works. So again, Indiana now, and Indiana, you always, I guess the word I could use to describe the Pacers organization is solid. You got number 4. What's that up?
They need a 4-man. They need a 4-man. Jarris Walker, Taylor Hendricks needs to be the pick here for them. Anything else would be a mistake.
That'd be interesting. Again, they need size. I mean, obviously, they traded Sabonis to Sacramento about a year and a half ago. Again, they've got some trade assets there. They got some young player. The kid who's the kid they took last year? I remember he torched my Warriors in that one game. I'm forgetting his name.
Benedict Mathurin. He's a really solid athlete. So
no, but it was somebody else. It might have been the year before that.
Chris Duarte.
That's who it was. Yep. No, Duarte went off. I really like him. Hang on. I gotta get the chimes up here. The commissioner's making his way to the podium. Wow, that's an interesting pick.
Wow.
Wild card.
Wait, hold on a minute. Indiana just took Bilal Coulibaly. Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. You did hear that right.
Wow, man. I expected him to go higher than what I had originally thought. This is wild.
That's interesting.
So this is so interesting because
Wemby's
Bilal
teammate.
Coulibaly was Wemby's teammate. Bilal Coulibaly was Victor Wembanyama's teammate. So I knew prior to this that Coulibaly was flying up boards. Bilal Coulibaly is my number 21 player. Okay. But here's the thing about him. He's such an unknown, right? He's such a player that gives you so much versatility, and he didn't have a crazy stat line. He like 5 points a game, 3 rebounds. Like, he didn't give you a crazy stat line last year, but he's a world-class finisher at the rim. He's got some of the best body control in the entire draft. He plays above the rim, finishes with explosiveness. He's a great athlete. He's got great speed. And he's a really smart defensive player. Can lock guys down. He knows where to be and when. He's a sensational help defender, which is something that doesn't come very often in young players. He's a great, smart help defender. He's every bit of his length. Has some upside as a shooter. You know, again, he's improved year after year after year as a perimeter shooter. He reminds me right now. He reminds me a lot of OG Anunoby. I think he plays.
Hey, guys, we got to trade. We got to trade though. Bilal Coulibaly is going to Washington.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. So Bilal Coulibaly to the Washington Wizards. So this pick coming up for Washington is going to Indiana. Wow, that's interesting.
It's been a shocking couple of days, like with all these trades, man.
Okay, so this actually makes more sense because Washington going with Bilal Coulibaly makes a little bit more sense because he
Better
can
fit.
handle the ball. He can handle the ball. This guy can play this sort of. He can play a kind of a combo swing man. You could play him at point guard at certain in certain lineups. Listen, he's just a good player. He needs a little bit of help when the game slows down. But listen, 6'7", he's got great size. I like the kid. He's a high upside player for me.
That's fascinating. Okay, so Washington is on the clock. The pick is in. So who do you think this is here? Because obviously Washington's not like they've not been in the news a lot lately, more than they've been in a while. Obviously trading Bradley Beal to Phoenix, getting Chris Paul getting traded to my Golden State Warriors today. For the they get Jordan
Poole. I
saw
your IG story.
Listen, man. Listen.
So Indiana and Washington just swapped picks?
Yes, they swapped picks. So this pick for Washington is technically going to Indiana.
But
who do you think it is?
Washington trying to do? Like, what are you trying to build?
So this is interesting because I don't really know. I mean, they could go with a guard like Cason Wallace, maybe Jalen Hood-Schifino. It'd be a little bit of a reach for Hood-Schifino. But it wouldn't shock me either if they just took BPA. They took somebody like Jarris Walker, Taylor Hendricks. I mean, you never know. This is a very interesting situation. Oh, well, if this is Indiana, then I would say Taylor Hendricks, Jarris Walker right out of the gate.
That makes sense for adding a guard. They could use that. Okay, so they're announcing the pick right now. So this is just a swap. Obviously, this is technically Washington, or technically Indiana's pick, although it says Washington's pick is in. So I'm just surprised that Coulibaly went so high. That's a interesting pick, especially going top 10.
That's an interesting one. I knew he was flying up boards, but I didn't think he was going to fly up that high. I was thinking late lottery for him. I did not think top 7. That's crazy. I can't believe that.
I think Rick Carlisle may have something to do with that.
Maybe. It's funny. They just showed him. They cut off at the worst possible moment. He was walking off. It looks like someone pulled him down and was about to whisper something in his ear. I want to see his live reaction there. So we got our first big trade of the night. Again, they're showing Washington's trades with Beal, CP3 to my Golden State Warriors, and I would say my condolences. Or, let's put this: my condolences to Wizards fans because they didn't have anything to do with the trade for getting Jordan Poole. I'm sorry that your organization continues to
No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, for Washington Wizards fans, I am. But I mean, I don't dislike the Wizards, even though we beat them in the 75 finals. That's neither here nor there. But you think about how this organization has just butchered draft pick after draft. Now they did take Rui years ago, but again, they've. I hope for Coulibaly's sake he turns out, but listen, he's had to play in the shadow of one of the more iconic prospects we've seen in a while. So we'll see how he pans out. But again, this pick going to Indiana, it feels. Can I throw a wild card in, Grady Dick?
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. Listen, I said it last night. It wouldn't surprise me if Grady Dick went as high as 6. Somebody's going to value his length and shooting.
I hope Dallas takes him because I think they need more offensive skill players.
All right, here's the pick.
Go ahead.
It is Jarris Walker it's this Washington's announcement, but he is going to the Indiana Pacers. So Indiana gets their star guard, very, very twitchy, athletic young player. Mike, you felt like it was Jarris Walker all along. What's your thoughts on this pick here?
Yeah, this is a great pick by Indiana, and I'm really curious to see what they got to trade back with Washington. Because if they were able to do that and they were able to get somebody like Jarris Walker, I expected Jarris Walker to be gone. Listen, when I worked for Gallery Sports, one of my big responsibilities was covering Houston Cougar basketball, and Jarris Walker was a big highlight for the Cougars this year. He really played at a great level. Freshman of the year in the AAC. He's one of the more pro-ready players in the draft. He has a wide array of skills that'll translate immediately to the NBA game. His frame is NBA ready. He's 6'8", 240. I have him listed as a power forward, but I think he can play the 3 if you really need him to. He sets a mean pick and rolls really smoothly to the basket. Listen, he's got great hands, both interior and perimeter. Really improved his jump shot from high school. He needs to get a little bit more consistent as a jump shooter, but listen, he's just got great overall upside. Great versatile defender. He can guard all 5 positions. Listen, he's a little bit of a loose ball handler. He can be a little bit prone to turnovers. And one of the criticisms that I had about him is similar to what I had to Ballo Banchero, is there were times where Jarris Walker was very clearly the best player on the floor, but he didn't always look like it. But a lot of these times, these players just sort of break out in the NBA. They need a little bit of a push. You can see him hugging Kelvin Sampson, who's, I think, one of the best coaches in college basketball. But Jarris Walker, a great fit for Indiana. The worst kept secret in the NBA was the Pacers needing a 4-man, and they filled it. This is a great pick for the Indiana Pacers, better than what I expected. He was my 7th overall player, reminds me a lot of John Collins. So it's just a really solid overall player.
I like the comparison there. Yeah, you see his activity on the boards, on the offensive glass, very athletic player. No, I think this makes sense. And again, for Indiana, they're an organization known for solid picks, and this feels a little bit to it like a more athletic replacement for Sabonis, who again they traded a year and a half ago. So a nice young core they could build around with Mathurin, with Duarte. So and again, Rick Carlisle, one of the better coaches in the NBA. So let's see if I can get this graphic up. The Utah Jazz now are on the clock. This is a team that hauled its entire future over to the Timberwolves and everybody else. So now they're on the clock. Do you feel like they've got a ton of guards there? It's got to feel like they go wing here. They got to go forward, right?
No, I don't think so. Listen, Utah's in a pretty big state of rebuild. I think they can go in a lot of different directions. Like I said, I mocked Cason Wallace, the point guard out of Kentucky, to them last night, just because I think they need safe guys that they'll know pan out. Cason Wallace is a 10-year NBA starter. He's not a perennial all-star, but he's a 10-year NBA starter at point guard. So I would love to see them go in a direction like that. It wouldn't surprise me. Taylor Hendricks and Cam Whitmore are both still on the board. I think they could go in either one of those directions. This is very unpredictable what Utah could be up to right now. They have a lot of things that they can do.
I predicted Whitmore before this year's draft. You mentioned he was the 9th prospect. I think he actually fits pretty well in Utah. Your thoughts on Utah, Purnell? Do you think they, again, Mike said they got a lot of different options. Where do you think they potentially go here?
I think they really need to add another 4 to complement Lauri Markkanen. If they want to take a chance on Cam Whitmore, I wouldn't mind them doing that because of what he can provide as far as with the scoring ability. But again, that's up to Utah.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, this obviously they added Will Hardy as their head coach last year. Good young developmental coach. You will see if they're able to bring in the requisite talent. Again, Utah, it's kind of a theme. It seems like Indiana and Portland and Houston. This is a team that's built. I think I saw a stat a couple of years ago where Utah has like the best winning percentage, top 5 winning percentage of the last 25 years or something. So this is a team that gets up back on its feet when they get down. So again, they're showing some of the highlights from the draft. Obviously, Wemby going number 1, but we're about to break out of the top 10. I'm going Cam Whitmore, but we'll see where Utah opts to go here as the pick is in, and we'll wait for Commissioner Silver to make the announcement. But been a very first few picks were kind of, we kind of saw him coming for to a certain point of view, and then I think the Coulibaly pick just sort of threw a big wrench into it, like what's going on. Then you have the trade, so very very fascinating first 8 picks here in this NBA draft. Looks like they drafted our first commercial break, so let's see what happens here. See if we get it potentially.
It is going to be a very interesting next couple of picks because, like I said, I thought that Cam Whitmore had a potential of sliding, and this is exactly what's happening. He is definitely sliding towards the latter half of the lottery, and it goes to show you exactly what his pre-draft process was like. Not great in workouts, not great in interviews, and teams are kind of,
hesitant,
they're noticing
reluctant.
Yeah, right. His athleticism is great, but his Development as a shooter
decision
is a
making.
little bit behind. Yeah, right. Decision making and shooting is really where he needs to improve. So again, we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me if he went here, but it also wouldn't surprise me if he fell even further.
But if he fell even further, Mike, I think for some team that could be a big steal.
I
And
agree.
yeah, and I think with Cam Whitmore, he's one of those situations. He could be a quality contributor coming off the bench. You're just gonna have to reel him in from time to time about his decision making and shot selection. Utah, would it surprise me if they take him? No, but if he's available in the mid to late first round, I think that would be a big steal for any team, and he would be a contributor coming off the
Yeah,
bench.
I can't imagine he falls outside of the lottery. But listen, I didn't expect Bilal Coulibaly to go as high as he did. We're already kind of breaking boundaries here, so
Wouldn't
I mean,
surprise.
we'll see, man. And like I said, look, Bilal Coulibaly, I said it before. Bilal Coulibaly is kind of the Usman Jeng of this year's draft. You know, kind of that overseas player with crazy upside that everybody kind of bought into right before the draft. Bilal Coulibaly was that player this year. So, you know, I knew he was going to climb. I didn't know he was going to climb that high, but you know, very interesting the way this is shaken out. You're right, Bryson. First 4 picks or so were kind of chalk, and then after that, it's been pretty interesting. So
I just hope for Dallas they get Grady Dick.
That's who Mike had going there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I think as much as they need defense, they need more offensive players to build around Luka because we all know Luka is great on the ball compared to what he is off the ball.
right,
Agreed.
right, yeah, they could
No doubt about
always
it.
listen. Nobody will ever argue that you can have too much shooting.
Yeah.
I mean,
Especially in today's
listen,
NBA.
Right, exactly. Dallas it couldn't hurt Dallas ever if they added more shooting around Luka. And that's what I said last night. Grady Dick is widely regarded as the best shooter in the draft.
Here's the pick.
It would if he went higher.
NBA draft. The Utah Jazz select Taylor Hendricks.
Taylor Hendricks goes to Utah.
Mm,
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting. Okay.
intriguing.
UCF guy goes number 9 to the Utah Jazz. Again, they're in a complete rebuild, a million draft picks, kind of like the Thunder, the position they were in not too long ago. Mike, your thought on Taylor Hendricks? I know you really like this kid.
Yeah, good pick. He's my number 8 overall player. Reminds me a lot of Pascal Siakam. He's one of these two-way stretch forwards who's going to shoot and play solid defense right out of the gate. He's going to contribute next year. He's a young kid, but he's going to play a pretty decent role for Utah next year. Listen, 15 points a game. He was all AAC last year, 7 rebounds. He's a springy athlete that plays with a ton of verticality, and especially when he's standing underneath the basket. He's a really good shot blocker. He uses his length and leaping ability to protect the rim despite having a thin frame. Great defender on both the perimeter and on the interior. He's a very versatile defender, does a really good job fighting over screens, can play through switches and guard on the perimeter. Listen, he's a consistently improving shooter, and he's a very good catch and shoot player at this point where he is. If he can post up, he can pull up, he can do all of that stuff. You know, again, he's got a thin frame and he's not much of a shot creator right now, which is why there are some people that are a little bit lower on him and his upside. But listen, he's 19 years old, and a lot of the times these guys end up being able to get to the rim, put the ball on the deck, create their own shot. So this is a high upside player that Utah is selecting. It's a good pick. Listen, if I wasn't so weird and had Amani Bates as my number 6 overall player, he would be BPA for me right now. So,
I did love Amani
like I
Bates.
said, Taylor Hendricks, number 8 right now on my board. Pascal Siakam, it's a great pick for Utah.
Hey, real quick, we got another trade here. The Oklahoma City Thunder are trading to get the number 10 pick from the Dallas Mavericks. They are giving up Davis Bertans to get the 10th pick in this year's draft. So do they, what direction do you think they go here? Obviously, they got Josh Giddey, they've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They're kind of their core 2 to this point.
Wow.
That's
Chet
interesting.
Holmgren when healthy.
And Chet Holmgren, great. Yeah, Chet Holmgren as well. No question about it. Again, the Dallas is technically on the clock, but
This is going to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, this is going to Oklahoma City.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I knew Dallas wanted to trade the number 10 pick, so I'm not surprised that they're moving out of this slot. I don't know. Listen, OKC can do, I guess, a couple of different things. Cam Whitmore might be the guy here. They might be trading up to get him. Listen, I mocked them Derek Lively for a while, just providing them a little bit of protection and versatility for Chet Holmgren. But I mean, this is kind of a wild card. This is a little bit unpredictable now.
That's interesting. I'm shocked they gave up Bertans. But you mentioned putting shooters around Luka. They just gave up one. So did they just decide to replace him with Dick? Because obviously now Dallas is the 12th pick now. By the way, you were mentioning what you wondered what the compensation was in the Wizards-Pacers trade. Pretty minor. Wizards move up to number 7. Washington sends Indiana a 2028 second-round pick via Phoenix and their own 2028 second round. So 2 second-round picks in 2028 to the Indiana Pacers. So that's what we got with them switching up there. So
it's picks, baby. Listen, if I still think they got their guy. If you can tack on some more picks and give yourself some more assets, I think that's a win.
I'm with you. So we'll see what, again, Dallas technically on the clock, or Oklahoma. Dallas is there, the logo they're showing, but Oklahoma City, this is technically their pick. And I would not be. I hope they don't go Lively here, because I'm still holding out hope against hope that something nutty. I mean, again, unless we already had a shocker in the top 10, so it needs something crazy going to Golden State. That would be this would be a very good day. It already has been for the Warriors, but this would make it even better. By the way, Parnell, I've never asked you this question. Do you have an NBA team?
Chicago. And unfortunately,
Chicago.
we do not have any first-round picks.
Right.
We don't have any second-round picks either.
No, we don't have anything, unfortunately.
No
yeah.
It's
just unfortunate. I just think there has to be major changes with the organization. Lonzo Ball, unfortunately for him, he's injury prone. And Lonzo, I like his game. He's improved every year as far as with his perimeter shot. I like his playmaking, his defense, but the problem is with him, he can't stay healthy. Plus, are we going to keep DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine? Chances are we're going to move on from them. I like Vucevic a lot. He can give me 20 and 10 whenever he can. But I just feel like Chicago, they just need to completely restructure, clean this whole organization from top to bottom.
Vucevic is a free agent, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right.
Oh, you might want to keep him, because he's still a very productive player.
But if you're Chicago and if you're trying to get the number 1 pick for 2024,
that's true.
Like I said with Washington, you got to tank to get your hands on Caleb Williams. It wouldn't hurt if you're Chicago to tank as well. I can't believe I'm actually advocating for tanking so much. It's crazy.
All right, here we go. Here's the pick. All right, Silver announcing the trade. Oh, actually, he's announcing the Pacers Wizards pick, which I've always wondered why the commissioner announces that, just because we have Twitter. I mean, most people in the building are aware. But
I hate the way the NBA does trades like this. I hate the way they do draft trades. Just make it happen right away.
All right, here's the pick. It's It's your guy Cason Wallace to Dallas.
Oh wow!
Does this mean Kyrie Irving's gone though? Do you think this potentially impacts that?
It may be protection for Kyrie Irving. No, well, this is going to Oklahoma City. So
that's right. My bad. Yes. OKC. Yeah.
Oklahoma City. So this is interesting. So they're getting a primary point guard
when they already have Shea.
Pair next to Shea, which is not terrible. This is not a terrible pick. Because listen, Cason Wallace, my number 10 overall player. So number 10, and he goes number 10. I think it's great. Reminds me a lot of Drew Holiday. This is a very good perimeter defender. Cason Wallace is a very good perimeter defender. High basketball IQ. He has a rare understanding of the game. He just understands the game of basketball. Played really well at Kentucky last year. Listen, he's a special perimeter defender. He's a knack for picking the ball away. He's a big-time chase down artist. He's a great transition player, especially on the defensive side. And I think he has high upside as a scorer, despite not being able to create his own shot yet to this point. But he's got soft touch around the rim. He's this man's big man killer, right? One of these smaller guys that float stuff to the rim, that beats up on big men and rim protectors. Like I said, if he can learn to create his own shot, which he doesn't really do all that yet, and he needs to become a little bit more of a consistent jump shooter. But like I said, this is a winning basketball player, and this is why I'm higher on him than most are. I just love his ability to know the game and play a winning style of basketball. He's very patient, very unselfish. I think he's a 10-12 year NBA starter at the point guard position. It's a great pick for Oklahoma City. Like I said, it's interesting because I didn't think they'd go guard, but it's a very safe pick. He's one of the safer players in the draft for me. Just a really good player. I like Cason Wallace a lot.
That's an interesting pick. I'll tell you this about Cason Wallace. He gave my Tennessee Vols fits when we played him twice last year. Parnell, do you have any thoughts on this pick, taking the Kentucky kid?
No, I think for OKC, it's good for them. Dallas, they're probably gonna have to figure out what they're gonna have to do with Kyrie. Either keep him or he goes to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel. I mean, if Dallas actually took him, then if you're Kyrie, you just had to leave and move on and start somewhere else.
Orlando on the clock once again. The pick is in. Again, they just let's see. They again in terms of needs, obviously getting some size the last couple of years in the draft. I don't know. Does this feel like?
This is where I'd feel more comfortable taking Cam Whitmore. I'd love to see, them go kind of off their own radar of where they like to go with skill over athleticism and just take the crazy athlete with upside and see where it goes, right? Because like I said, if you can come away in this draft right now in the first round with Anthony Black and Cam Whitmore, that's a huge win. Yeah. Huge win. So like I said, this is where I feel comfortable with Whitmore. And this is their second pick in the lottery. Why not take a gamble on a kid who there are so many people that love his upside? He's my number 9 overall player. Like I said, if I wasn't crazy and had Imani Bates as my number 6 overall guy, he's BPA right now for me. And I know I talk all this crap about him, about how I'm skeptical, but he's a great player. He's top 9 player in the draft for me. So This is where I'd feel really comfortable picking him. I think that would be a really big score for them. Cam Whitmore, Grady Dick, I think would be the 2 guys I look out for in this spot right now.
I'm leaning towards Grady Dick because if Orlando needs perimeter shooting, he would definitely be beneficial.
And he's a better shooter than Suggs, better pure shooter than Cole Anthony. Anthony's more of a natural scorer, I think, than Dick is. This is an interesting spot for Orlando. Now, did they get this pick in where did they get this pick? Maybe the Vooch trade, or I'm trying to remember how they got number 11.
Yeah, I think this was supposed to be Chicago's pick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, from 2 years ago.
Either that or number 6 was supposed to be Chicago's pick, and this is I don't know, but it's one of these picks was supposed to belong to Chicago.
Yes,
and then we traded that for Vucevic.
Boy, oh boy, did the Magic win this trade! Right? I mean, Wendell Carter is a legit contributor. Franz Wagner, number 11.
Who is that? Jet Howard goes to Orlando.
That is crazy.
That's interesting. Well, they get the Michigan kid. Get it? That's another guard though. That's the only thing.
But coincidence, man. Franz Wagner, Michigan.
Oh yeah.
And Howard, Michigan.
Yeah.
Juwan Howard's son.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mike?
This is interesting. Yeah. Well, they took shooting. I mean, Parnell was right. They needed perimeter shooting, And Jet Howard is exactly that. Jet Howard is a perimeter shooter, 6'8", 215, shot 37% from three last year at Michigan. And like I said, he's a big time shooter from all over the floor. Smooth release. He can hit difficult shots in the faces of defenders. Can hit shots off the dribble. You know, he lacks top tier athleticism, which is why I'm surprised he went this high. But again, this is Orlando. Orlando likes skill over athleticism, and Jet Howard has that, right? He's got a big NBA body that's hard to move. I think you could probably play him. It's a very odd positional fit, but I think you could probably play Jet Howard in certain lineups from 2 to 4 in your lineup. You could probably play him at power forward in certain lineups with his size and his body. Listen, he finishes through contact fairly well. He's a solid playmaker. The ball doesn't stick to his hands. He's going to fit into a system really, really nicely. So, you know, listen, I'm not sure he's ever going to be a superstar. He's going to be a really nice role player for somebody. He reminds me a lot of Cam Johnson, that catch and shoot shot making ability that Cam Johnson has combined with his size. And listen, before Kobe Buffkin went on his crazy run at Michigan, Jet Howard was Michigan's guy. So, you know, you're getting a primary college scorer, you know, that hits shots at a really high rate. So it's not the shot creator, the shot maker that we expected, but it's definitely the thing that they needed, which was a little bit more perimeter shooting. And Jet Howard definitely does that. So good pick. He was my number 23 overall player.
And you wonder if Dallas might have considered him, because I think for Dallas here that this has to be Grady Dick. Especially again, you mentioned you can never have enough shooters, especially with a guy like Luka is such a good distributor. You know, why give up Davis Bertans for a guy who isn't a good shooter?
The only way you could see Bryson Dallas passing up on Grady Dick is unless they get defense, which is a huge necessity for Dallas to need.
Yeah, this is interesting because now Cam Whitmore has slid.
You hit that right in the money, Mike.
Listen, I'm getting smarter by the year, Bryson. I'm just getting smarter and smarter and smarter.
This is why you tune into the Grid, folks.
I agree. Dallas is in a position where Grady Dick has kind of fell right into their lap. I think he's a perfect fit for the Dallas Mavericks. He just is. And especially in this spot, I don't even think that they expected him to be there. I think he's their guy. Like, I've heard over and over again that Dallas really likes Grady Dick. So I'd be stunned if it wasn't him right here.
Well, this is Mark Cuban, and Mark Cuban likes to make a splash.
Sure does.
That's a fact.
He sure does.
And listen, Dallas, this is, who would have thought 4 months ago that they've been in this position of the lottery? As you know, they were again fourth seed in the Western Conference, make the Kyrie Irving trade, and all of a sudden their season goes into the dirt. They actually, I remember, tanked their last couple of games, to avoid making the play-in tournament. The pick is in. Again, it says Oklahoma City proposed trade to Dallas. So this pick is going obviously to the Dallas Mavericks. That's dope though. Jet Howard with Juwan Howard. That's a good fit though with Orlando. I like that. Good shooter.
And plus, you have Jalen Suggs to make up for it with the athleticism. So
That's
with
right.
Jet Howard, as long as he emphasizes with shooting, so I think this is beneficial for Orlando and a great fit for them.
I remember I wanted Jalen Suggs to go to Toronto, and they ended up taking Scotty Barnes. And that worked out pretty well for him. He won Rookie of the Year.
Well. Yeah.
And he slid to Orlando, but I think he has excellent potential. He's great at Gonzaga, but listen, they're definitely not short on guards. There's no question about that. The Magic aren't, but at least they're deep and young.
Yeah, a lot of wings. As far as best players available for me, Imani Bates is still my top overall player. Imani Bates, Cam Whitmore, Jordan Hawkins out of UConn. I'm very, very high on, another big time shooter. And then it's Grady Dick and Keontae George out of Baylor. So a bunch of scorers right now at the top of my board right now for best available. And like I said, I'm willing to take the heat on Imani Bates. I just love his shot making.
I'm with you.
There's a very possible chance that Imani Bates, my 6th overall player, goes undrafted. I don't care. I just love his talent that much. So, and if somebody took him right here, it wouldn't be a bad pick in my eyes, even though everybody would say it would be. So
I get a lot of blowback.
Die on Bryson Carver.
What's that?
I said it's a hill I'm willing to die on.
There you go. Hey, we all have those. Trust me. Again, Dallas with the pick here. We anticipate the commissioner come to the board. There's Wemby towering over everybody, of course. I like Wemby, a really chill suit, not trying to make a statement. Like he knew he was gonna be number 1 overall. I got to admit though, the heck is that suit by Grady Dick? What is that?
Yeah, it's awful. It's
That
awful.
oh my goodness.
It's awful.
It's got
He looks like one of those Valentine's Day pillows that you when you swipe it one way, it looks like one thing, and then when you swipe it down, it looks like another.
right.
It's very glittery and weird. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's got to be one of my least favorite suits I've ever seen. No. Listen, I like Wemby. Just chill. It looks like a greenish color, and nice little change. Just real chill, real laid back.
Oh, that is
I
a
like it.
horrible. That is horrible.
Yeah. See, we're talking about.
Yes,
It's bad.
I guess Parnell is newly introduced
Yeah.
to the terrible suit from Grady Dick. But
It's
that's one of
horrendous.
the things I love about Wemby, man, is he's just he's so likable,
Yes.
right? And I know I told the juggling thing before, but just the kind of person that Wemby is, like he didn't wear a crazy flashy suit. He wore something that meant something to him.
Sure.
Like it's those kind of things that I just like. I said this to you last year, Bryson, during the draft. I'm a sucker for good people. I'm a sucker
So
for
am I.
guys that just like they get it. You know what I mean? And Wemby just seems to get it.
And
I
I
love
think
that.
he is a perfect fit for San Antonio with the culture and with Greg Popovich, Tim Duncan
Yep.
there, mentoring and guiding the young man. I think this is huge for San Antonio, and it's great to get them to. It's great to see them more on national TV because the past couple of years it's been tough.
It's been
Yep.
borderline unwatchable.
Yeah.
We've got
Ever-
Sochan there, so yeah, they got some nice players built around. We got of course, I think what's his name, Trey Jones. I think he's a free agent. I don't know if he's a restricted free agent, but certainly want to
They're
consider bringing
loaded
him
at the
back.
wing, man. They have
Yeah,
a
they
ton
are.
of young players. Blake Wesley, Malachi Branham. Like they are loaded at the wing. Devin Vassell has really kind of come out and become a solid contributor for them. They have a lot of young wings, and now Wemby and Jeremy Sohan, they're building something over there.
It's gonna be fun. No, and again, they're as good as developmental organizations there is in the NBA. Just trying to think about Bertans went to Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah, but
That trade.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, that's fascinating. Well, veteran shooter. Never have, like you said, never have enough of those.
You can never have enough shooting.
Just curious if we'll have in honor of this team winning the NBA championship. It'd be fun if we had a great player. We look back and we were, just probably talking about, some random team and random player and like the next MVP of the league gets drafted the second round during a McDonald's commercial. It's
Right.
I don't. You never know. You never know. God, that suit is so bad. They just showed it again. Oh my goodness. I see that. Yeah, and they show Wemby right after. Real. Almost looks like a robe. I like it.
Yeah,
Oklahoma City. Here we go. Here's the pick right here. Dang it. Derek Lively.
Oh wow. Wow. So Dallas took a big.
Well,
What are they
didn't wanna get my hopes
trying
up.
to do? Are they trying?
Well,
to
you
give
said Parnell about something about defense, right?
Yes.
He does that.
I get the defensive part, and I get that part, but
Wow.
a big.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's-
I mean, they could have used one. I mean, listen,
They're
this
small.
has been a problem for Dallas for a number of years. They have a bunch of these like combo bigs, but no real true size rim running, rim protecting center. And Derek Lively provides that. And what you saw late last year at Duke, I mean, he really kind of tapped into his upside that everybody buys into as an offensive player. So listen, he's a good player. He's my number 24 player on my board, 7'1", 230 pounds. He's an all ACC tourney player. He's one of the better shot blockers in the class. He averaged 2.5 blocks a game last year at Duke. Big wingspan, 7'8" wingspan, great size, great length, good spring for a tall guy. Runs the floor really well. really nice touch around the rim. He wasn't really a reliable scorer until sort of the end of last year, but he's great in transition. He can really throw down. Excellent pick and roll receiver. The ball rarely gets dislodged from his hands. He's not a turnover machine like a lot of these bigs are. And he fits the profile of a center who can, stand at the top of the key, and he can facilitate a little bit. He's got a lot of upside to his game. And there are a lot of people that think that he can step out and hit threes at some point in his career. So big time upside for Lively. I think he's a little raw, like I've said, Bryson. I think he's a little bit of a raw player, and it might take him a little bit to fully come into his own. But he reminds me a lot of Joakim Noah. He's a bit more of a more athletic Joakim Noah. So this is a really nice player for Dallas. And again, this is kind of like everybody kind of wanted Cam Whitmore, Grady Dick, one of these big time perimeter guys that will work well with Luka. This solves a problem. That Dallas is really attacking a problem
Yeah, it does.
that they have. They just don't have presence in the paint, and Derek Lively has that.
That's true. I mean, I remember Dwight Powell was their starting big man when they played, when they got all the way to the Western Conference Finals, made a heck of a run. And again, they tried to sort of address that by adding Christian Wood last year in the offseason, although he's more of a combo forward, really kind of a stretch forward, could put the ball on the floor on occasion. So, yeah, listen, if Derek Lively is able to extend his game out to the three-point line, again, this was the kid I like crossed my fingers, hope against hope. Maybe he fell to Golden State. But no, this is a solid fit for Dallas. I'm shocked they didn't go shooter, but if they were gonna go big man, like you mentioned, he's the second best, distant second behind Wemby. But after this, it gets pretty thin at the center position. So you might as well take him while he's on the board, and it is a position of need for them.
Yeah, definitely, it really is, because the center position is outrageously thin. Right, the next best center on my board is Noah Clowney out of Alabama, and he's kind of a combo big. He's not really a true center. So you get into Noah Clowney, Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana. Again, it's kind of a combo big. James Najee's a true center, but, one of these overseas kids with a little bit of unknown. And then after that, you're kind of waiting for guys like Oscar Shibwe and, towards the back end of the second round. So it's thin. It's thin. So if you're going to get a center, you got to kind of get it early.
Well, Sheedway is a monster on the offensive glass. Just want to throw that out there. But Toronto, listen, for those that are skeptical about tuning into the Gryd 2023 NBA Draft Live Reaction Show, when I promoted Mike Guido as our Jay Billis, we are 2 picks away from Cam Whitmore falling out of the lottery. You kind of, and obviously we're not reveling in any way in this young man falling in the draft, of course. But you did sort of call this, so I'm gonna have to give you your flowers where it's due. I don't like giving flowers to a Cavs fan, but I have to do it when it's warranted.
I appreciate it, Bryson. But yes, but this is even surprising for me. I'm surprised that Cam Whitmore has fallen this far, because he does have crazy upside and crazy athleticism. And usually these guys go high,
Yeah.
but I mean, he worked out for a bunch of teams, and I guess they just didn't go nearly as well as everybody predicted that they would. So he continues to slide. And this is kind of the point now where it's kind of unpredictable where his slide ends. What's going to be the team? Which team is going to be the team that takes a chance on him? So, it'll be kind of interesting. I'll be interested to see if he falls all the way to Utah at 16 and they walk away with Cam Whitmore and Taylor Hendricks. That would be one heck of a night, and just from 2 picks.
No question about it. And Toronto's in a weird spot. Again, I read a report shortly before the draft saying that Pascal Siakam will not opt into the last year of his contract if he's traded elsewhere. So he wants to stay in Toronto. They're probably going to lose Van Vliet this offseason. So they're sort of they're like the Portland of the East, right? Like they're sort of like that borderline rebuild mode. Again, Siakam is a borderline all-star level player. Obviously, Nick Nurse is gone. Again, this is a team that won the championship against my Warriors just 4 years ago. Still some players left from that team. Got some solid bigs. Scotty Barnes, obviously rookie of the year a couple years back. This is an interesting spot. Do you think with Van Vliet likely leaving, dare I say they go a guy like a I don't know. How about Nick Smith?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, any of these sort of wing guys would not shock me. Jordan Hawkins, Grady Dick, Keontae George, I mean, if you want to get really funky, somebody like Kobe Buffkin out of Michigan
I like him.
would not stun me. There are a lot of people that saw him flying up the board as well. Wouldn't
His
stun me if
pick.
he went up in the lottery too.
Grady Dick. Grady Dick goes to Toronto.
That's good
Wow.
for Toronto.
That's a good pick.
But it does match though, Bryson, because the suit.
It's so bad. Get this off my TV.
It does match. Wow, that is
Oh,
really
Lord.
something else. He's gonna get glitter all over his girlfriend, man, or that
Oh,
looks like his brother. But
that's horrendous.
either way, uh, really big win for Toronto. I mean, it's great value, really great value. I thought Grady Dick was going to go higher, and this is a player that is widely regarded. Like I said before, widely regarded as the best shooter in this draft, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's not just a shooter. He's 6'8", 205, and he's a great athlete. Like, he really runs the floor well. He can just flat out create offense. He's a gifted shooter from all over the floor. His efficiency numbers last year at Kansas were not up to par with what kind of a shooter he is. He shot at such a high volume last year. He shot about 37.5% from the field and about 34% from three. Expect that to go up in the NBA level as his role reduces. So, listen, really solid ball handler. He's really crafty. Listen, he doesn't really need shots to be created for him. He's just a good overall player with great size, decent passer. Listen, he doesn't play out of control. He's a willing defender, but that's the thing. His negative right now is that despite the fact that he plays with a ton of effort, he's going to get beat defensively at least early in his career, but he's a great transition player. Like I said, great shooter. And early on in his NBA career, he's going to be a scorer and a shooter, and that's all they're going to ask him to do. So this is a great fit for the Toronto Raptors. And again, I'm shocked that he went as late as he did. I thought he was going to go at least a few picks higher.
That's a very interesting pick. Yeah, and I think for the perspective as well too. Again, they do have a lot of wings, but this gives them some size. I saw that he broke the the Kansas single season record for threes made in a season. So obviously he's like you said in a draft that doesn't have a whole lot of great shooters. He's one of the better ones in the draft. So again, one of the teams that we were really keyed in on and seeing what they were potentially wanting to do in this year's draft was the New Orleans Pelicans. They are now on the clock. Again, obviously we're all focusing on what happens with Zion Williamson. Do they decide to potentially move on from him tonight? So I don't know. Is this Cam Whitmore? Does he really fall out of what's that?
The Pelicans should trade Zion at this point. 114 games in 4 seasons, which is like an average like 28 games.
That's bad. Yeah. That's bad. And do you think does Cam Whitmore really fall out of the lottery here?
He could. I mean, listen.
Could he go to New Orleans? I wouldn't mind that if I'm New Orleans.
He could. He's a little bit clunky because I think he's primarily a small forward. And what they have there with Brandon Ingram and Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, I think it really kind of works. I think they could use a wing. They could use kind of a guard wing. I've mocked Jordan Hawkins to them for a while, just a great shot maker. But again, listen, the board has fell in a very interesting way. I expected Cam Whitmore to fall, but not this far. So it could stop here, but somebody like Keontae George, Jordan Hawkins, Nick Smith, Kobe Buffkin, I would expect to go in one of these spots. So, you never know.
Yeah, no, it looks like, hold on, I think we've got, wow, this is interesting. So the Mavericks, here's some Mavs news. This is according to Shams. The Mavs are active in the trade marketplace to use their new $17 million exception to acquire a player for a current or future pick. To acquire a player for a... So does that mean they're going to trade... Does that mean they're going to trade Lively?
No, I don't think I'm not sure they would trade Lively, but I mean, if they want to get additional picks, they're going to have to give up more stuff. And it wouldn't shock me if Mark Cuban and everybody over there in Dallas were really active tonight to try to shake up this roster after the collapse that they had last year. So, it wouldn't stun me. Any sort of move that they make, you know,
And the clock
see.
winding down. The drama builds with every second. We're now under a minute on the clock. They still have yet to make a pick. Your pick. This is interesting. Again, they just Coach was talking about Zion, and I read a report saying today that he wasn't in contact with some of his Pelicans teammates. So is that a telltale sign? We'll see. Here's the stat that you brought up, Parnell, about only 114 games played. In 4 years with the Pelicans. Okay, now the pick is in. Okay, the pick is in for New Orleans. Whitmore, I'm with you, Mike, in that it feels like it's a little bit of a little bit what Detroit did to a certain degree, like adding a bunch of guards, in their case, adding a bunch of wings. Grady Dick now off the board. Listen, how about Kobe Buffkin?
Yeah, like I said, one of these wing guys, that can create shots and hit shots out off the perimeter. I mean, I had them going in that direction for a while. I mean, any of these wing players, like I said, would fit. So just matters which one they like. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I said, I said to you weeks ago, Bryson, this draft is loaded with wings.
Yep.
So
And length, just in general, even with guards.
Right. Yeah. So good athletes that can shoot and good athletes that can't shoot. I mean, there's just a wide variety of player that you can get out of this draft. New Orleans is a very interesting spot here. So
I'm not gonna lie, they're showing the best available prospects on ESPN. I see a Chris Murray. I'm somewhat hoping he falls to Golden State. You and I were talking before the show, Mike, about whether or not he could fall if Derek Lively didn't. But again, pick us in. We're waiting for the commissioner to take the stage here. I don't know. Guard feels like the obvious selection. Again, CJ McCollum's still there. They've got Alvarado, but he's more of just think of him as like a poor man's Tony Allen to a certain degree. So we'll see. Right. Here's the commissioner. He's announcing another trade. I'm just surprised that Dallas gave up Bertans. I don't love that. I don't know. I like shooters. I don't know. I just like guys who can put them on the basket from long range. Let's see. Here's the pick.
I wonder where your love of shooters comes from.
Jordan Hawkins. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. UConn kid. They like you said, they went guard. They went perimeter.
And it's good for them because, as Mike mentioned, his shooting. So that could also be great too there with him, CJ, and Brandon.
That's interesting. What do you think about this pick, Mike?
It's great. I mean, this is what I had mocked to them for a long time. I mean, Jordan Hawkins is a great fit. Listen, there are a lot of people that think that he's going to struggle creating his own shot in the NBA and he's going to be more of a spot up shooter. I like his suit, by the way. It looks a lot like my wedding tux with that navy blue and the black lapel. I like that. But anyway, listen, he really led that UConn team to a national championship. Yep. I mean, he really was the guy for them. And he's just an incredible shooter. I mean, he's one of the better college shooters in college basketball history. He's just a great shot maker from the perimeter. One of the smoothest strokes in the entire draft. He's got a lightning quick release. Phenomenal in the catch and shoot. And listen, I think he shows a little bit of ability to create his own shot. I think he has more upside than people are giving him credit for. He just finds ways to put the ball in the basket. He's got above average athleticism. He can create space and finish at the rim with explosiveness. He's a great transition player. I think he's got really elite upside as a 3-level scorer. Listen, he was the number 11 player on my board, and he's just got a great feel for the game, right? He plays solid on-ball defense. He's a great off-ball defender. He never lets go of his man. Listen, he's a diamond in the rough kind of player for me. Even though he's going late lottery, I think he's just a really good shooter. My player comparison for him was Buddy Hield. He's just a great perimeter shooter. And like I said, he won't run your offense as a primary ball handler. He's not a great playmaker or anything like that, or a great ball handler, but he's just a good off-ball guard that I think can eventually create his own shot and then right out of the gate just shoot the lights out of the building. So it's a great fit for New Orleans. Another player that they can use right away. Just a good player. I really like this pick.
Yeah, it is a good pick, and it's something they need to is perimeter scoring, especially. And again, Brandon Ingram is obviously, I think he's been consistently their most effective scorer, certainly when Zion's been out of the lineup, but even he's struggled with some issues. He got hurt for a long period of time last year, so could this give him some depth? Again, they're showing his numbers here, averages 16 a game. So yeah, and you were right. He was the man for them in that national title run when they got there and were able to get to again. Can we say this too? I know you're a college basketball guy, obviously, Mike. Can we just say that UConn is a basketball blue blood? Can we finally say that?
Yeah, they're crazy.
I mean, it's the notion that they weren't was crazy.
Yeah, they're consistently up there.
Atlanta's pick is in. We are now out of the lottery, and man, those you said Cam
I think they
Whitmore
should get a
fall.
4. I think they should get a 4 because of all the rumors about John Collins wanting to be traded. DeJounte Murray, Trae Young, for whatever reason, it just didn't work out well. Trae's just not that good off the ball. But I just think they just need a 4 in this situation.
Then I think Whitmore makes sense. You think?
Yeah, Whitmore does, wouldn't be terrible here. I've mocked Jalen Hood-Schifino here for a long time, the point guard out of Indiana. I really think that, creating a little bit less pressure on Trae Young and DeJounte Murray so they can play a little bit more off the ball, I think it gives them a lot more flexibility. It wouldn't be a shock here if they went in that direction, but I agree. I mean, listen, they can go in a couple different directions. If they were going to go forward, I mean, listen, I like Leonard Miller out of the G League, G.G. Jackson out of South Carolina. There's a couple directions they can go in, but like I said, eventually this slide for Cam Whitmore's got to stop. So,
of course.
We'll see.
And something else too, you mentioned taking the pressure off of Trae Young, and I think he's more comfortable playing off ball than DeJounte Murray is, just because of his shooting ability.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, Atlanta's a weird. I think Atlanta's actually be a sneaky good team next year with with adding Quinn Snyder. They gave Boston problems in the first round. I actually think Atlanta could be like a 5-6 seed potentially in the East next season. But
would you trade though if you're Atlanta?
What's that?
Would you trade Trae?
Trade the pick?
No. Would you trade Trae Young because all the reports of Trae getting traded there?
Listen, if he does a 1 out, there's no way I'm trading Trae Young. I don't know what the goal is in that regard. But
hey, I think for Atlanta, they have to get a 4. If they get Whitmore, I think that would be beneficial for him. I think he and Trae could work out together despite the concerns there. But hopefully Snyder finds a way.
Here's the pick. Kobe Buffkin. Okay, so they decide to go guard. Wow. Okay, I really like this kid. I just wonder about Atlanta as a fit. Wow. Well, you were right about them going guard, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe Buffkin, I think, is a little bit more of an off-ball guard than on-ball. But listen, he's a good player, and he's one of these guys that flew up the board really, really quickly, and he had a great year at Michigan last year, right? Towards the end of last year, he was the man. He really was. They went into the season with Jet Howard as their guy, but Kobe Buffkin really came onto the scene and blew up. I mean, he just is a great player. 6'4", 175. He's got a really slight frame. Excuse me, but he was all Big Ten. He's one of the best finishers in the entire draft. His ability to control his body and finish with craftiness and finesse at the rim is really rare and among the best in the class. He's just a great finisher. He can I like to say this. I'm going to read this line specifically. He can contort his body and manipulate timing like a seasoned veteran when attacking the rim. He's got a solid left-handed stroke. He isn't a proven shooter. He's another one of these wings that's not a proven shooter, but his form is good. And if he can quicken his release a little bit, he should be a threat from the perimeter. Does a good job at finding space and slipping off defenders. He's a decent playmaker and a solid defender. He does a lot of little things right. You know what I mean? He won't break any records with assists, but the ball doesn't stick to his hands. He just needs to bulk up. And as he plays more, his decision making will get a little bit better. He reminds me a lot of somebody you hate, Bryson. He's a lot like Jordan Poole.
Oh,
That
God.
kind of play style. But
And
like
where
I
did
said,
Jordan Poole go to school?
Oh, good
Michigan.
point. There you go, Parnell.
That's right. Exactly. That's kind of where the comparison came from. He plays a lot like a former Michigan guy. So,
Actually, worth Poole's number too.
I mean, he's just a good
Coincidence?
player. Just a good player. And I think it's a solid fit. If he can find a role over there and come off the bench and give them some early minutes, give him some solid scoring, it's a good fit.
And as you mentioned, Mike, how good he is off the ball. So I think for Atlanta, given the fact that Murray and Young are your playmakers, I think this could be solid for Atlanta.
Yeah,
For sure.
Kobe Buffkin was my number 20 player on my board.
It's not too bad of a reach.
Yeah, I was a little lower on him than I think most people were. Because, again, his ability to shoot still needs to develop. But, listen, this is a good pick for Atlanta. And I knew, like I said, he was flying up boards. So him going right here is not a surprise.
Agreed. No, Utah back on the clock.
Cam Whitmore would be a home run.
Yeah, 16? Absolutely.
16, and you nabbed Taylor Hendricks before. Boy, oh boy.
Please, God, don't let him fall to the Lakers.
He goes to the Lakers.
I can't handle Lakers
Barry
fans.
Grant would blow up. He would implode.
I'm starting to realize which is worse, Cowboys or Lakers?
Lakers. No, can I say something, partner? And I know you're a Commanders fan. I'll just say this. And I'm going to say this because Mike's in the room. As a former Cowboy fan, I think they're one of the best fan bases in the world. I'm just telling you that. So we're not going to.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, seriously. I think they're great.
Let's not get Parnell down this rabbit hole, because if Parnell gets started trash talking Cowboy fans, he will never stop, and we'll have to shut this whole show down.
Yeah, I'm going to have to kick you off, Parnell, if you keep going.
That's right.
Wow, you sound worse than Barry all of a sudden.
Nothing's worse.
You don't know me like Barry, man. I'm way worse.
Oh man.
But I think they have to steal Cam Whitmore. If
they
don't, and if they end up getting somebody else, then what is Utah exactly saying to themselves?
I love it. I would love Cam Whitmore in this spot. I really would. One of the sneaky guys that I think could go higher than expected, Bryson, is Maxwell Lewis at a Pepperdine. One of these kind of three men that just has crazy upside as a scorer. I think he could go earlier than expected as well. I would expect him to go around this range also. So it could be very interesting what happens here. But I'm with Parnell. This would be an unreal steal if Utah could grab him and Taylor Hendricks.
Of course, the only thing is there too much of a positional similarity though?
No, like I said, no, because Cam Whitmore is a 3. He's more of a wing, and Taylor Hendricks is a 4. He's a pure power forward. So they can play both. And like I said, they're in such a state of rebuild that if they went with virtually anything, it makes sense, right? If they went guard, it makes sense. The only thing they really don't need is big, because Walker Kessler's a stud.
Yes.
But,
and Markkanen.
From 1 through 4, it makes sense.
I'm just, man, I hope Utah takes Whitmore. If not, maybe he falls to us. Who knows?
What if they pulled the unthinkable and draft Imani Bates?
Oh, I think Mike would like just.
I would.
Yeah, the jetpack and shoot out of the studio.
I would jump for joy, because it would again prove me right. It just listen, and I'm not often right, but in times like these, it feels really good to be right about stuff. And listen, I like you said, Bryson, I am stunned that Cam Whitmore is not gone yet. I was prepared to be wrong. I was prepared for Houston to take him at 4. I really was.
Okay.
I was prepared for Houston because I just know how this stuff goes. I say he falls and he goes number 1 overall. Like I know how this stuff goes. So
I'm just, I don't know, man. I'm just, this is the first nervous point for me in the draft. And I don't know. I can't handle
Bryson,
this.
calm down. You know, whoever Golden State's going to take, they're gonna work out. And there's a lot of people that they could take that makes so much sense. It would be very hard for them to screw up a pick here. It really would be. They
Well,
have a lot of directions they can go in.
only downside is obviously Bob Myers is gone, and he hit on a ton of these picks. Obviously, I feel like from the reports I'm reading, I feel like Golden State's given up on Kuminga too early. I think he is. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mike. I think he's gonna be an all-star in this league. I really do.
He's got the upside of one. I mean, listen, when we did that first draft show, he was my number 5 overall player. He is a stud. So if you just give him the opportunity, right? And, you know, all you got to do is give him 24 minutes a night and just let him work. You got to put the ball in his hands.
I'm with you.
Let him put the ball in his hands.
And give him plays again. I didn't let. I'm not one to question Steve Kerr, but I'm just I'm shocked he didn't get as many minutes as he did in the playoffs. Yeah. They're interviewing Wemby. He gives like Beatles vibe, just like the entourage around him and him going to Times Square. And they're actually showing him juggling right now, Mike. There you go. And people got on for that first pitch. He did not throw it. First of all, his hand, it's like throwing a ping pong ball for him. So let's not be too brutal on him from a grip perspective. But I saw that people are ripping about it. Listen, he didn't have the worst pitch in the history of New York. Okay, so let's just leave that.
50 Cent would say otherwise.
That's right.
Yeah, 50 Cent is oh my gosh. Oh,
that was horrible. That was horrible.
It was. Dang,
Boy,
time for the mystery come up here and just end my misery.
Utah is really deliberating. I really don't think that this should be that hard of a pick. Cam Whitmore is there. Take him. Take him.
Okay, here's the commissioner. Here he comes.
In the 2023 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Keontae George.
I actually kind of like this one. Well,
I'm starting to feel like Cam Whitmore either be a late first round or an early second round pick.
He won't fall the second round. There's no way.
Yeah, Cam Whitmore is the Will Levis.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? Remember when I forgot it was our guy Devin came on early on. He said, "Yeah, Levis is gonna fall the first round." I'm like, what? No, he's right on the money. What's your thought on this kid, Mike?
Yeah, listen, Keontae George is just a flat out bucket. This kid knows how to score, right? And Bryson, I know you watched this kid in college, this Big 12 basketball, and that it's a good brand of basketball in the Big 12. Keontae George was one of the best players in the entire conference last year for Baylor. He is just a stud offensive player. Gifted shooter from all over the floor. His efficiency numbers, like I said, not up to par with what he can produce, but he can just flat out stroke it. He just can. He can shoot the hell out of the basketball. He finds creative ways to get shots up. He's a real solid ball handler. He can create space and muster up his own shot. His offense doesn't need to be created for him. He can float it up and finish at the rim. He's one of the better all-around scorers, I think, in the entire draft. 6'4", 185. He's a bit of an undersized two guard. But listen, decent passer, willing defender. Like I said, not top flight athleticism, but he does a great job fighting through screens. His one thing is that he's going to struggle on defense against faster guards. Again, like I said, he doesn't have top shelf athleticism, but he can really create offense for himself. My comparison for him was Desmond Bane, sort of similar size and scoring ability. And I think as time goes on, he'll just get better and better and more efficient as a scorer. He was the number 14 player on my board. I had him one spot after Grady Dick. He is just a really world-class scorer, and nobody can doubt that. After watching what he did at Baylor last year, he is just a special scorer of the basketball.
No question about it. And again, I would argue the Big 12 was probably the toughest conference in college basketball last year. And like you said, he absolutely excelled. And listen, Baylor's built themselves in one of the top college basketball programs in recent years. So I think the pick is solid for Utah. Like you said, taking the best, it's a lot for them is kind of take the best player on the board, considering that they're in this complete retool and rebuild. So I think it makes sense for them. Okay, the dreaded moment, the Los Angeles Lakers are indeed on the clock now, and now I start to pray.
Well, here's the thing, Bryson. What do the Lakers desperately need more than anything else?
Shooting.
They need shooting in the absolute worst way. Cam
Crisp.
Whitmore is not a proven shooter.
That's true.
So, listen, I'm not sure Cam Whitmore is the best fit. But you also have to keep in mind too. I mean, a lot of the early shooters, right? Grady Dick, Keontae George, Jordan Hawkins,
All
they're
of
all
them are
gone.
gone.
They
Like you
really
said, it
need
wasn't a great shooting draft.
and it's not a great shooting draft early. You get more shooting towards the later end. But
And yeah.
I mean, if you're the Lakers, I mean, somebody like Nick Smith makes a little bit more sense. He wasn't an efficient shooter last year, but a lot of people love his upside as a perimeter shooter. It wouldn't shock me if you saw somebody like Bryce Sensabaugh out of Ohio State go in this spot. One of these forwards that, I mean, there are a lot of people that love his scoring ability, say is some of the highest scoring upside in the draft, but he is a definite knockdown shooter. Like I said, Imani Bates, you know, I know I
They're
know
not
I'm going to
taking
get,
Amani Bates, Mike.
I know that. I know that. I'm just saying, as much as crazy as I
LeBron has
am,
dealt with J.R. Smith. I don't know if he wants to deal with a younger J.R.
Yeah.
yeah, you're probably right about that. But yeah, I would look at guys like Bryce Sensabaugh. I'd look at Nick Smith in this spot. Maybe somebody like Maxwell Lewis. You just need shooting. You need some sort of shooting because in the playoffs last year, they really struggled knocking
Especially
down
against Denver.
perimeter shots. They just could not knock down shots.
And the other
So
problem, LeBron was settling too many on threes. So
He was.
LeBron is about to be 39, and even though he's worked on his jump shot, shooting never has been his forte. So you want LeBron at 39 years old to be jacking up threes? You better surround him with shooters. And plus AD's health, which is a question mark. So it wouldn't surprise me if they get Whitmore.
I'm so glad you said that, Parnell, because that's what I was going to say. Playing devil's advocate here, yes, do they need shooting? Yeah, but you could argue, hey, they got Reeves, they've got Ruiz capable of knocking down three. They could probably address that in free agency. Devil's advocate, your two best players are both injury prone and both forwards. Cam Whitmore's a guy who's got top 5-ish potential who could step in and keep the ship afloat for as long as they need him to do so. Is that fair? Because Lakers are taking this down the wire. There's 20 seconds left.
yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
pick is in.
here we go.
Pick is in. So
Yeah, I mean, they could choose to address this later. They do have another pick later. They have number 40.
47.
And there's
40.
going to be
My
some
bad.
shooters later. Guys like Julian Strother, I'm sure, will be on the board. Somebody to look out for here, too. And I'm sure Barry will like this. Somebody like Duke's Dariq Whitehead would not be a terrible pick here either,
Best player.
given his ability, what he showed last year as a shooter and his upside. If he can, if his athleticism can recover a little bit, he suffered a bunch of injuries, prior to the draft tonight. So if he provides a lot of scoring upside and a lot of stuff going, towards him being a solid shooter. So we'll see, man. This is a wild night. This is very, very interesting. I'm surprised there weren't more trades.
Yeah, me too.
A couple of minor ones, but that's really it. Shocked we didn't get more.
See, Richard Jean Baptiste says BJ getting on. I don't know. You have to ask him. You have to ask him.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea.
If they select Whitmore, he probably will be. He probably will come on. To be completely honest with you, just knowing how he is, being the front runner that he can be. Then again, I'm the same way, so I can't hate on him too much.
He may come on with anybody. I mean, if they take Jalen Hood-Schifino, he'll.
They're showing the highlights. So this is as interesting an NBA season that that you've seen in a while in terms of an individual team, the Lakers, because obviously they're one of the worst teams in basketball. They're the 13th seed. They're losing all these close games. Braun breaks the scoring record, but they still can't win. They make all these trades at the deadline. All of a sudden, they look up and they're in the Western Conference Finals. So, very, very interesting season for the Lakers, and I think the West honestly has probably 4 contenders max. Okay, here's the pick. Please, God, don't let it be Cam Whitmore.
NBA draft. The Los Angeles Lakers select
Jalen Hood-Schifino, great pick.
Wow.
That's a great pick.
Wow.
That's a good pick by the Lakers.
Just to be clear, Bryson, are you saying you don't want the Lakers to draft Cam Whitmore because you, as a Warriors fan, want Cam Whitmore?
I just don't want the Lakers to get him. I'd love to have him, but I just want the Lakers to get him. And only Miami's ahead of us, so who knows?
Yeah,
But-
this is an interesting pick here for the Lakers. It really is. I
What's your
mean,
thoughts on this?
a point guard, 6'6", great size. He's a gifted passer. I mean, that's really his thing. He's a great passer. You know, his assist numbers at Indiana were not incredible, but he sees the floor really well, has a knack for finding the open man. He's a drive and kick expert. He does really well recognizing help defense and finding the loose guy. You know, has an ironclad mid-range game. This guy's a really good mid-range shooter. Great off the dribble. He could be a real shooting threat if he can extend his range from behind the three-point line. You know, he hit about a third of his threes last year. You'd like to see that number go a little bit higher. He's a solid defender. He provides some sneaky versatility, great size for his position. He's got a thicker frame. He's very handsy and likes to get in the way of passes as a defender. So, you know, this is a very interesting pick. His shooting is a bit hit or miss, like I said. You know, if he doesn't really extend it to beyond the arc, you know, his upside is going to be a little bit limited. He also isn't really a tight ball handler for a primary guard. So he could be turnover prone, at least early in his career. He's not a crazy athlete, but listen, there are a lot of things to like about him. Just a good, unselfish player with great size and some shooting potential as a primary guard and a distributor. He reminds me a lot of Spencer Dinwiddie, and he has a lot of the same problems that Spencer Dinwiddie had coming out of the draft with the size and his, you know, needing to extend his shooting range, but his playmaking ability is there. It's a lot of what the Lakers needed. I didn't expect them to go in this direction, but it does make a lot of sense. It's a good pick by the Lakers.
I'm with you. They need a guard play. They need, like you say, he's a good passer. So listen, a nice change of pace sort of guy. If you know LeBron goes to the bench, because again, Lakers really don't have a true point guard aside from LeBron. Reeves has played it at times. Dennis Schroeder to a certain degree, although he's probably gone. So no, I think from a fit perspective, this is the right pick. The Eastern Conference champions and NBA Finals runner-ups, the Miami Heat, are now on the clock. Again, they're the only thing standing between a Golden State Warriors pick of Cam Whitmore. So, you know, of course, it's the maybe the most well-run organization of the league that's standing in our way. So, you know, just at this point, cross my fingers. But listen, if there's anything that Miami needs, it's size. Again, their backup to Bam was Cody Zeller, and I remember tweeting every time during the finals. Anytime Cody Zeller got there, you just put your hand in your hand in your eyes. Like it's hard to watch. He was. I mean, listen, every sitter struggles with Jokic, but even especially Zeller, it was brutal. Do you think they go? Not obviously they can't really go big man. Do you think? Dare I say James Najee?
It'd be a little early for James Najee. Noah Clowney is, I think, realistic in this spot. But again, listen, if they were going to go big, I mean, I don't know, you know, I just don't know who the right fit would be if they were to take it big, right? Because Noah Clowney, like I said, he's not a true center. He's a solid, you know, shot blocker, but, you know, he's not really a traditional center. He's kind of a combo big. So, you know, it'll be kind of interesting. I've had G.G. Jackson in this spot for a while. You know, one of these power forwards that could likely play the 3 at the next level, given his athleticism. But again, G.G. Jackson's kind of fallen off on some big boards as of late. So I'm not sure where Miami could be going here. By the way, Jalen Hood-Schifino was the number 17 player on my board, and he goes number 17.
Right on the money.
It just feels good when that stuff happens, man. It just those are the things that make my night.
I'm not. I don't want to jinx this thing. You know, I'd like, you know, feels like a no hitter in baseball, but I'm starting to feel 58 for 58 right now, Guido. What do you think?
Don't say that to me.
I'm just.
Don't
I
say
know.
that to me.
I know. I'm just. And don't blame me. Your Cavs.
If my team does it again, listen, I scouted 120 prospects. I told you last year I was going to do 100. I did 20 more than I said I was going to do. If I don't go 58 for 58, I don't know if I can contain myself. I just don't know.
It'll be worse than Barry, I can tell you that.
Pick is in for
Yeah.
Miami. Took it down to about a
But,
minute left on the clock, and pick is in.
This is crazy. I mean, Cam Whitmore is a better player than getting drafted at 18.
Yeah, I know.
This is insane.
And Woj just was talking. He repeated exactly the same thing you did, like about how there's like concerning interviews, and man, this is literally he is literally the Will Levis of the NBA draft, as you mentioned. It's wow. I mean, because like Levis, I remember everybody thought Levis was going forward to the Colts. He ended up sliding down to 34th, I think, 33rd, 34th to Tennessee. So, you know, I listen. I don't see Cam Whitmore being a second round pick. If so, he's probably the greatest second round pick prospect in NBA history.
It could be.
Maybe.
Very
I don't know.
easily could be. He's the number 9 player on my board, Bryson. I mean, this is a top 10 player.
And you were a skeptic too.
I was a skeptic.
Yeah.
I was. I thought me having him go 11 was crazy. I really did.
That's why you got a conviction in your pick.
Big reach. And now it's you know, if he doesn't go inside the top 20, that would be just really unprecedented.
I'm dying for the commissioner to go to the podium here, because let's see. Because again, something else with Cam Whitmore, we talk about interviews and maybe why you in workouts. If there's any two cultures that can develop just about anybody in that regard, it's Miami and Golden State. Heat culture is a real thing. This is, they've taken guys in the past. I mean, again, they got 4 freaking undrafted players, and all 4 were major contributors to them getting to the finals. Like that's the type of organization there are. Pat Riley is the evil genius, and Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the NBA. So that's what they do.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the pick. Jaime Jaquez Jr. from UCLA.
So it's,
gosh, pick right there.
I wish I said something because right before you began talking, Bryson, I was even thinking to myself, watch out for Jaime Jaquez, because I had heard that there were some talks with him potentially going in the top 20, but this is a very Miami Heat type pick.
Yep.
Kind of a combo forward. And listen, consensus All-American. He was one of the most decorated college basketball players of this past season. Consensus All-American, NCAA All-Region, Pac-12 Player of the Year, 3-time All-Pac-12, 2-time All-Pac-12 tourney, 2-time Pac-12 All-Defense. I mean, he's just the guy has more accolades than most college basketball players that you can see. Not very many college players can take over games, but Jaime Jaquez could take over games.
He could get hot, man.
There was no stopping him at times. He isn't a technically, he's not a gifted scorer, but he just finds ways to get the ball cleanly in the basket, right? He has some of the most clean, advanced footwork that I have ever seen from a prospect. Like, he's just an advanced player. Tons of upside as an offensive player. He plays with a ton of physicality on both ends. He absorbs contact really, really well. He's a smart player. He can hit open looks on the perimeter. He's great at hitting shots on the move, off the dribble and everything like that. And he's one of the better all-around defensive players, I think, in the draft. I mean, he really is just a solid guy that can guard multiple positions. He doesn't block many shots, but he has a nose for the basketball. He's just a good all-around basketball player. And it's kind of a layman's term, I suppose, but when I say good basketball player, it's like a trait, right?
He's
just a good, smart basketball player. I compared him a little bit to Kevin McHale. I don't know that he has the Hall of Fame upside that Kevin McHale had as far as his career, but the cleanliness in his footwork and the advanced understanding of the game, it just makes so much sense. 6'6", 220, great player out of UCLA. Is a good pick for Miami. It's higher than I expected him to go, but it doesn't shock me at all. Somebody was going to take him with a pretty premium pick.
It's a typical Miami Heat pick, and I'll tell you what, he had some monster NCAA tournament games the last few years. I mean, he was big time for the UCLA team.
Yeah.
All right, moment of truth. We're on the clock, so
Here we go, man.
see what we got.
I know Cam Whitmore is still on the board, but one of my favorite fits in the draft is Nick Smith to Golden State.
Isn't that who you mocked there?
It is. It's just an unbelievable fit, dude. It just is. You know, he's like my NBA comparison for Nick Smith is Jamal Crawford, but he's like Sean Livingston and Jordan Poole, but better. Like that.
Right.
That's the kind of player that you're getting with Nick Smith. He's a former #1 overall recruit. Like he's got tons and tons of talent, and he can play on and off ball. Like he's the perfect sort of bench guard for Golden State. I would love to see Nick Smith here. Well, I shouldn't say that. I would hate to see
Yeah, I was
Nick
gonna
Smith
say
here.
I don't think you want to see that because
But it would be a dream fit for the Warriors if they took Nick Smith here.
I hope so. Again, I'm low key hoping for Whitmore. Because something else too. We need more score guys in the perimeter and a little bit more just big bodies out there. Again, adding Chris Paul was great. I think he's a perfect fit in Golden State, especially a much better replacement for Jordan Poole. I don't think we necessarily need another guard. That's the only thing.
Well, I mean, like I said before, Chris Paul, I think, changes things likely for Golden State.
Yeah.
They might look in a different direction now that they added a veteran guard. But, I mean, I don't know. I would love to see it. It makes such great sense as a long-term play for the Warriors. And they like doing that. They like taking swings on long-term upside. You know, they don't always look for immediate contributors. So
No. Patrick Baldwin Jr. last year.
When they took Patrick Baldwin and Ryan Rollins now in Washington, but those were two long-term plays. Those are high upside players that weren't going to help them right away. So it wouldn't shock me if they went in a similar direction right here.
It should be fun. Hey, listen. Of course, I'm not going to do what I did last year with the whole when the pick was made, tell him to go fit himself for one of these. But I don't know. I'm tempted to, depending on who it is.
Are you going to be able to contain yourself if it's Cam Whitmore?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, man. If we get a top 5 prospect, oh my god, yeah, we might have to end the show.
It would drive me crazy. You know what would be really interesting? The next pick.
Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Here we go. Come on, baby. Brandon Podzinski. What do you know about this kid, Mike?
No. So, okay.
Wow.
That's interesting because Brandon Podzinski is the first player on the second page of my big board. He's my number 38 player, but don't panic, right?
Okay.
This is a guy that was going to go in round 1, and I understand that he's one of these guys that absolutely destroyed the pre-draft process. Okay, Brandon Podzinski is a really great shooter of the basketball and a great scorer. This guy can play. 6'5", 200 pounds, out of Santa Clara. He was West Coast Conference Player of the Year, an absolutely remarkable shooter from all over the floor. He's one of the best catch and shoot prospects in the class. Immediately started hitting shots consistently off the dribble. He's got a smooth left-handed stroke. You know, he'll shoot at the next level with absolutely no doubt. He's an outstanding rebounder for his position and size. He averaged almost 9 rebounds a game at Santa Clara. He is a big-time rebounder on both ends of the floor. Plays with a chip on his shoulder. He's an absolute bulldog. He'll excel in the pick and roll as a ball handler. You know, he doesn't have a special handle, but he can make quick enough decisions to not cause issues. He's just a good player, man. He's dynamite when shooting off the screens. You know, he doesn't have elite athleticism, but he's just a good player. He's had some tough moments defensively. That's his negative, right? Is he's not a polished defensive player yet. but as a shot maker and shot creator, this is a guy who, he's a transfer from Illinois. The coach pretty much told him, you're not good enough to play here. So he went to Santa Clara and absolutely lit it up by averaging 20 points a game. He's just a stud. So Brandon Podziemski's the number 38 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Luke Kennard, that shot-making ability. This is a good fit for Golden State. And I kind of had a feeling that Golden State was going to take him or somebody like him in this spot. So it's a good pick by the Warriors. It really is. I know it's 38. That's kind of a reach, but it's a good pick.
I'll take your word for it. Listen, if you like the kid, I like the kid. Probably, again, it would have been my pick, but again, in Mike Dunleavy Jr. we trust. It feels dirty to say it not Bob Myers. I miss Bob.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
Can you imagine, though, Houston on the clock? You thought for certain, or potentially, that they could take Cam Whitmore number 4. Can you imagine if they got him anyway?
So that's what I was going to bring up
before
goodness. Golden State made their pick, is that the interesting part about this is that if Golden State passed up on Cam Whitmore, Houston is right there to take Whitmore.
Wow.
That would be it. They grab Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore.
That's like when Houston got CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, same city.
Will Anderson. Man, oh man.
Houston's had good luck with draft steals in 2023. Houston has.
No kidding. And they didn't have to trade up to get this guy.
Yep.
They didn't have to do that. So, boy, oh boy. This is something else. This is something else.
That'd be interesting, man.
Imagine how Cam Whitmore would be if Ime Udoka utilized him.
That's what I'm saying. That's a good coach.
Listen, he's a fit. I mean, listen, I know I was arguing against them taking him at 4, but that was just because Amin Thompson was such a good fit and he solves their issues, right? Or he doesn't solve them, but he helps their issues. Cam Whitmore is a fit. I mean, you can play him right in between Jalen Green and Jabari Smith and have it make sense. I mean, I don't know. If they can score this and they grab the number 4 and number 9 player on my board, right? And I'm a skeptic of Cam Whitmore. A lot of these times you're going to see Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore as number 4 and number 5 on some boards.
Right.
So, dude, the Rockets would win the draft immediately if they were to make this happen. Immediately.
That's incredible. Still a minute on the clock, though. They have yet to make the selection, so just gotta wait and see on this. Now under a minute, but that would be you want to talk about stuff you could have never predicted in the draft. That would be.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
All right, pick is in. Could be Whitmore.
If it's Whitmore, they win. If it's Whitmore, they win.
What are your thoughts? You think Houston wins the draft if they make the selection? You there?
Me?
Yeah, I was asking you, Parnell.
Oh, my fault. I actually thought, though, Orlando still won the draft because you get Jet Howard, you get shooter, to Mike's point, skill instead of athleticism. I thought a possibility they could have added Cam Whitmore, but still, Orlando's still going to win regardless. But if Houston gets them, oh yeah, they won. Because they could have drafted him early, but you can't miss out on Thompson.
No, I'm with you. I'm fine with them taking him in Thompson number 4, but of course that's hindsight's 2020 now if they get. But wow, that'd be crazy.
So after Houston, you get Brooklyn with 2 picks in a row,
back-to-back picks. Yep.
So
where did they get that? Was that Phoenix's pick that they got?
Yeah,
for the KD trade.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, it's their own and then Phoenix's. So
Gotcha.
that'll be
by the way,
interesting. They need guard help big time.
Just curious, 58 picks in this year's draft. Who forfeited their picks?
Chicago and Philadelphia.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, Philly don't need draft picks. Philly needs to get some. First of all, Philly needs to find F and B staying. That's the question. But
No, they have to figure out if James Harden's going to stay.
Harden's gone. Harden's gone.
But
And
the
I like the
question,
Nick Nurse hiring, by the way. I think it works, but all right, let's see. I think the commissioner's about to make his way to the stage. Here we go.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select
Cam Whitmore.
there you go.
What a win.
Wow.
What a win.
Wow.
Fellas, I got to go. I got to take care of some stuff.
Yes,
It's a
sir.
pleasure. Y'all take it easy, but happy for Houston. This is great for Ime Udoka. You steal Thompson, you get Thompson, and you get Whitmore. That's huge, though.
Golly.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Parnell.
Anytime,
Parnell,
y'all
appreciate
take it
you
easy.
coming by, buddy.
Your thoughts on the pick, Mike?
This is insane. Bryson, that's insane. I mean, listen, getting Cam Whitmore, there were going to be some people that argued if Cam Whitmore went 4 to the Rockets, it would have been a good pick. Getting him at 20 is an insane pick. Okay. Cam Whitmore is the number 9 player on my board. He's a crazy athlete with a ton of explosiveness off the dribble. He has a wicked step off the catch, bursts out of the triple threat. He's just a stud attacker of the basket. He plays with more verticality than anybody in the entire draft. So, and I know I spend a lot of time trashing him, but if you just watch the kid's tape, Bryson, right?
Oh, no, he's a
The
freak.
kid blows up with athleticism. He's a great finisher at the rim. He has a nose for finding space under the rim and finishing through contact. He's a highlight reel dunker. He can also hit jumpers at a decent rate. Now, here's the thing. You want to see more consistency as a jump shooter, but again, a lot of these guys did a lot of late season development. Cam Whitmore kind of came into his own as a shooter late last year. There are a lot of people think that he'll project as a good spot-up shooter early in his career, and the shot creation will develop. He's a solid perimeter defender. He gives you some two-way ability, turns the ball over pretty well on defense. He turns his defense into offense. That's what I really like about him. He's a great, great transition player, but he just needs to improve as a shooter. That's really it, right? If he can improve as a shooter, Cam Whitmore is going to be a stud. What a fit, right? What an absolute fit for the Rockets. You get Amin Thompson and you get Cam Whitmore. You solve your issues with Thompson and you take the gamble on upside with Whitmore. I mean, this is just an unbelievable draft
That's
for
stunning.
the Houston Rockets. Cam Whitmore, number 9 overall player, reminds me a lot of Miles Bridges. He's just a great, great athlete and a great potential scorer. Gives you another player that Thompson can distribute to. Bryson, this is I can't even contain how good of a pick this is.
Yes.
This is just incredible.
So
Incredible.
think about the young core now that Houston has. How about that? I mean, you got now Amin Thompson, you got Cam Whitmore, you got Jalen Green and Tari Eason, Jabari Smith.
I mean, my
Sengun. I mean,
Sengun, Usman
Wow.
Garuba, Josh Christopher, Kevin Porter Jr. You're just like they are so loaded. Ty Washington, they are so loaded. It's unreal. Like I know they're not gonna be able to keep all these guys, but
if
like,
if 2 or 3 of them pan out,
right. I mean, it's just
man.
Houston after the Harden, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook mess that they went through toward the end. What a job they've done rebuilding.
Yep.
And this is why the Houston Rockets are exactly why that tanking is not a bad thing in the NBA. Because look at how exciting this team is now, right? You don't think people are going to wake up on one day and want to watch the Houston Rockets play? They are going to be an exciting team to watch. Really exciting.
Ton of offensive firepower, no question about it. And that's in Houston's identity throughout their history. I mean, you think about back in the day, way back in the day, you think about Moses Malone, think about the 90s with obviously Clyde Drexler, of course, with Hakeem Olajuwon through one of those runs. Again, Tracy McGrady, early 2000s. Then you got Harden and CP3, Westbrook, and now you got these young kids. Man, that's gonna be a fun group. I'm gonna call them the House of Highlights Rockets from here on out because you're gonna see them on there a lot. You're going to see on the. I like too with Whitmore. You were mentioning this show in the highlights. Say very, very active hands defensively. So yeah, they
listen,
need that desperately.
He can create turnovers. He's a solid defender. That's the thing is, like, Whitmore at number 4 would have been a mistake primarily because of the perfectness of the fit of Amen Thompson, right? He gives you a distributor, and he's a great perimeter defender. He solves the issue. But Cam Whitmore has two-way ability, and that athleticism with that scoring upside is rare in prospects. So it's just I cannot believe. First of all, I can't believe the fall that Cam Whitmore suffered. But what a destination! What a destination!
No question about it. Meanwhile, 20 seconds left in the Nets. As much of a luxury as one could have, having back-to-back picks of this year's draft. Again, they are literally taking this down to the wire. We're down to now 10 seconds for the Nets to make their pick. Where do you think they go here? Obviously, a completely different Nets team that we saw from a year ago. A lot of young players with the KD trade, Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, who's a free agent, Spencer Dinwiddie. Where do you think they go here as the pick is in?
Yeah, I think Brooklyn likely needs to double up on guard. They have a nice set of forwards with Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges. If they decide to bring a bunch of these guys back, they have a lot of young talent in the front court. I'd like to see them double up on guard with their back-to-back picks. Maybe go with somebody like Nick Smith out of Arkansas,
That's what I was thinking.
and then maybe somebody that I was talking to you about a couple of weeks ago, and Ryan Rupert, the French guard, who is I projected as one of the best perimeter defenders in the draft with a bunch of two-way upside. So it would be really something, I think, if they double up on guard. That's kind of what that's the direction I'd go in.
I'm with you. And again, they lost a lot of guard. I mean, they still got Dinwiddie, but still, somebody with that type of skill set. And I'm with you. Nick Smith is a good fit. I mean, I thought he would have been a solid fit with the Lakers as a solid guard player for them. But again, they can go whoever they want here because I got back-to-back picks. They don't have to worry about later on in the draft. They can get the two guys that they want, that have been scouting for a long time now. So
yeah, right.
Really interesting. I still can't believe Cam Whitmore went to Houston. That's
listen.
Wow.
They're the winners. They're the winners tonight. They have done. I don't know. I mean, and it's just purely luck, right?
Yeah.
There's no way they expected Cam Whitmore to fall that far. They they turned around. They looked at Amen Thompson. We got our guy. They turned around, got dinner, and came back and saw, hey, Cam Whitmore's still on the board.
Yep.
It's just remarkable. So,
no doubt about it.
Bravo by the Houston Rockets, seizing the moment.
Something about Houston. Okay, Commissioners make his way to the board for the Brooklyn pick. Noah Clowney, your guy from Alabama.
Oh, wow. So they went big. That's an interesting pick because
especially with the bigs they have.
Yeah, I don't know that they needed a big. I know they really like Nick Claxton. So this is a little interesting. I have him listed as a center, but he is like I keep saying, he's more of a combo big than a true center. He's the number 26 player on my board. And he reminds me a lot of another combo big. He plays a lot like Christian Wood. That kind of big man. Really good athlete. He's got great lateral mobility. He's got a long wingspan. He has a nice second jump. So he'll go up for a contest, come back down, and he springs back up really, really quickly. That's rare to find in athletes. There's not much recovery time in his verticality. He can guard almost every position. He can hold his own down low, especially when he fills out, right? He's 6'10", 210. He's got a little bit of a thinner frame. So if he fills out a little bit, he could show some interior presence. And he's a dream pick and roll player. He can finish at the rim with explosiveness, and he can be deceptive underneath the basket. He doesn't just hoist up shots. This is one of the things I like about him too, is that he's very patient underneath the rim, right? He's a pump, sit, then go up when the space is created. He's not an out of control kind of player. And he has a shot to become a solid 3-point shooter, right? He didn't shoot the three efficiently last year. He shot 28% from behind the arc, but He's got a nice shot. I mean, this is not a terrible, hopeless shooter. Um, like I said, profile's pretty thin, and he doesn't create his own shot. He might get bullied early in his career, and he's not an incredible post player as a big, but listen, this is a good player. Very least, he's a rim running guy, but you hope that he can become more than that as kind of a stretch big. So Noah Clowney was in the green room. I expected him to go round one, and like I said, if you wanted to get bigs, you needed to take him kind of early. So this is kind of expected. So Noah Clowney to the Nets here, not a bad pick by them.
Not a bad pick, and I also saw in the highlight tape. Seemed like he's able to put it on the floor into a certain degree in transition. So it's incredible. It'll never cease to amaze me how skilled some of these bigs are. The game has changed so much, man. It's remarkable.
It has, yeah. He's not a terrible ball handler for a big. That's why I said, he's kind of a combo big that has some upside. Is even like a stretch player. If he can start hitting outside shots and handling the ball pretty well, then you got a really good player on your hands. I mean, this is a really nice player, and he played on an Alabama team where he was kind of splitting time as a big with him and Charles Bediako. So it's you know who Bediako himself has a chance of getting drafted tonight. So it is a good player. He just is a good player, and he's a decent fit for Brooklyn. Again, not the direction I would have gone in. I think they really need help in the guard, at the guard spots.
They can go with that now.
But if they love his upside that much, then yeah, take him. So
Yeah,
not bad. Not bad.
Considering that back-to-back picks, they're well within the right to sort of take a risk there.
Sure.
It's gonna be interesting, and again too with again Portland following them, we just continue. There's no updates of the Dame situation. I actually thought we might actually get something, at least somewhat of an update tonight. But
Yeah,
man, the
right.
more and more time passes, it's starting to sound like he might stay in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, I
Which I don't
kind of
get.
had a feeling. I had a feeling the most likely scenario for Portland was gonna, and their pick is up next, by the way.
Right.
After this next Brooklyn pick, they're on the clock after. Um, I had a feeling the most likely scenario was just gonna be they were gonna stand pat. They weren't gonna trade Lillard. They're not gonna trade number 3, and they're just gonna try and make it work. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, clock's ticking. I mean, you have time to trade Damian Lillard, but the more time goes on, the less likely it is they trade Scoot Henderson. So
Oh, I definitely don't think they're trading Scoot. No, I think the only logical solution. No, go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I don't think they will either.
And I think too, again, the least likely scenario, let's put it this way, I think is Portland trying to build around Dame. Either to me, it's in between Dame gets traded and they go all in on the rebuild, or to me the worst option is to keep him there and just hope it pans out with the young talent. Which again, it's the same reason I don't think Houston should go after James Harden, especially now how their draft is gone.
Yeah, no, I would take James Harden completely off the board if I were the Rockets, especially. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening. Portland is in a situation now where they can attack the forward spot too. So they can go in a lot of different directions. And the way that tonight has fallen for them, they actually have some flexibility with what they can do at 23. So I don't know. Listen. They are in a perfect spot to trade Damian Lillard, and I think they're just kind of holding on for dear life.
Brooklyn once
Brooklyn
again
took
down
down
to the wire. They
both
did.
Picks.
Just now the pick came in, so yeah, they literally took it to the very last second. Do you think they? I don't know. Do you think they go Nick Smith here? Do you think that they decided to go with the big guy just as sort of like a let's see if he pans out pick, or do you think it's Nick Smith with the 22nd pick?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine they don't go guard. I can't imagine they don't go guard. Nick Smith, Ryan Rupert, even somebody like Sidi Sissoko out of the G League, one of these playmaking forwards, forward guard kind of players. Dariq Whitehead, Colby Jones out of Xavier, like
right.
They have a lot of options. They just, like I said, guard is where I would go. I don't know. They're a wild card because they're another one of these teams that is in such a state of rebuild that pretty much anything they do is warranted. So
Yep.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Very young too. Like that was a few years ago. It was the complete opposite. Remember they'd taken LaMarcus Aldridge and Blake Griffin and Andre Drummond. Like it was. Yeah, it shows how quick life can change in the NBA.
It certainly can. It
All right,
certainly
Silver, come
can.
to the podium. They do go guard Dariq Whitehead.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Dariq Whitehead has a lot of upside, and he ended up being. I was actually surprised I didn't like him more when I was scouting him. I have him listed as a small forward. Um, he's a number 32 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Bojan Bogdanovic, at least for the kind of player that he is right now. 6'7", 220 pounds. He's a wing. So if you want to play him at guard, you can definitely play him at guard. Like I said, I have him listed as a small forward because of his size. Um, and listen, he really proved himself as a knockdown shooter last year. For one of these guys at Duke who didn't put up a lot of points, he really stuck out. I mean, when you watch Duke games, Dariq Whitehead was a guy that really stuck out and played, and it just seemed like he was consistently hitting big shots. He's an incredibly tough kid. He's not afraid of competition. He doesn't have the most refined skill set, but his toughness is going to carry him to a long career, in my opinion. He's just one of these guys that, you know, high upside, toughness, you know, grit, one of these players. He's efficient from behind the arc. He's an excellent catch and shoot player. He's great at hitting difficult shots. Um, he can be a really reliable scorer at the next level. Really great intangible skills. He anticipates passes. He's a good passer, right? Like a good court vision, solid off-ball defender. He's just not a great athlete laterally, and part of that is just because of injuries. His athleticism and his speed and verticality can get better as his body gets further away from those injuries. But a really high upside player, I like him a lot. Listen, like I said, I had him outside of the top 30, but he could very easily be a top 20 player in this draft when it's all said and done. So this is a good pick. They've done relatively well, Brooklyn. Noah Clowney and Dariq Whitehead are two good players that they've taken back to back.
And from a fit perspective, again, bringing in a guard, a team that's kind of guard light in that regard. So yeah, that helps them. Portland now on the clock, a little under 3 minutes to make their selection. Again, like I said, good young core, Scoot, Shaden, and oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Are you kidding me?
Anthony Simons.
I'm sorry, bro. I've just went blank.
That's
there.
okay.
Just went blank. No, but it's good.
30 though, Bryson. We still got a ways to go here.
I know. I'm so weak here. It's unbelievable. Okay, pick us in. That was pretty quick, especially compared to Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm looking for shot makers on the wing here. Maxwell Lewis out of Pepperdine. Somebody like Bryce Sensabaugh out of Ohio State makes a lot of sense for Portland here. So they can go in a couple different directions. Leonard Miller out of the G League. I really like him. So we'll see where they go. But I'd really try to prioritize shot making. So
okay, that could work for. Again, they don't have a ton of shot creators on their team aside from obviously Dame and Scoot, and Simons to a certain degree, at least down low. So yeah, that could work for them. Yeah. I'm telling you, I don't get Portland's plan. I don't. I listen. We'll probably get more clarity on it once free agency starts next week. But I don't get, again, Houston committing all into the rebuild, and you see where it's gotten. Like you said, tanking is not necessarily a bad thing in the NBA, and like Portland is sort of half in, half out. They've tanked the end of the last couple of years, but not just completely going in and see what they have for as far as young talent. And again, a young coach, young developmental coach. I really don't get it. I don't.
Yeah, I agree completely.
We'll see though if they add a shot creator here, but they could definitely use one.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, shot making should be big time priority for Portland. Really big time priority. Sensabaugh, I think, is a great natural fit. I think he slides right into one of those forward spots and gets real minutes right out of the gate.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see something like that. But again, we'll see.
I can see some spot. I think Leonard Miller makes sense in that regard.
Leonard
Again,
Miller
more
does
of a-
make.
All right, here is the pick. Chris Murray.
Wow. Okay. So that kind of stinks for the Kings, right? They can't pair
Yeah,
up Chris Murray and
the
Keegan
Murray
Murray anymore.
brothers.
Yeah, that's a little depressing. I was kind of rooting for that to happen. But this is actually pretty solid. Chris Murray is not a sexy player by any means. He doesn't have nearly the same upside as Keegan. Um, he plays a lot like Paul Millsap. That's kind of his comparison for me. 6'8", 215, kind of a combo forward. Listen, he put up a great stat line, averaged 20 points a game. And listen, he does play similar to his brother. He's just not the same sort of upside kind of player. He's a well-rounded player. He doesn't really have a true weakness to his game, but he's one of these players that, he doesn't have a true weakness, but he doesn't have a true strength.
He's jack of
either.
all trades.
He's right. And it's kind of like Keegan Murray. He's less of an athlete as Keegan is, but a well-rounded player. He's a skilled scorer. He can hit shots from all over the floor. He thrives in the catch and shoot game. He can pull the ball on the deck and get to the rim. Like I said, he lacks that real athleticism that Keegan came in with last year, but he does a good job. Even when he settles for jumpers, he can really just absorb contact and hit him with consistency. He's a real solid post player. I like him more at the 4 than the 3. Now, like I said, nowhere near the same upside as his brother, and he's not as athletic, and he isn't much of a shot creator at this point, but his gradual improvement as a player is really encouraging. So, one of these kind of stretch forwards that you can do a lot with. So this is a good pick by Portland. I'm not sure he's the kind of, pure shooter shot
I was just about to
creator
bring that up.
that they want, but he's going to be a solid role player. He's going to be one of these guys that is going to play a long time in the NBA. So it's a good pick.
He's certainly not the shoot. He's not certainly not the shooter's brother. His brother had a tremendous year shooting from beyond the arc. It was, I don't know if he ended up being a finals for rookie of the year, but if he wasn't, he probably should have been. He had a good season. Chris makes sense for Portland. Sacramento on the clock now, and okay, pick is in. That was quick. So they obviously know who they want here.
Leonard Miller, I think, makes a ton of sense for Sacramento here. Just adding another one of those bigger forwards to that lineup. It gives you more flexibility with Keegan Murray. I think it gives them a lot of options. But again, even somebody like Bryce Sensabaugh, where you can kind of nail down that lineup with Murray at the 4 and Sabonis at the 5, it gives them a lot of options. So it's kind of an interesting scenario that they find themselves in. So I think they would have loved to take Chris Murray. I really do. He actually would have fit really nicely in Sacramento.
Yeah, just from a sentimentality type of deal. Okay, hang on. Looks like we've got a trade. Looks like Sacramento's trading the pick.
Finally.
I know it took us long enough, right? Okay, here it is. The Kings are trading Richaun Holmes and number 24 to the Dallas Mavericks.
Wow, for what?
The pick, I think, right? Yeah, Dallas.
Well, they're trading the pick and Holmes
to Dallas
for something. What is Dallas giving the Kings?
We don't have any. Let's see.
Okay, that'll come in at some point.
It just says all it says is Kings are sending Holmes into the traded player exception created with the OKC trade. Well, I'll tell you something too. Dallas with that. Well, actually, no. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Here we
go.
So
confusing. I don't really get this from Sacramento's perspective. If they're sending Holmes and 24 to Dallas and moving back. Hold on. Here's the pick. Let's see who's going to the Dallas Mavericks. Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I had a feeling that Olivier Maxence
and he's going to Dallas.
Yep. I had a feeling he was going to end up going in the first round. This is the Bryson, you'll understand this reference. This is the David Roddy of this draft for me. One of these guys that you knew was going to go high, but just didn't make sense to me. I think there's a little bit more hype around Olivier Maxence Prosper than there probably should be. Omax right now is my number 55 overall player.
Wow.
6'8", 218. He reminds me a lot of Quincy Acey, one of these athletic forwards that you're just hoping that a skill develops with him. He's a solid interior scorer. He's got some soft touch around the rim with some occasional explosiveness. He can put the ball on the deck and drive to the basket. He's a very aggressive dribbler. You can just see the kind of energy that he plays with. And this is another one of these guys, Bryson, where similar to Podziemski, when he got taken by the Warriors,
Right.
this is another guy that absolutely crushed the pre-draft process. He had great workouts. He did great at the NBA draft combine. This is one of these guys that just really elevated his stock in the pre-draft process. He does a nice job on defense. Like I said, he plays with a ton of effort. He turns defense into offense. He has some value as a cutter. He's a smart player. Without the ball in his hands, he finds holes in the defense to get to the basket. But like I said, he's really, he kind of lacks a lot of skills. It's kind of like a tweener big. There are going to be some people that list him as a small forward. I think right now he just has more, he's more safe as a big man, as kind of like a power forward kind of player. For a guy as big and as athletic as he is, he's not a great rebounder. So it's just, it's one of these guys where you're just kind of hoping something develops with him, with his athleticism and his length and his effort. But, there's not a lot of translatable skill yet. So if this is going to Dallas, they really tried to hammer down the front court, right? With Lively.
With Rashawn Holmes, too.
And with Rashawn Holmes. So they're really trying to attack the inside. So it's interesting. Not where I would have gone, but interesting.
Okay, by the way, we have a couple of actually we have two more trades here. Finally, we don't have trades for a while, and we got two more here. Okay, so this one's for the second round. The Bucks get the 36th pick with the deal on a deal with the Magic, and the Celtics. Okay, this is I'm gonna have to change this up. This is Detroit's pick. So this was Memphis's pick. Got traded to Dallas in the got traded to Boston in the Porzingis trade, and now it's going to Detroit.
Okay, so number 25.
Number 25 is going to the Pistons.
Right. So this pick belonged to the Celtics as part of the Porzingis trade, right?
Yes.
And now it is getting shipped over to Detroit.
Exactly.
Okay. I want to clarify that just for people that struggle following draft trades, because like the way the NBA does draft trades is just
very
ridiculous.
Confusing.
It is. I wish that they would, because when the NFL does trades, they approve them right away. They just do it.
Yeah.
Right. For the NBA, they kind of make you guess, and it's annoying.
I remember that last year. That happened a million times in the second round.
All right. So 25 is
they
going
need front
to
court help. Detroit does.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of shocked me with Osar Thompson at number 5. I didn't expect them to go in that direction, but they have a lot of different things that they can do, right? I'd love to see them go with a power forward-ish kind of player. Gigi Jackson, Leonard Miller, I think really fit the mold of what they want to do. So again, we'll see where they go here. Trace Jackson Davis, I think, is another player that you could see slide into this spot. So I'm not, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm also.
Was I a little too hard on Omax, you think?
No, I think it's fair. I mean, I think he's not that polished. I mean, especially for a guy who's late first round. So no, I think that's a totally fair criticism. Although you are the same guy as Amari Bates as your number 6 player. So
that is true. That is true.
I mean,
that is true.
Listen,
I texted you while I was constructing the big board,
Yep.
and I said, Bryson, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm going to have Emoni Bates high on this board. I just listen, man.
I don't think he's
I
six, but I like him.
I understand that there are a lot of people that say I'm crazy because his reputation is shot, right? And he underwhelmed and he plays a losing brand of basketball, right? He's a pretty selfish player. I get it. But if you just look at the way he plays the game and his ability to hit shots and create off the dribble, I mean, it's that of superstar level players. Like,
Yep.
if he can just, like, the solution for Emoni Bates for me is good coaching. If you can get him in a situation where somebody can discipline him and just get him right, then I think you have something potentially really special. I mean, I'm not sure Emoni Bates has played for a great coach in his life. You know what I mean? What happens if he goes to, I mean, and I don't think they have any more picks, but what happens if he goes to Miami and he gets
I
to
was
play
just
for
about to
Eric
say Miami.
Spoelstra? You know what I mean? Like, what happens if he goes to Golden State and plays for Steve Kerr? Like, what happens if he goes to somewhere with a great coach and they can just figure him out? I don't know. That I get it. Like I said, it's the thing that will either make or destroy my credibility. And
Well,
I'm
or
okay
San
with that.
Antonio. How about San Antonio? They got an early pick in the second round, which, by the way, the Celtics do as well. Celtics got the first pick of the second round. So,
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? They end up with Wembanyama and Imani Bates,
oh Lord,
who, prior to this, I mean, these are two, a lot of people predicted generational type talents. So that would be quite the situation for them.
I don't think it'd rival what Houston did, but it'd be darn close.
Yeah. So
Pick's been in.
25 belongs to Boston, but it now belongs to Detroit as part of a separate trade.
All right, hold on. Here's the pick. Trying to get the chimes in. Who did he say? Marcus Sasser from Houston.
Wow. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting because Marcus Sasser, I had absolutely no expectation that he was going in the first round. Absolutely no expectation. He's the number 22 player on my board.
Kid can shoot, though.
This kid, Bryson, I love the way this kid plays the game. I love the way that Marcus Sasser plays the game. Like I said, when I was working for Gallery Sports, I covered a lot of Houston Cougar basketball. And Marcus Sasser was the guy. He was the leader. It wasn't Jarris Walker. It was Marcus Sasser who was leading this team. So, listen, 17 points a game, consensus All-American, NCAA All-Region. He's a stud. It's important to note his value for the Cougars. You know what I mean? And the Cougars had a talented team. Despite the fact that they had Jarris Walker and Jamal Shedd and all these guys, when Marcus Sasser wasn't on the floor, they were half the team that they were supposed to be. He can just flat out shoot, endless range, great at hitting shots one-on-one off the dribble, phenomenal in the catch and shoot. He's a smart player who knows where to be and when, and he's a nasty defender. He's got a bulldog mentality when it comes to defense. I get that he's undersized. He's 6'1", 190, but he is such a great player. I think he can play on or off ball. He reminds me a lot of Fred VanVleet. He's just a great shooter and a great all-around basketball player. Like I said, fighting through screens, great lateral quickness. I just love his ability to score, shoot, defend. He's just a good player. So like I said, number 22 player on my board. I did not expect him to go here. This is a great player that Detroit is getting right now.
Very active player in the passing lanes defensively too, especially for a guy's size. Like you could see him, potentially being if he were to pan out to what the Pistons are hoping he could be. Maybe a guy who's top 10 in steals, dare we say, just as sort of like a I don't know what's like a free safety almost in that regard.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, listen, he just has some sort of fire defensively. He's a very passionate defender, and this is one of the things that I love about what Kelvin Sampson has done with Houston, right? They are a defense first team. They were the best defensive team in college basketball this last year.
Yep.
And they had Marcus Sasser and Jamal Shed are both undersized guards, and yet they still locked people up. So, and they didn't have a crazy rim protector either. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
they just knew how to play defense. So I just love the way he plays the game, and I think it's going to translate to the NBA really, really nicely.
I'll tell you, Detroit is really buying into the backcourt. There's no question about that.
They are, no kidding. But you're adding him to Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham and
Yeah.
Killian Hayes and those guys. I mean, it makes sense, man. They're loading up in that area.
Yeah, just hoping at least two of them pan out and they can really build around them. Certainly
Yeah.
Cunningham. He was the number 1 overall pick. You'd certainly hope he pans out.
Sure.
Yeah, let's see. Indiana, there's rumors they might actually trade the pick, but they are going to keep this pick. Okay, so Indiana's keeping 26. You mentioned potentially going after like a good, good forward here. Is this? I'm trying to look at available players.
So Jarris Walker, they were able to get Jarris Walker early, which I mean, I think it ended up being great for them.
Mhm.
There's a lot of wing players, I think, that make a lot of sense for them. Like I said, Ryan Rupert is a great perimeter defender that can, play on the wing and do a lot of different things. So, I mean, they can go in a lot of different ways. Bryce Sensabaugh, Nick Smith is still on the board. Colby Jones out of Xavier. Amari Bailey out of UCLA is another really high upside player. So they have a lot of different options.
No doubt about it. No doubt. Let's see. Who's the best player, by the way, available on your board? I'm just curious.
So, I mean, okay. So Imani Bates is still number one
Well, yeah.
for me. But top 5 players, Imani Bates, Ryan Rupert, the French swingman, Maxwell Lewis out of Pepperdine is one of my sleeper picks. I think he's going to be a really fantastic scorer later in his career. Then it's Gigi Jackson out of South Carolina and then Nick Smith. So that's top 5 best available. And then after that, it's Leonard Miller, Sidi Sissoko out of the G League, Bryce Sensabaugh, Terquavion Smith out of NC State. So, there's still plenty of talent on the board. I was shocked by how deep this draft actually is.
It is. It's extremely. I'm looking at some of these guys. A lot of these dudes seem to be NBA ready, like right off the bat, especially some of the situations they're going to. They're going to get a ton of minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. I mean, there are definitely some guys.
Here's the Pacers pick. Ben Shepherd goes to Indiana.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I had a feeling that Ben Shepherd would end up going in round 1, late in round 1. Belmont, I mean, this kid can let it fly. Number 43.
Lord, he sure can.
Quentin Grimes is my comparison for him. But boy, oh boy, can this guy shoot. And I had a feeling, like I said, that he was going to get picked in the late first. He was flying up boards despite being kind of unknown. Almost 19 points a game last year. He's just a good all-around scorer. He excels more on the perimeter. He's got an unbelievable jump shot that will translate. He's going to shoot at the NBA level without a doubt. Great in the catch and shoot. He'll thrive hitting shots off screens. He can put the ball on the deck and actually get to the rim. He's actually a relatively good athlete and scorer. He doesn't have the top tier athleticism. And you also kind of worry about the level of competition he played at Belmont. So, those are really your kind of concerns. And you'd like to see him hit a better percentage of his free throws. He shot over 40% as a 3-point shooter and hit 68% of his free throws. Like it's odd. I know.
Seems like a head thing at that point.
Right. Exactly. So, you worry about that. He's an all defense kind of player. He was Mountain Valley all defense, an all Mountain Valley kind of player. So listen, good player, 6'6", 185. And like I said, number 43 player on my board, but he was going to end up going earlier than that. Anyway, he's just a good player, good all-around scorer, and a phenomenal shooter.
Yeah, notice especially they showed he hit a walk-off buzzer beater and won the games.
Yeah.
He's got range. Charlotte now on the board. By the way, are you surprised Nick Smith's still available?
I am kind of. I mean, I'm really surprised that a player of his talent is not being selected. He has tons of talent, Bryson. I mean, like I said, former top overall recruit, and I get that
Yeah.
he kind of had a down year at Arkansas, but he really just like he jumps off the page. He's
Right.
a good player, really good player.
I'd be surprised if he went to Charlotte, by the way. Hornets on the clock, and now the pick is in. Yeah, I doubt it's Nick Smith. They have plenty of guards there, and they need to get bigger.
So Brandon Miller is their
How
only pick
about GG
so
Jackson?
far.
Well, hold on. Here's the commissioner. It's there you go, Nick Smith Jr. right on cue.
Wow.
I don't know if I love that pick for Charlotte, but I like him as a kid.
I actually think I like it for Charlotte.
Oh, really?
Just because I think he gives them a little bit of versatility. He's not going to be a guy that demands the ball like Scoot Henderson is. So listen, if you look at what Nick Smith did last year, it's very easy to be underwhelmed by him, right? He shot 37% from the field, just under 34% from three, not much defensive statistics, not much playmaking. Like he really kind of had a down year, but he was also hurt. He only played 17 games last year at Arkansas. So really high upside as a scorer. That's how he'll make his living in the NBA. He will 1000% score. A good all-around offensive game to pair with solid athleticism and great length. Like I said, I would have loved to see him with the Warriors. He doesn't jump out of the gym, but he can fly down the floor and he can win in transition. He's a really quick on his feet kind of player. Great finisher at the rim. He has a special knack for finding ways to put the ball in the basket when driving. He's just really crafty at the rim. As he fills out, he should do a better job at absorbing contact. But listen, I love his upside as a shooter. I understand that he wasn't efficient last year, but his jump shot is very smooth. I understand, he can find spots in the defense. He has a nice handle. He's got tremendous burst. I'm sorry. He kind of lacks tremendous burst, but again, he finds ways to create his own shot and get the ball in the basket. He's going to get bullied on defense early in his career. So, but Jamal Crawford was my comp for him. He's my number 19 overall player. He's great value by Charlotte. And like I said, 6'5", 185, he can play either guard spot. I think this is, and he's not in a rush. You can wait and see what this kid can give you. So I like this. I really like this a lot for Charlotte.
If basketball is played for another 200 years, there will never not be a market for guys who can create their own shot at a high level, and that's what this kid's able to do.
Period. Seriously, if you can create your own shot, you have a spot in this league.
Yep.
So, and like I
He's
said,
able to do
he
that at a
doesn't
high
have
level.
he doesn't have top flight athleticism like Whitmore, but he's got crazy speed and a great ability to feel the floor, hit open lanes, and create his own shot. So this is a really nice player. So, Charlotte gets two really high upside players, Brandon Miller and Nick Smith is a nice draft.
And Arkansas has had a nice draft as well, having two guys go in the first round, Anthony Black, Nick Smith Jr., solid backcourt there. Utah now on the clock. The pick is in. They've had a very active draft tonight. How do you feel about where the Jazz go here?
So Taylor Hendricks, Keontae George, they've done really well tonight. So they grabbed number 14 and number 8 on my board at number 9 and 16. So I wouldn't surprise me if they took a swing. Wouldn't surprise me if they went somebody like Maxwell Lewis. I love the fit of Leonard Miller in Utah. I just think it's a great fit. So yeah, I'd love to see them go in one of those two directions. But they have a lot of different things that they can go with. Once you get to this point in the draft, you're kind of taking who's high on your board. So it's very tough to not be okay with something unless they really, really reach. I'd love to see them get some semblance of a point guard, but I don't think that there's one left on the board, truthfully. I mean, who's the next best guy as far as a point? Yeah, Marquise Noel
Amari
out of Kansas
Bailey,
State.
maybe?
Yeah, well, Amari Bailey, I think, is more of a combo. You can play him at point, but he's also very not pro ready. I mean, he's going to take a while to get ready.
Here's the
So
pick. They go Bryce Sensabaugh.
good pick.
I agree. I like this. Utah's had a nice draft tonight, not just in terms of them having 3 picks, but I think they've potentially hit on at least two of the 3. Danny Ainge doing a good job here.
Yeah, I think they hit on all 3. I think this is a great pick for them. I mean, listen, Bryce Sensabaugh, I had him going sort of late first, and this is exactly where he goes. I love his ability to score the basketball. 6'6", 235, Ohio State, 16 points a game, 5.5 rebounds. Just a really efficient shooter of the basketball. All over the floor, he can shoot. You know, he'll thrive in the NBA if his role is to shoot and shoot often, right? He can shoot at a high volume and still hit a high percentage of shots. Versatile offensive game from outside the paint. I mean, he really likes to post guys up and use his body for leverage. So that's something that you don't see a lot. So I love that about him. He's got some upside as a facilitator. I know he didn't have a lot of assists last year, but if you look at what he did back in high school, he can actually handle the ball and pass a little bit. He's not a great athlete. He had 2 meniscus injuries in high school, so that could hold him back from an athleticism standpoint. He reminds me a lot of T.J. Warren. He's got a lot of really great scoring ability. So again, what they've done tonight with Utah, Taylor Hendricks, Keontae George, and Bryce Sensabaugh, they got some really solid scoring and some two-way ability. So really nice job. Just a really nice job by them.
If there's anything Danny Ainge is good at, it's getting picks. That's go back to his tenure in Boston and now with the Utah Jazz. And again, this is the Pacers are on the clock, and now that the pick is in, but this is actually Denver's pick. I remember you were talking about that, how the Nuggets, putting themselves, getting the first round of this draft. Obviously, Denver depth isn't exactly an issue with them. This is more of a who's the best player on the board type of situation for the new NBA champions. So where do you think Denver goes here?
Well, they need cheap talent, right? They want to go back and keep this thing going. So they have 3 picks tonight. They had 1 and now they have 3. So they're finding ways to get cheap talent. Leonard Miller, I think, is phenomenal in this spot, Bryson.
Yep.
Phenomenal in this spot. And listen, Leonard Miller is one of these guys where, he would declare last year and mid to late second round pick was kind of his upside. And now you're looking at him being a potential late first, early second round pick. I don't know. I love his fit in Denver, but we'll see, man. I mean, listen, G.G. Jackson, I think, would be a great fit here also as more of a stretch big with some athleticism. So we'll see, man. This is interesting. They can go in a lot of different directions. But they have 3 picks tonight, and I expect them to use them all. And for players that can contribute. So we'll see.
Well, they certainly did as well of a job as that as any team in basketball last year, using their first round pick on Christian Brown. He was able to contribute right at the bat. Now, listen, experienced guy in college at Kansas, but he had a good season, good playoff run, and I remember he had that big game 3 of the finals. So if any contending team, hoping to try and get a title, can hope to obviously add a guy who can. Not just a developmental player, but somebody who's maybe been in college for a while or an older player. We actually, by the way, have a trade not involving this pick. Let's see, what do we got? Minnesota's got the number 33 pick from San Antonio. That surprises me a little bit.
Wow. Minnesota had 1 pick tonight, and it was late second. So I'm curious how they made that happen.
That's interesting. I figured San Antonio might want to use more of their picks, but I don't know. I mean, obviously they're the ultimate winners, but still.
Yeah, right. When you get Wembanyama, I'm not sure much else matters.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to lose.
Right.
Let's see.
Everything just seemed to go right for Jokic this year, man. I don't know. He had that feeling.
No question about it. All right. New champion Denver Nuggets are about to make their selection. Here's the pick. Julian Strawther goes to the NBA champion Denver Nuggets with the 29th overall pick in this year's draft. Your thoughts, Mike? Kid out of Gonzaga.
Great shooter. Great shooter. I'm surprised he went round one. But listen, this is a guy who really shot the ball well. 47% from the field and 41% at Gonzaga last year from three. Just a big time weapon from beyond the arc. He was used a lot in like screen handoffs. Tons of upside. Is a quick release shooting threat. He's a really confident outside shooter. He's got some underrated athleticism. This guy can really shoot. He can finish a lob. You'd love to see him be able to create his own shot down the line. But, listen, he's got good length, 6'7", 205, true small forward. Reminds me a lot of Torrey Craig. So it makes a lot of sense here. Just an elite shooter. He doesn't have star potential, but he'll be an immediate contributor. He will get into the NBA and shoot.
Well, a contending team like Denver, like I mentioned, that's exactly what they need. Somebody, and again, they unlikely to lose Bruce Brown. Obviously, a very different player than Strawther, but just in case you do lose him, obviously, again, you have the young player in Christian Brown. You've got obviously Jeff Green. You'll see if he comes back or not. But hey, however you can make that bench deeper, a lot of veterans the Nuggets have potentially leaving, potentially staying, like DeAndre Jordan, Ish Smith. We'll see where they decide to go here. But I think I agree. I think this is you can never. I talked about you can always have a job in the NBA if you can create your own shot. The same applies, especially in today's league with shooting, and they certainly got that.
Yeah, he's one of these guys where, like I said, he doesn't create that many turnovers defensively. He's a solid defender, but he doesn't have crazy star potential, but he's gonna shoot and at a really high level off the bench. So listen, if you get somebody like that back into the first round and he's gonna shoot 40% from three, what more do you want? I mean, it's a really solid player here.
100%. 100%. Now, the Clippers on the clock, you want to talk about as uncertain a future as there is in the NBA. The Los Angeles Clippers, obviously, this whole Kawhi Leonard, Paul George experiment has been as disastrous, I think, certainly by what the expectations were coming in. I remember my very first episode of Carving Up Live wasn't live, it was just Carving Up back in October 2019. I picked the Clippers to win the 2020 championship, and that went up in smoke to those Denver Nuggets in the second round, and they haven't really been that close since. I know they got to the conference finals, but they weren't going to be Phoenix without Kawhi. Listen, I don't think youth is exactly a problem with the Clippers in terms of them not having much. Where do you think they go here? Last pick of the first round, by the way.
Yeah, I was expecting them to go with somebody somebody like a big man. I mean, James Nagy would be a pretty solid fit here. I mocked them Noah Clowney, but Noah Clowney's gone. So I
Right.
mean, I mean, it's anybody's guess. Truthfully, I don't know where they could end up going. I mean, they could go in a lot of different directions. There's not really a point guard for them to take. There's no real big man. I mean, unless you're going for James Nagy, there's really not a big man that you can grab at this point. Everybody else is either a wing or a forward or something. So I'm not sure. This is a tough one.
Guido, I did not bring you on for you to say I'm not sure. Are you kidding me? That is not you. You're a draft expert, dude. You're supposed to give the audience some perspective. Come on, man.
That's true. Ryan Rupert, I think, would be a really nice fit. One of these, two-way high upside defensive players. And again, even if they wanted to take a big time swing, somebody like Maxwell Lewis, somebody like Amari Bailey, I mean, it kind of makes sense for, them to take some sort of a wing, with high upside. So I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure they're desperate for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard to work if they don't trade Paul George. So I don't know. Is it somebody that can contribute immediately? Leonard Miller might be a little clunky, but I mean, you never know. I mean, this is going to be an interesting pick for them. I'd probably look toward the wing, get a little bit more scoring if I were them.
They could use that, and certainly guard play. They're very uncertain at point guard because there was a lot of reports. Hey, they might go after Chris Paul. Russell Westbrook's a free agent. I anticipate at this point now with CP3 gone, they feel like they almost have to bring Russ back because I'm not really sure what Russ's market is at this point. And listen, he was a solid fit with them. I think he's more better served coming off the bench. I did not love them, by the way, for the record, giving up Reggie Jackson, who, by the way, is also an NBA champion with Denver. I thought he was a good, solid, scoring point guard, but
Yeah, me too.
See what they go here. I'm with you. I think the French kid would be a solid fit with them.
He's number 15 player on my board. I mean,
wow.
He's one of these guys that I'm really, really high on. And he's just got, that length and athleticism with his defensive ability is just crazy. He's one of the better defensive players that I've evaluated. He's just such a great defensive guy. And if he can start hitting jump shots consistently, which he's not a terrible shooter, you got a really solid two-way player in your hand. He's like 6'8".
Here's the pick. Kobe Brown goes to the Clippers.
Wow.
I don't know about this.
Wow. So I did not expect Kobe Brown to go in round 1. I also didn't expect two guys named Kobe to go in round 1. But Kobe Brown is the number 40 player on my board. This guy can really score. 16 points a game, 6.5 rebounds. He reminds me a lot of PJ Washington. He's got a well-rounded offensive skill set, an all-SEC player. He was a senior at Missouri last year. He's a bit of a tweener forward, 6'7", 240 pounds. But he fits the modern NBA like a glove. Great finisher at the rim with an aggressive dribble style. He gets into the lane and finishes through contact well. He shot 62% at the rim last year as a finisher. So he can really be efficient from inside. He can stretch the floor. He becomes a threat from outside over the years. He took about 3 threes per game last year, but he hit almost half of them. Like he shot like 45.5% from 3 last year, even in just with a limited volume. He's an outstanding playmaker for his size. He's got a killer outlet pass off offensive rebounds. He can be kind of used as like an assist hub, kind of in the middle of an offense. He just leaves a lot to be desired on the defensive end. He just, he'll translate as an offensive player, but his lack of athleticism and interior presence, it just lead me to believe that he's going to be, average at best on that end. So again, he's 23 years old too. He's one of the older players in the draft. So again, we'll see where this goes, but PJ Washington is my comp for him. He's my number 40 overall player. Good scorer, great playmaker, true offensive threat.
Do you think he's a guy who's available as little depth as the Clippers tend to have? Do you think he's a guy who's ready to play now?
Yeah, like I said, he's 23 years old. He's been around the block, so he'll probably be ready to contribute, kind of maybe in like a Jeff Green kind of role. So I think this is a good pick for them. I know it's like a tad bit of a reach, but not a bad pick whatsoever for the Clippers.
First pick of the second round. First round comes to an end. Man, that flew by. Holy smokes. So the Detroit Pistons now technically on the clock, but this is Boston's pick because you had the trade in which I'm trying to remember who Detroit took with. Oh, yeah. Detroit took
Marcus Sasser.
Yeah. Going guard heavy there. So Boston's pick. I've lamented all offseason. I think the Celtics would be better served. It's why I talked about the Porzingis trade on carving it up that, is he a better Danilo Gallinari? Obviously, but you give up Smart, who's not a true point. Really, the only 2 point guards you have are Derek White and Malcolm Brogdon. So, do you go guard here?
I mean, you could, right? I mean, I'm trying to think who's left on the board as far as guards. I mean, Amari Bailey is not ready to contribute. You know what I mean? I mean, as far as lead guards are concerned, you're not going to find one right now.
Okay.
Sidi Sissoko is not a terrible option. He's more of a playmaker, kind of an Evan Turner kind of player. Boston likes these international kids in the second round.
I have to cut you off. This is no longer Boston's pick. This pick is actually going to Charlotte.
Okay.
So the Hornets are now on the clock.
Okie dokie.
Got to change that little. Let's see.
I have to change my tracker. My little traded to column is now useless.
Charlotte Hornets are now on the clock. So this is okay. So this went from Detroit to Boston now to the Charlotte Hornets. Obviously taking Brandon Miller with the second overall pick.
Yeah, Brandon Miller and Nick Smith.
Yep,
is solid draft. I mean,
sure.
I still think they need more front court help. I still, they need guys because if they're, I don't know what their plan is with Miles Bridges and PJ Washington, but they're losing both of them in free agency this year.
Yep.
So, they got to figure out what they want to do at that position. Leonard Miller would be a great fit. I'd love GG Jackson, but again, we get to this point in the draft and, we keep saying a lot of the same names. Right. Exactly. So, we're just kind of waiting for them to take over. But this is Mr. Smiles time now. No more Adam Silver. It's now Mark Tatum.
Mark Tatum. You know what I always think when I see Mark Tatum is when that guy, I think it was 2015, kept spoiling all the picks because he was following Twitter.
Yes.
Remember that? And even Tatum was like, dude, shut up.
That was great.
That was hilarious.
That was great. That was my first draft scouting.
There you go. There you go.
2015 NBA draft. It was Edmund Sumner and Monte Morris that got spoiled by that guy. That was something else.
That's a legend. They should have him. Listen, they should have Silver announce the first round, Tatum the first half of the second round. That guy, they should bring him out since he knows everything apparently.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so again, this is. Hold on, Sharania. I'm just looking at this series. Apparently, he's talking about Damian Lillard. Apparently, is there an update on Dame? I'm curious to see that.
Not. These guys like to talk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm looking. We don't have anything.
So start of the second round, top 5 best available for me. Imani Bates, Ryan Rupert, Maxwell Lewis, GG Jackson, and Leonard Miller are my top 5 guys right now.
Tatum's taking a minute to get to they keep panning on the stage. There he is. There's Mark Tatum.
Mr. Smile. I just love his face, man.
I know. He's great. Yeah, they announced the Sacramento Dallas trade.
Okay. Again, hate the way they do trades.
Yep. James Najee.
Okay, so Charlotte is now getting James Najee.
Yep.
That's weird to me.
You think so?
That's weird. Yes, very much so.
They needed help with the front court, though, right?
Yeah, but he's not a forward. James Najee's a true rim-running center. This is a team that has Mark Williams, Nick Richards, Kai Jones.
Yeah.
It's very clunky at center already. So, interesting the way they did this. Number 37 overall player, so not bad value, but a very confusing pick for me. 6'10", 225. He played for FC Barcelona last year in the EuroLeague, and he's a super traditional big man. Incredible strength and size. He runs the floor well. He's an outstanding finisher when standing underneath the basket. He finishes with explosiveness, has good patience as a finisher at the rim. He's a fantastic rebounder. He does a great job of boxing out and repositioning himself. He never gets bullied underneath. I mean, he's just a big, strong, traditional center. Terrific defender, both inside and out. He can switch off screens, great lateral quickness. He'll thrive in the pick and roll on the defensive side. So, like I said, great rim protector. He shows great urgency when shots go up. He reminds me a lot of what we saw from Jalen Duren last year. That's his pro comp as far as athletically and skill set. But the problem is that he'll never be an offensive threat. He's just a rim running, defensive minded, player, and he just doesn't create much offense other than when he's standing directly underneath the basket. So, you know, not bad value, but confusing for Charlotte because I thought there's the center spot was like their biggest position of strength. I'm confused at why they went here.
Here's another pick. We're going rapid fire now. It's second round. This pick is Indiana's, but it's going to Denver.
Oh yeah, I forgot how quickly this round moves.
Jalen Pickett.
Jalen Pickett.
Yep.
You said.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. Really?
Yep. Kid out of Penn State. Yep.
Jalen Pickett is the number 69 player on my board.
Wow.
So that's an interesting one. He has a very odd style of play. He's universally accepted around the industry that this guy's play style is just very weird. He's a guard with guard size, but he plays more like a big, right? He posts up, he's a good rebounder. He makes his living in the paint. Like that's kind of what he does. So, 6'4", 202, solid player. He reminds me a lot of old Michael Ray Richardson, kind of a triple-double threat. Nice touch around the rim. He's a coach's dream. He can really play make. You'd like to see him be a little bit better of a shooter, but not a bad player. Jalen Pickett, like I said, number 69 player on my board.
Okay. So, listen, Denver's a team. And by the way, this next pick, San Antonio's, but again, as we announced earlier, it is going to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Pick is in Leonard Miller. If Nasri isn't coming back.
Yeah, so this is who, Minnesota?
Yep, this is Minnesota.
Okay, so
I think Leonard Miller makes all the sense in the world here.
He does. They could really use some more help at the forward spot. It wouldn't kill them to take a wing either. I mean, like I said, you can always use some more scoring. But again, you never know. I mean, this is an interesting point in the draft where you're just kind of, guessing on who could go in certain spots. So we'll see. This could be a very interesting pick for Minnesota. It could be an impactful pick for Minnesota. Like I said, they didn't have a pick until late in the second round. So, they could be trying to make a difference here with a guy that can contribute right away.
By the way, for the record, Charlotte, you were confused with the James Najee pick. Again, they're right back on the clock here after, or I guess they're technically on the clock right now with the Timberwolves making their selection. So curious where they go in that regard.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Remember. By the way, you were talking about Najee. Listen, you're the comps guy. You're the draft expert. But part of his game, is it crazy to say he gives me? Actually, I'll give my comp in just a moment after the pick is announced because I don't know. I have a weird comparison, but here's Mark Tatum. There you go, Leonard Miller.
Great.
So he goes to Minnesota. Great pick.
Great pick.
So where you got him on your board?
Leonard Miller is 25. So
there you go.
Great value here. 6'10", 210, probably the most notable player that opted out of last year's draft. 18 points a game and 11 rebounds in the G League last year. Super productive. Left-handed player. He grew an inch or two and filled out his frame. He'll go into the NBA ready to play with a well-rounded game. He developed into more of a power forward more than a wing. Great size and strength. He's an outstanding rebounder. He plays aggressive underneath the basket, has some good mid-range game. He's a great transition player. Again, another one of these guys that turns defense into offense. I just love his versatility. Just another player that he just needs to get a little bit more consistent from behind the three-point line. He can hit shots, but if he can stretch the floor at a consistent rate, he's just such a great, versatile player with good athleticism. He's an explosive finisher. Reminds me a lot of Al Harrington. So just a really nice, versatile player that Minnesota is getting right here.
And getting good value to him. And listen, this is a team that's obviously committed to playing big with Cat, with Rudy Gobert, which, by the way, for the record, is one of the worst trades in the history of the beautiful game of basketball. Just want that out there. It's horrendous. It's
Not
basically
good.
handed Utah their future. Handed Utah their future.
Yep.
All right, Charlotte's now on the clock, and Charlotte's pick is in, by the way. But no, what I was going to mention to you, though, with James Najee, something about his game reminded me of Bismack Biyombo. Am I nuts there?
No, that's very reasonable. Rim protecting, rim running, not much of an offensive game other than standing right underneath the rim. No, that's not a crazy comparison at all.
I don't know. It's just when they showed his tape, I was like, that screams Bismack Biyombo to me. But who you're comparing? I don't know why. Just like you said, a very traditional center. Not a guy who's probably going to get more than 10, 12 minutes a night, even if he starts. Again, Charlotte's pick is in. I'm curious to see if they what they do to add to that.
Yeah.
By the way, this is Boston's pick, right? Is this what it's saying? Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the Celtics pick.
Okay, so Charlotte moved up from 34 to 31.
Yep. And actually, Boston's trading this pick.
Oh my God.
So confusing. Here's the pick.
To who?
Colby Jones from Xavier. And he is going. Hold on. Let me just type this in. Colby Jones. Colby Jones is going to the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, wow.
And Boston gets the number 38 pick and a future second rounder. That's what the trade is, according to Shams.
Okay, so Colby Jones is the number 33 player on my board. And listen, I kind of make a joke with myself. Every draft has a Josh Hart. Colby Jones is the Josh Hart of this draft. All Big East, 15 points a game, plays the game really smoothly. He never looks rushed at any point. Can stuff the stat sheet, consistent overall defender, soft touch around the rim. His jumper's just dangerously inconsistent. Like, that's his big problem. So if he can, fix his jump shot a little bit, then I think that's, that could be really something to look out for.
Okay, so this technically says Boston's pick, but it's actually going to the Wizards, and I assume the Porzingis trade.
Yeah,
Washington Wizards on the clock, obviously now in a complete rebuild. So, no, but I like the Colby Jones fit with Sacramento. Listen, it's a perimeter-oriented team, so makes sense. Pick is in, by the way.
I think Washington's hurting that James Najee got picked. They need a big. They need some semblance of interior presence. Daniel Gafford just doesn't cut it. You know what I mean?
No.
They need some sort of interior presence. They have 2 more picks later, but
Oscar Sheedway?
Yeah, I think it'd be a little early for Oscar Tshiebwe, but
Okay.
I mean, he might be the best overall rebounder I've ever seen. Like,
he's good. I'm telling you,
Oscar Tshiebwe's rebounding ability is just ridiculous. So we'll see. I mean, crazier things have happened.
And correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like I remember a year and a half ago, that he was a projected at one point, not lottery pick, but certainly a first round pick, right? And his stock kind of plummeted.
Well, yeah. I mean, he just doesn't provide much offensively. Like, he's kind of a rebounder and not much else. Like, he's not a crazy defender. He's not a crazy offensive player. So, he's Reggie Evans, just crazy rebounder, and that's pretty much it. So, something back second round, and
right.
but that's what you're getting. You're just getting a rebounder.
The only reason I said that is because you mentioned Washington need a center, and I'm looking at centers, and it's
Oscar Tshiebwe, it's Colin Castleton out of Florida, Adama Sanogo, UConn, Charles Bediako. Not much on the center market at this point.
It's kind of amazing Bama didn't go as all that far in the tournament, considering all the talent they got in this year's draft. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah. Yep.
Not that I'm like hurt or disappointed by it as a Tennessee fan, but
Oh,
not
boy.
at all.
All right. So
I came out. What's that?
No, I'm going over picks in my head. So Washington here, they took Bilal Coulibaly before,
Yep.
and now they're sitting right here.
Followed by
That's the
Orlando and OKC.
tough part of the second round is, it's really hard to keep track of trades in the second round.
Especially when, like you said, they're not all that clear on the fact that there is a trade.
Right. Who has 36? Because I thought, didn't you say 36 got traded too? That was Orlando's pick.
Oh,
But
that's right. Yeah. Well, it was Orlando's pick. Let me see if I can track it back down and follow all these tweets. Let's see. Yeah, because that sparked my memory. I was like, I don't remember Orlando staying there. Hang on.
yeah, I know. I didn't write it down, but I should have.
Just trying to find Orlando. I don't see. I'm looking at Woj. I don't see anything on his. I'll check Shams. Okay, actually, this is Washington's pick now. Okay, let me change this up. This is Washington's pick. I'm sorry, not Washington. It's Chicago's pick. It's Chicago. This is Trey. This is Chicago's pick.
Wait.
Here's the pick. Hang on. Hey, my guy. Julian Phillips out of the University of Tennessee goes to the Chicago Bulls. They just made the trade.
Okay, so 35 is Julian Phillips.
Yep.
And Washington traded this pick to Chicago.
Yes.
Okay, so Chicago went from having they needed to get a pick tonight, and this is exactly what they did. You're not going to like me, Bryson.
Oh no, don't do this.
Julian Phillips is the number 52 player on my board.
Oh, Guido.
Listen, he's a great defender. 6'8", 198. He can turn defense into offense, great length, solid lateral quickness. He does a lot of the little things well. He's a good rebounder. As he gets older and he fills out, he's going to improve overall on the boards. Nice court vision. He's not a scorer or a great finisher, but he plays really physical and he draws a lot of fouls. And he's a really good free throw shooter, which should improve over time. So, he does a good job off the ball. He just won't score at a high rate in the NBA. He really struggles as a perimeter shooter. He's not a disciplined finisher at the rim. He just throws up too many wild shots. So, again, I'm a little iffy on Julian Phillips as anything more than just a spot defender. So Michael Kidd-Gilchrist is my comparison for him. Like I said, kind of a defensive specialist kind of player.
Love you crapping all over my guy but there. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
I'm not crapping on him. Listen, he's a good defensive player and he's not a great offensive player.
Injuries kind of got him too. Injuries were an issue at Tennessee. It hurt his spot in the rotation. By the way, you were questioning about where this pick was going with Orlando. This is going to Milwaukee for the moment, at least. Who knows? Anything could change last second. But I'm sorry, there's no trade. Yeah, this is Milwaukee's pick. Pick is in. Again, this is their first selection of the evening.
They kind of need guys on both ends of their lineup. They need bigs, they need guards. So they could go in a lot of different directions. I love Ryan Rupert. They're really not going to get a solid big at this point. Maybe Trace Jackson Davis. Trace Jackson Davis might be a solid fit for them right now. But again, just kind of guessing at this point. So,
such as the second round.
Yeah, right.
By the way, just one minute, my man. Hold on. Here comes a pick. Smooth, moves too quick, man. Here we go. Going to Milwaukee. Andre Jackson Jr. There you go.
Oh, so it's Andre Jackson.
It is Andre Jackson from UConn to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Good pick. I really like Andre Jackson. He's a super athlete. Super duper athlete. He is the number 39 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Jalen Williams, who OKC took last year out of Santa Clara. So 6'6", 210, crazy athlete, vertically and straight line with speed. He's a great defender. He's a ridiculous dunker. I mean, he's just a great finisher at the rim, phenomenal transition player, and he may someday be a triple-double threat. I mean, he really does attack the game in a lot of different ways. Um, he really struggles as a shooter, and it might not get any better. Like he's one of these guys that, kind of struggles with his form, and he's not a true finisher at the rim as far as scoring is concerned. But he's just, he's one of these athletic kids where you just got to try and teach him how to play. You know what I
Right.
mean? Just refine his mechanics and get him right. So good pick here by Milwaukee. They have time to develop him. So I really like this. This is a good player. Again, number 39 player on my board. So nice job by the Bucks.
Yeah, and then they should have highlight tape. He's electric in transition, which I always love.
He's a hell of a transition player. If he can just turn into like a really solid defender that can create steals and get out in transition, he provides real value for somebody.
Right.
And he's not ball dominant, so you can play him however you want.
That's true. That's true. Hey, by the way, I just wanted to say this to make my man Julian Phillips feel better. You know who else was picked number 35 11 years ago?
Who was picked 35 11 years ago?
I'll tell you after this selection. Here's another pick here. Here we got Hunter Tyson from Clemson to the Denver Nuggets.
Wow. Okay. So Hunter Tyson is one of these like stretch forwards that I had a feeling was going to get drafted because somebody was going to fall in love with his ability to stretch the floor. Number 63 player on my board. I got to find his scouting report here, but he is kind of just like a stretch guy. 6'8", 215. He averaged almost 10 rebounds a game last year at Clemson while averaging about 15 points. Great outside shooter, especially from three. He's got a bit of an awkward jump shot, but the shots go in. It's just one of those situations.
All matters.
He's not a bad athlete for his size. He's really useful in transition. He can beat guys off the break. He's elevates for finishes. Again, terrific rebounder. I'd like to see him have a little bit more confidence as a shooter. Despite the fact that he's a good shooter, he doesn't shoot with confidence all the time. And he's not much of a playmaker or a shot creator. He's just going to be a little bit more of a floor spacer. Again, number 63 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Dean Wade, the Cavs' Dean Wade.
Oh, yeah.
So he'll be a really reliable shooter at the next level if he can just gain that confidence that, his ability can translate.
It's a good fit with Denver, too. Good fit with And by the way, what I was going to say about Julian Phillips is, Mike, your least favorite player in the NBA was drafted 35th in the second round back in 2012.
Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known that.
Yep.
I should have known that.
So there's a history of guys drafted 35.
The Cavs took two players and traded them both to Dallas with the two picks before that. It was Bernard James and Jay Crowder, and they traded them both ahead of Draymond Green.
And
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and he won 3 championships against your team. And but for the record, he also helped y'all win in 2016. So
that is true.
Except in Game 7, he was awesome in Game 7.
Yes. Are you one of those people that believes that if Draymond played in Game 5, the Cavs don't win that series?
Yes, but I also think if Kevin Love and Kyrie were healthy, we would not have won in 2015.
Okay.
I'm equal opportunity here.
Yes, you are.
I'm just saying.
You are an honest man.
I honestly think that, because folks say, well, what about LeBron? He scored 41 in the Game 6 when Draymond came back, and then they obviously won Game 7 in Golden State. Listen, momentum is a real thing in sports, and the fact of the matter is the Cavs had absolutely zero momentum coming out of Game 4. I remember watching that game. It was very tight. Steph played well, and again, Draymond put himself in that position. I didn't think he should have gotten suspended, but then again, we probably don't get Kevin Durant if that's the case. So right. I guess it's a win-win. Boston on the clock, by the way.
Pick, right?
Yep, Boston's pick.
So Boston traded back 3 times.
Yep.
I just
We did.
noticed. So they went from 25 to 31, 31 to 34, and 34 to 38.
Yep. Just moving on back.
Just keep going. Brad Stevens, just keep going.
Oh man.
I think they made their pick, but the commercial is blocking it, so we can't really see.
For real?
I think so.
So wait.
Or
Okay.
they were
Let me check then. See if this is. Hold on. Yeah, they did make their pick. It is well, just for the heck of it. It is. Let me type it in here. It is Jordan Walsh.
Oh, wow. Okay. So he kind of fills that Grant Williams hole. And that's the kind of role player that I thought that they were going to end up taking. Jordan Walsh is the 44th player on my board. He reminds me a lot of James Johnson. Um, just kind of that tough nose kind of player that gets dirty and does a lot of the little things right. He's viewed, kind of highly. I said before that there's always a Josh Hart in every draft. There's always a Draymond Green in every draft too. Jordan Walsh, I think, is the Draymond Green of this draft, right? Second round prospect, just down and gritty. He's just one of those players that seems like he's always in the play, right? An absolute pest on both sides, dynamic athlete, a wide variety of skills, primarily on defense. Coaches will absolutely love him. He's a minutes eater, and he plays with a surreal amount of energy and urgency. It's just incredible the way he plays the game. Fights for boards. He's a great transition player. He can handle the ball enough to not be a turnover problem. He doesn't have much upside as a scorer. He has nice form on his jumper, but he hasn't just seen real true results. So again, James Johnson, he's going to be one of these versatile defense first energy type of players. So a good pick here by Boston here at 38.
I like it. And again, they've done well with guys in the late first, early second. Here's another pick. This is Charlotte.
Hang Charlotte.
Yep. We got Mohamed Gay from Washington State.
Okay. All right. So Mohamed Gay is the number 50 player on my board. Reminds me a lot of Thon Maker. Kind of a combo big. He's got great size, 6'11", 210. He's got ridiculous verticality and explosiveness at the rim. When he gets out early on the break, this guy can just really put on a show. He really gets out on the break and explodes at the rim. Great size and length. He's got a nice offensive framework that a lot of coaches will love. He has the makings of a real jump shot. He can really be an offensive threat at some point if he can learn how to shoot more consistently. He can dribble a little bit. He can hit shots out of a triple threat. He's not a traditional big whatsoever. He's kind of a stretch big. He's almost a forward. It's very weird the way he plays. Grabs boards like a center. I'd like to see him be a little bit more active as a defender, use his size to his advantage on that end of the floor. He should be a better rim protector for his size, and he moves particularly slow, right? You just like to see him quicken up a little bit, use his feet a little bit better. But a solid pick here by the Hornets. This is one of these guys where they can just kind of, let him develop, and then if he turns into something, then we can use him down the line.
Lakers now on the clock using Denver's pick. Let's see. Again, this is obviously Lakers aren't exactly a team throughout their history known for building through the draft overwhelmingly. So
Jalen Hood-Schifino was a good pick before.
He was.
So
agreed. You think they go guard again? Do you think? You think they go Rupé?
They could go Rupert. Listen, they need shooting. They still need shooting. Jalen Hood-Schifino's good mid-range shooter, but he's primarily a playmaker. You got to get some shooting. So I'd love to see them. I mean, even if they got to reach for a guy, right? Somebody like Ricky Council, Seth Lundy, one of these guys that are just specifically shooters. I'd love to see them go in a direction like that. So again, we'll see. We'll see. But the Lakers really need perimeter shooting.
By the way, just to make you feel a little bit better, I'm checking ESPN's best available, and Bates is the 13th best player available, so not terribly far off. I mean, I don't know if
Yeah, but he's probably 50th on their board or
it's
something.
true.
So, I appreciate you trying to make me feel better, but
Sure, I help you out.
I listen, I know. I have come to the realization Amani Bates, like I said, still the number 6 player on my board.
Wow.
I understand that he very well could go undrafted, but like I said, I don't care. I
Who do
think
you
he's
think?
that
Because
good.
he goes undrafted. Anybody could say. Who do you think would be interested? You think of Miami, possibly?
Well, I don't. Miami doesn't have another pick, but I
I'm
think
talking about if
down
he was
the line,
undrafted.
yeah. I mean, but I think he will get drafted. I mean, I think if you get somewhere in the mid to late 40s and the early 50s, I think you're going to see a team take a chance on him. Some team like Indiana, some team like Cleveland that really needs some shot making on the outside. A team like Phoenix that could
Hmm.
really use some more talent on the outside as well. I mean, like I said, there's I'm sure plenty of teams that make sense.
Oh, you'll like this pick real quick. Hold on.
Oh,
Maxwell
what
Lewis.
player! That's a
That's a
phenomenal
good
pick.
pick.
Great job, Lakers. Great
That's a very
job.
good pick. Kid
That
out of
is
Pepperdine. You love him.
he's one of my favorite players in the whole draft.
Where
I
you got
love
him?
this kid, Bryson. 16. He's my number 16 overall player. Reminds me a lot of RJ Barrett. He's just a great overall scorer. Now, here's the thing. He's not really ready yet. He'll probably take a couple of years to really develop, but he dominated at Pepperdine. Really dominated. Just fell in love with his ability to score the basketball. He's a mechanically sound shooter. He'll only get better as he develops. He shows great upside to create his own shot. He's a bit raw as a ball handler, but he can definitely hit it from all over the floor. Exciting athlete, and he explodes at the rim. Really explodes at the rim. Great length, verticality. He can give you some defensive upside. He's not a polished defender, but great lateral quickness. He can get up and contest shots consistently. Has a great motor. I think he's going to improve as a defender as his offensive workload decreases at the next level. Um, you just worry about his consistency on the defensive side. He can sometimes get caught sleeping, but he plays with high intensity on offense. Listen, like I said, 6'7", 195. RJ Barrett's the comp. I absolutely love, love, love his scoring upside. Love it.
You
I
been
would have
able to
loved it. I almost wanted him to fall to the Cavs. Like, he's such a great player.
see where I'm trying to check where the Cavs are at.
49.
49th. Watch them screw you over again.
I'm telling you.
Persona will
gonna
speak
take-
that.
I know why. I don't know why you would do that to me, but
18 more guys. You're almost there, buddy.
I am stunned that Charlotte kept all their picks. Like, Charlotte had 5 picks going into today. Brandon Miller, Nick Smith, let's see, James Najee, Muhammad Gay, and yeah, I would not be surprised if this was draft and stash. Somebody like Tristan Vukcevic, somebody like
Who's the
Nadir
pick?
Heafy.
Not a draft and stash. Amari Bailey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. Well, talking about point guards, he was somebody I was pretty high on coming to this draft. Listen, I watch a lot of UCLA basketball, so this works. This works.
Yeah,
They got a lot of guards, but hey, best player available
Yeah.
in that regard.
He's a good player. Number 34 on my board. He's kind of a combo guard, 6'5", 185, highly touted high school recruit. He kind of underwhelmed at UCLA last year. But I love his upside as a scorer. He's got, real two-way ability, great athlete. He finishes above the rim, nice body, great body control as a finisher, has a nice left-handed stroke where he can improve his shooting. He plays with a ton of effort defensively, along with his athleticism and his passion for defense. He really shows that on a consistent basis. Great lateral quickness. You'd like to see him be a little bit less selfish with the ball in his hands. The ball kind of gets glued to his hands a little bit, but he reminds me a lot of Avery Bradley. He's a
Wow.
really solid two-way upside kind of player. And like I said, if he can start shooting at a consistent rate, then he could be a really nice player at the next level. So good pick by Charlotte.
I like it. Listen, underrated fit too. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Underrated fit for the draft. Underrated fit. Okay, so Washington on the board. I was checking the draft order. So this is Washington's pick originally. So this is not through this is not through the Porzingis trade or the Chris Paul trade, to my knowledge. So number 42. See where Washington goes here. Do they go front court? GG Jackson, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, so what have they done so far? So they traded. So they took Bilal Coulibaly, and I think that's it so far. So yeah, they need front court help. I'd love to see somebody like GG Jackson in this spot. Like I said, Trace Jackson Davis is still on the board. I love to see him go at some point here too. So I mean, you never know. I mean, like I said, they need a big somebody like Adama Sanogo, Oscar Shibwe is still an option here. But again, really, I mean, GG Jackson of the guys that are best available, I mean, he's really the only reasonable fit here. Amani Bates, Ryan Rupert, GG Jackson, CD Sissoko, and Terquavion Smith are my top 5 available right now. So again, we'll see. We'll see. Washington is in a tough spot because they need bigs, but there aren't that many available. So
That's true. I'll tell you, Najee would have been a nice pick for him had he still been available here at 42.
Yeah, like I said, I think they were hurting when Najee got picked. I think they really liked him.
Pick us in. Again, I think GG Jackson makes the most sense if they don't go big. Because again, you mentioned going this draft. This is not exactly a center. This is not a draft that aside from Wembanyama is going to be known for great big play. At the next level when we look back on the 2023 draft. So
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so this is not going to be. They're showing Washington's potential starting lineup. Poole, Tyus Jones, Kispert,
Gafford.
Gafford.
They're loaded at the wing. They don't really need forwards, right? They kind of just they need guards and they need bigs. So I don't know. They're in a tough spot here.
I mean, they're by definition a tough spot. Jordan Poole plays for him. I mean, it's like that's a given, Mike.
It's true.
Trust me, I know.
Your animosity towards Jordan Poole is.
Can I tell you something though, Mike? When he was drafted in 2019, and I'm hold on. Here's the pick. Tristan Vukcevic goes to Washington. So they do go wing.
He's pretty much a big. Tristan Vukcevic is a large player. He is number 41 on my board here.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
So Tristan Vukcevic, 6'10", 205. He played for KK Partizan in the EuroLeague last year. Stretch big, a lot of offensive upside. He moves well with and without the basketball, has a nice handle for a player his size. He shows some shooting promise, not very polished off the dribble, but he has a nice standstill jump shot. He'll thrive in the pick and roll as a screener in both facets. He'll be able to finish at the rim, pop out off screens, and hit jump shots. He's a typical Euro player. Passes the ball well. He plays with a certain sense of fluidity. So he's a nice player. He just can, he can afford to improve on the defensive end. You'd like to see him, block a few more shots. He reminds me a lot of Mo Wagner. So, he'll be. He's a solid fit here. He's not a traditional big, but it does give them some size that they desperately need.
No doubt about it. Portland's on the clock. Pick is in for them. No, what I was going to say about Jordan Poole, and I remember vividly there was a CBS analyst saying that Jordan Poole was the worst pick in the 2019 draft. And I remember us taking him like, okay, Clay's out. He's going to be a good fit for, a good spot up shooter can create his own shot. And I remember that middle of that second year, he came back from the G League and was a different player. I'm thinking, hey, we got our sixth man. Obviously, he's a big and listen, I can objectively say we don't win the championship without his contributions in 2022. But you saw especially once he signed the deal, a real level of arrogance again, sort of challenging the hierarchy in Golden State from Draymond to we know what happened there to Steph to Kerr. It was just a disappointing to see, no doubt.
Well, hey, listen, if you want my side of the story, I'm not sure. Hey, listen, I blame Draymond for everything. So.
Hang on. I'll come back in just a second. Here's the pick. Oh, there you go. There, okay. The fridge kid goes to Portland. Oh, whoops. Wrong thing. There we go.
Oh, so Ryan Rupert. Good job, Portland.
Good pick.
Great pick.
You had him as a projected first-round pick, right?
I did. I mocked him at 22. He's the number 15 player on my board. He's a special defender. He's one of the best perimeter defenders that I've scouted. He's just a great perimeter defender. Pokes the ball out with some of the best in the draft. He's one of the best in the draft at turning defense into offense. Well-rounded offensive skill set as a facilitator and a scorer. He's not ready yet, but his offensive upside is really, really good. He's a good ball handler for his size. He was an inefficient shooter last season, but he's a clean stroke. He should be viewed as a potential lockdown defender and a knockdown shooter at the next level. He just needs to develop ability to create his own shot, but he's got a thin frame. That's his big thing. He doesn't really absorb contact well when getting to the rim, but I just love this kid's upside. This is a really great player. He reminds me a lot of Andre Iguodala. So this is just one of these guys that I'm super, super high on. So great job by Portland. So they end up.
They've had a good draft.
Ryan, Scoot Henderson and Chris Murray is a real draft. That's great draft.
They've done well, especially in the guard department. San Antonio up next. By the way, happy Friday here on the East Coast. There we go.
That's right.
So
you're central time zone, aren't you, Bryson?
No, I'm East Coast. No, I'm Eastern time zone.
Really? Nashville is
I don't
East
live in Nashville. I don't live in Nashville.
So I guess east of Nashville then, right?
East, yeah, I live East Tennessee. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Go Vols. Born and raised, man. It's in my blood.
That's true.
San Antonio up next. No, what I was gonna say though, listen, Draymond's to blame for the punch. Listen, yeah, we can talk about provoking all you want. Draymond still punched the guy. But again, that aside, I don't know if you ever saw the video from Game 6 against Sacramento where Golden State's getting blown out. Draymond tries to talk to Poole. He shoves Draymond out of the way. Steph walks up to him, and he's ignoring Steph. It's like, well, Steph didn't sock in training camp, and he had issues with Kerr. Like that was, I mean, who has issues with Steph? I mean, come on, man.
I know. Takes a rare breed.
Lord have mercy, man.
I just don't like Steph because he always used to kick my ass every year.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can understand. I felt the same about LeBron.
But I will never cede that if you ever teamed up LeBron and Steph Curry, they would have won 1,000 titles. 1,000 titles.
Oh my! You want to talk? We talk about fit this draft and free agency and all that. You want to talk about fit?
Yeah, no kidding.
No kidding. Here's San Antonio's pick. City Sissoko to San Antonio.
Great pick.
Like it.
Great. So, City Sissoko, it's so funny. So far, outside of them trading number 33, I have mocked them perfect. I had them picking City Sissoko at 44.
There you go.
Victor Wembanyama and City Sissoko is a great draft. City Sissoko is the number 27 player on my board, and he fits exactly the kind of player that they love. Just one of these like forwards that can kind of play guard, 6'7", 224. He's a relentless finisher at the rim. He's a great athlete, great burst off the dribble, plays above the rim 100% of the time, and he's a really nifty passer. This is a guy that can really move the ball well. He's just such a great system fit, great active defender. Can be really deceptive as a ball distributor, plays with an insane motor. He needs to become a little bit more consistent as a shooter. But like I said, Evan Turner is the comp for him. Love Sidi Sissoko to the Spurs. Absolutely love it.
Another good perimeter guy. So, listen, you called it. This draft has plenty of those. Plenty of those.
So I have, how many guys do I have left? So 4 guys remain on the first page. This is more than I had last year, I think, at this point. Imani Bates, Gigi Jackson, Terquavion Smith, and Trace Jackson Davis are the guys left on the first page. Those are my 4 best, and then my 5th best at this point would be Jalen Wilson out of Kansas. So we have 2 top 20 players left, and we have 4 top 40 players left. So
still some good value there.
Plenty of talent to go around.
Plenty of talent to go around. Memphis is, hang on, let me get this up here. Looks like the Grizzlies are now on the clock. I don't think this is going to anybody else.
So, yeah, I think this is staying with them. This is their only pick. No, they have 2 picks tonight. They have 45 and 56. So I mocked them Andre Jackson. I think they're going to try and get some defensive-minded wing players. I still think that they need guys that can score off the wing. I just do. Somebody like Terquavion Smith.
About all they got.
Right, exactly. They need more than just Desmond Bane. Somebody like Terquavion Smith, I think, would be a great fit. Even if it's somebody like Seth Lundy, Ricky Council out of Arkansas, if they wanted to go draft and stash, Nadir Heafy is one of my favorite players in the draft. He's 6'3" and just crazy energetic. So Memphis, Atlanta, Indiana, the Clippers, and then Cleveland at 49. Holding my breath, Bryson.
I know,
holding my breath.
It's close.
Now, you're a Golden State guy. Brandon Pojemski, I think, is a really solid pick for them. You like it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know you told me you had it as a
38.
38. Listen, like I said, the Golden State's got good scouts. They found some real diamonds in the rough. I mean, Kevon Looney, I don't think anybody could have seen him panning out to what he's been. He's been a very good, solid center. Listen, in Dunleavy Jr. we trust. But listen, if you like him, Mike, then I like him. Like if you think he's a good fit in Golden State, I forgot if you mentioned, could he shoot?
Yeah, he's a phenomenal shooter. That's his thing.
Okay. All right.
Emsky is a crazy shooter.
Then I'm good.
All right. So Memphis just made their pick. And Gigi Jackson. So
hold on, just for perpetuity.
Here we go again. Here we go again with the power forwards. They are obsessed with taking power forwards. This is a team that has Jaren Jackson, Brandon Clark, Santi Aldama, Jake LaRavia, David Roddy. They are loaded at power forward, and now they take Gigi Jackson. Now, here's the thing. 6'9", 215. Incredibly high upside. As an athlete and a two-way player, he's a highly rated recruit. Had an underwhelming year at South Carolina last year. Wide scoring repertoire with shooting and finishing ability. He moves quickly for a player his size. Outstanding in the catch and shoot. Plays with a ton of effort on both ends. He's very loud. He's one of these big, boisterous players that will get in your face, rub it in. Kind of a good fit for Memphis. Kind of makes sense. He's a raw prospect. It's going to take him a little bit to get it. And he's not a very good passer. He could be seen as a little bit of a tweener forward, but a lot of scoring upside with some athleticism. He reminds me a lot of Josh Smith.
I like Josh Smith.
That sort of comparison for that forward and his athleticism. He was the number 18 player on my board. If he can figure it out, it's good value.
It's excellent value. And listen, I dislike Memphis, but listen, they found some good value in some of their picks, over the years. Atlanta on the. I'm shocked. I'll get into that once Atlanta makes their pick. I think Mark Tatum's about to make his way to the podium to announce this next Hawks. But remember, the Hawks took that guard. What was the guard's name from Auburn a couple years ago? You, Barry, and I were just like going crazy that he hadn't been drafted yet.
Sharif Cooper.
Yeah, I remember that.
Plays for the Cavs now.
Oh, there you go. No, what I
But
was
you
going
can
to say.
just see it right here too, Bryson, with Gigi Jackson, just crazy athleticism and scoring upside, right? He's just got, he sticks out. But last
Yeah.
year he just wasn't very efficient, and he was kind of loud, and there's some maturity issues with him. But if, like I said, if they can figure it out with him, he's got some real upside. So
Maturity is kind of an issue in Memphis. Here's the Atlanta pick. Seth Lundy from Penn State.
Perfect. I mocked. Wow, I am so good at this. I
You
mocked
mocked
Atlanta at 46. Seth Lundy. So this is really impressive. I am just so unbelievably smart and handsome.
Yeah.
But Seth
Just pat yourself
Lundy
on
is
the
a
back, Guido.
great value here. Number 47 player on my board. Reminds me a lot of former Warrior Damian Lee.
Hey, I love Damian Lee.
Yeah, see, I knew you'd like that. See, I do these things to impress you, Bryson.
Best brother-in-law. That's what I'm talking about.
That's right. So big time perimeter shooter. He's going to walk into the NBA day one and shoot the ball at a high level. Good at shooting on the move, an easily projectable skill. Does a nice job finding open space on the floor to get a good shot off. He won't kill you on the defensive end. I'm not sure he's a two-way player, but he's got a solid basketball IQ, can play a little bit of defense, great shooter. He'll struggle being much else other than a shooter at the next level if his defense doesn't really translate. Not really great athlete, not great two-way ability, but listen, 6'6", 219. He shot 40% from three last year at Penn State. He's a good player. So, and exactly the kind of player that you want at this point in the draft. So it's a good pick by Atlanta.
It is a good pick by Atlanta. Again, giving Trey, giving DeJounte Murray potential options, on the wing as shooters. Again, this says the Lakers pick, but it is going to the Pacers.
Right.
So
Atlanta's had a nice night tonight. Seth Lundy in the second round, and they took Kobe Buffkin in the first.
Yep.
So the two good wings with solid upside on the offensive end. So good job by Atlanta.
No question about it. How many, just out of curiosity, how many guys have you mocked correctly?
Let's see.
Okay,
Probably not that many. Top four I got.
Yeah.
Wemby, Miller, Henderson, Thompson, Anthony Black I got right. Derek Lively I got right at 12, but not to Dallas, but to Oklahoma City.
We'll give you a correct pick there.
Jordan Hawkins at 14. Let's see. That might be it for the first round. That is it for the first round. I believe. Nope. CD Sissoko and then Seth Lundy.
What? 9. That's not bad.
Good.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Ain't
Not
bad at
bad.
all.
I would take that. And there's still some night ahead of us, Bryson.
And
if the Cavs take Monty Bates at 49, I will scream at the top. I will freak.
For your sake, you know what? The Cavs need some love. Not really. I'm just trying to say that to make you feel good.
I know. I appreciate it, though. It does make me feel good. It's 12-12, and I'm tired, but it's all worth it.
This is the fun part of the draft. This is the best part right here. Just guessing.
This is the part where I start sweating, though, because if somebody takes somebody that's way off the board and I don't have them, I'm going to cry.
Oh my God.
I will cry.
Let's see what we got. 12 picks left. Okay, so this is we're rounding third here.
Oh boy, Bryson, I'm shaking. I need to get all 58, man. I got to get all 58.
Now, which pick did Cleveland mess up your streak there?
Luke Travers, 56.
No, 50. Oh, 56. Oh my gosh. That's brutal. I forgot it was that late.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm reading a report here that Rich Paul is really pushing to get Chris Livingston drafted, the kid out of Kentucky. What do you think about him?
He got a draft promise. I think he'll get selected at some point.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, cool pick by Indiana.
Oh, nice. Hang on, let me play the chimes here. Just gotta go 58 for 58 in that regard.
Yeah, G League kid, Mojave King, number 60 on my board. if you remember this, Bryson, I think you'll like this reference. He reminds me a little bit of former Nick Alonzo Trier.
Oh, I remember him. Yeah.
6'5", 200. He has all the makings of a solid scorer in the NBA. Solid athleticism, smooth jump shot. He can create off the dribble, thrives in the catch and shoot. Good ball handler, solid playmaker. His assist numbers don't really represent his ability to get his teammates involved. He's actually a pretty good passer. Great rebounder for his size. Finishes at the rim well. Good verticality. Finishes through contact. The only problem with him is that he plays a little bit out of control. He's a smart player, but he turns the ball over too much. He's really not a lead guard. He's more of just an off-ball kind of guard. So he projects more of like a one-dimensional spark plug off the bench kind of a scorer, but a solid pick here late for Indiana. Mojave King is a solid player.
Well, listen, it's an organization that's known for developing talent well, so yeah, that could work. Let's see, Clippers now on the clock.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I know we just mentioned him, and this isn't just a recency bias thing. Do you maybe Chris Livingston here?
Yeah,
LA, Rich Paul.
I've been mocking them. Terquavion Smith. I think they got to hit the wing. They took Kobe Brown before as a forward. I still think they need to add some backcourt help. So I'd love to see them take somebody like Ricky Council, Terquavion Smith, even somebody like Isaiah Wong out of Miami. I think could be really useful for them. So again, but there's a lot of guys that they can go with. One of my favorite point guards in the draft is Jay-Z and Gortman out of Overtime Elite. Just super, super explosive. So they can go in a lot of different directions. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm just hoping that they don't take Imani Bates so that the Cavs can take Imani Bates.
You think the Cavs will take Imani Bates?
They could. Listen, Imani Bates fits exactly what they need. He's a 3-man that can hit shots at a consistent rate. And that's something that they lacked mightily last year. So I'd love to see that.
Okay. So, okay, pick us in for the Clippers. So, you know, you're holding your breath in the similar sense that I did when I thought that our guy who got drafted by Houston, Cam Whitmore was going to go to the Lakers. I was really sweating that out. So,
oh boy,
here we go.
Oh boy. Again, I just want to get this right, man. I want to make it all the way to the end without missing a player.
Now, question
I'm more concerned about that than I am with the Cavs pick.
Okay, hang on. Here's the selection right now. Clippers go Jordan Miller out of Miami.
Okay. So Jordan Miller is, he's okay. Jordan Miller is number 67 player on my board. Reminds me a little bit of Bruce Brown. 6'6", 202 out of Miami. NCAA All-Region. He had a really good year last year. He's a left-handed slasher, gets really creative both as a finisher and a playmaker at the rim. Known to dish out passes that are deceptive. Combo wing, specializes in making plays when driving. That's really his thing. He's a big-time slasher. Versatile defender, can guard multiple positions, good on and off the ball. He just needs to improve as a shooter. He can hit the outside shot, but he's pretty inconsistent. So a lot like what Bruce Brown was early in his career. Just, he could hit it, but he's more of a slasher and he needs to get more consistent. So not a bad
Bruce
player.
Brown really improved shooting the basketball too, especially now with Denver.
Yeah, he did. He did. So if Jordan Miller can have that kind of career arc, then he's got a role in the NBA.
No doubt. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Jordan Miller to the Clippers. Just trying to look at best players available. Obviously, I know you, Bates is your guy right now.
Yeah, Imani Bates is my top guy. Terquavion Smith, Trace Jackson Davis, Jalen Wilson, and then Keontae Johnson out of Kansas State is my number 45 player. Listen, there's a lot of ways that the Cavs can make me happy right here. They need shooting. If they pick a shooter, I'm okay with it.
as I would introduce them. The Cleveland Cavaliers, also known as the Gentleman's Suite first-round exits to the New York Knicks, are on the clock.
That is very true and unfortunate.
I know.
Oh,
By the way, I got a
boy.
bone to pick with you, Mike. I got a bone to pick with you because I remember that series. I remember something very mean that you said. You were going after Mike Breen in that series, and I did not appreciate that.
Yeah, well, listen, he's a great broadcaster, but listen, every time I hear him, listen, he's been the broadcaster on a lot of losing Cavalier games.
That's why you don't like him.
That's exactly why I don't like him. So I'm sure he's a wonderful guy and he's a great broadcaster.
Really?
I don't know. Every time I hear him say bang, it brings, sadness.
Brings PTSD from Steph and Clay, the three, and KD for a couple years there.
Oh God! Every time Steph Curry hit a three, he'd freak. Oh my God, Steph Curry! Ah!
I mean, he's pretty incredible. Okay, here's the pick by Cleveland.
Imani Bates.
Imani Bates.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Is it really?
Serious. I'm dead serious. It's Imani Bates. Yep.
Oh my God! Let's go! Yes!
Oh.
Yes!
We're clipping this up on social media.
Bryson Carver. Oh my goodness! My dream came true. Are you kidding me? Imani Bates. Let's go. Bryson, let's go. Oh, I'm so fired up.
Bro, I saw the Twitter notification. I was like, oh crap.
Oh my gosh, Bryson. Oh my God. Okay. Let me calm down for a second. All right. So transfer from Memphis, right? 6'9". He spent last year at Eastern Michigan. 19 points a game, almost 6 rebounds. Former #1 high school recruit. Everybody knows his name, right? He's just a super talented, high upside player. Preface. I am extremely bullish on Imani Bates.
Clearly.
Extremely bullish. His reputation is shot, but his talent is still there in my mind. You watch the way he plays the game. His shot-making ability is some of the best in the draft. His efficiency numbers don't reflect how good of a shot creator and shot maker that he is. Okay? Shooting stroke is impeccable. Great quick release. Shoots over defenders. He's just such a high upside player. Really well-rounded game. Solid rebounder and passer for his size. Again, I understand his plummet after high school. I get it. And I understand why he fell so far. But his talent, if you were to tell me today that Imani Bates' talent took a dip, you'd be lying to yourself. If you watched him play, he's just a crazy good player. The negative side to him, I've heard he's not easy to work with, and I've heard that, again, whatever. I can't even speak. What a player. Paul Pierce is my comparison for Imani Bates. I love this
Keontae
pick
Johnson.
for OKC.
This is a good pick.
Love this pick for OKC. So Keontae Johnson is the 45th player on my board. And he reminds me of another Cavalier player, believe it or not. He reminds me a lot of Lamar Stevens, who's a rotational player for them. Great athlete, great verticality. He's got a certain bend that allows him to turn the corner on drives. He should be more confident shooter because he really can hit shots. He really can. He's not a bad shooter. You just like to see him do it more. Right. Obviously, there's the thing with his heart condition that set him back a couple of years. This was a projected first-round pick when he came into college. So I'm super happy that he gets drafted tonight. Despite his lack of size, he's more of a combo forward. I think he can play the 4. And like I said, 23 years old. He might lack a little bit of upside at this point. He lost plenty of years because of his heart condition. So, and the other part about it too is that Marquise Noel was really the main guy for Kansas State in the tournament.
He had a big game in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, Keontae Johnson kind of took a back seat to Marquise Noel. You wouldn't really want to see that, but he's a great player, great athlete, and he's going to be able to do a lot of things. 6'5", 229, just a good player. So
That is a good fit for Oklahoma City.
Bryson. Oh my God.
You know,
Let's go.
Mike, I don't believe in basketball gods, but it's stuff like that that makes you question certain things, right? He was your number 6
Oh,
player, and of course he goes to Cleveland. Of course he does.
oh God. You know what? This is them making up to me for last year. It
Yeah,
is. This is
poetic
them
justice.
making it up to me. So I get it. And listen, I want to continue to preface that I understand that I'm crazy. It's not that I think that everybody else is crazy. I know that I'm the one that's off his rocker.
Good self-awareness.
But yeah, I'm telling you, and Bryson, you semi agree with me on this.
I think he's
You just
a ridiculous talent.
watch the kid play, and the talent just bursts off the screen.
Yes.
Like just an insane shot creator. So I cannot, and he's exactly what the Cavs need. He just is. He's exactly what they need, and they are going to do everything they can to try to develop that kid. I can't wait to see him play. I cannot wait. This is the best draft ever. I love it.
Does this surpass 03 for you?
Second best draft ever.
I was gonna say, I was like to get a lot better than 03. But
you thought last year I was excited when they took Ochai Abaji.
oh yeah.
Now they take Monty Bates, and I am flying off the rails.
Bro, I swear to you, I saw the Twitter notification because I'm getting some of these like mid-second round start getting peaks on Twitter. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh my God, he's gonna lose it.
Oh, Bryson, I'm so happy.
I'm
so
happy that you're happy, Mike.
Now all that needs to happen
7 for 7 from here on out.
That's it.
Or 8 for 8. Sorry.
I need 8 for 8. That's all I need. I need 8 for 8 for the rest of the night. If
This
I go
will
8 for 8, this will be the greatest night of my life. Eric Van Lenten. I see him in the comment section. He says, no way. Eric, I'm telling you, man, that I'm glad that he's in this right now because he can see my true personality outside of this reserved, analytical, boring guy. I'm telling you, man, that just rocked my world. Oh gosh, golly. And you know who I'm glad isn't here to tear me down on this?
Yeah, here we go.
Gary Grant Jr. I am so glad that he is not participating in this year's draft show so that he doesn't need to tear me down and tell me, Mike, it's not a big deal. Amani Bates, he kind of stinks and I'm crazy. I don't need to hear that from him. I just need to be happy today.
Let the poor Cavs fan have his moment.
Yes. The upside is there, folks.
Oh yeah. No, listen. I don't know.
There.
I don't know if I'd have him as high as number 6, but again, listen, he was the number 1 high school prospect for a reason. So,
yes. Listen, talent-wise, outside of Wemby, I think pure talent, he could be top 2 in the entire draft. But but that's the thing, right? There's all the other
stuff. But I see what you're saying.
But like I said, there's all the other stuff that comes with him, right? Maturity, not easy to deal with. He plays a losing brand of basketball, right? But like I said, he needs good coaching. JB Bickerstaff is a good coach, and he gets guys right. You know what I mean? So I can appreciate this. So here we go with Brooklyn again, just taking their time with these picks, man.
Yeah, no, really milking this.
Boy, guys. You know, we got some trades tonight, but not a lot. Last year we got a plethora of trades. This year we're kind of short on trades. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right in the money. Very odd in that regard.
So Brooklyn to this point right now, first round Noah Clowney, Derek Whitehead.
Okay, he's announcing the Sasser trade.
Okay.
Jalen Wilson.
Nice pick. He's a very Spursian type player. I was kind of hoping that he'd somehow find his way into San Antonio. But he is one of these forwards that just does a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? Like he's one of these guys that, just a really high floor. You know, he just does a lot of everything that you'd want. 20 points a game last year at Kansas. About 8.5 rebounds, plenty of developmental skill that'll translate to the NBA. He's consistently improving his jumper. Good mid-range shooter. I think he can develop into a really nice catch and shoot 3-point shooter. He'll likely play a little bit more 4 than 3 in the NBA. ESPN has him listed at 6'6". I have him listed at 6'8". But listen, real solid rebounder, physical player, physical finisher. He can put the ball on the deck and drive the lane pretty well. He's a real team guy. He's just a below average athlete. Like, that's the thing that really kills his stock is he doesn't move particularly quick. He doesn't jump particularly high, and he's a bit of a tweener forward. And he doesn't have a great knack for defense, but you can teach that. So
Yeah.
Jordan Nwora is the comparison for him. But like I said, very Spursian-like player that's going right now to Brooklyn. So he's going to do a little bit of everything for them. It's a nice pick. Number
Up to
42 player on my board.
Oh, so they get good value for him. At number 52, this Phoenix pick is going to Washington as part of the Bradley Beal trade. Let's see. Yeah, Washington again, just total rebounds. Washington's had a interesting draft tonight.
Here is where I would take Oscar Tshiebwe. This is the safe spot I think I would take Oscar Tshiebwe. Oscar Tshiebwe, Drew Timme, one of these other bigs that has experience and that can play right away.
Drew Timme was so good at Gonzaga, by the way. He was
Drew
tremendous.
Timme. I'll find him right here because I want to read you his accolades at Gonzaga.
Oh, it's incredible.
He's one of the most decorated college players I've ever seen. Okay. NCAA All-Tourney, 2-time All-Region, 3-time Consensus All-American, 2-time WCC Player of the Year, 3-time All-WCC, 4-time All-WCC Tourney. He was a WCC All-Freshman, and he was WCC Tourney MVP. Like,
Jeez.
just a laundry list of stuff that he accomplished. So remarkable what Drew Timme has done. Listen, it would be a crime if he didn't get drafted tonight.
I agree. Tamari DeMauro to the Washington Wizards.
Who?
Tamari Kamara.
Okay, Dayton. So Tumani Kamara, that's interesting because he's the guy. So far, this is our biggest reach. This is our biggest. The guy that is furthest down on the board that got drafted. Tumani Kamara is my number 75 overall player.
Whoa.
So 6'8", 220, 2-time All A10. He was an A10 All Defense player. Solid athleticism for a player who will likely play power forward in the NBA. Puts the ball on the deck. He can finish at the rim. He's a slasher. He uses his size and length to win at the basket. Left-handed forward. He has some shooting upside. He's not overly consistent, but he's improved drastically over the last 4 seasons. He shot just 23% while at Georgia and then shot 35% at Dayton. So he definitely improved as a shooter over the years. Gives you some versatility as a defender, can win on the boards consistently. He should do well in pick and roll scenarios on the defensive side. He reminds me a little bit of Carl Landry, if you remember Carl Landry, Bryson.
Yeah.
One of those mid-range players. Not much upside. He doesn't have a trait that particularly stands out, but he's a good player. He's not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination. So, not a bad pick here by Washington.
I respect it. I'm with you. If I need to see Timme tonight get drafted, Sheedway. There's one more guy I saw. And Ricky Council and Chris Livingston at 4. Like to see those guys.
Yeah, I'd love to see Chris Livingston get drafted. I would also, one of the guys that I'd really like to see get drafted is Antoine Davis out of Detroit. Yeah. He fell Antoine Davis fell 4 points short of the all-time NCAA.
I remember that. Yeah, he was going to beat Pistol Pete's record, right?
Pete Maravich, right. I would love to see him get drafted. He is a gifted scorer of the basketball. Gifted scorer. Now, people worry about his NBA upside and he might not get drafted, but he's my number 65 overall player. It's not unreasonable to take a guy like that.
No, not this stage.
So this is staying with Minnesota, right?
This is staying with Minnesota. This is their pick. Again,
Okay.
I've got these graphic stuff. I was preparing to be like working overtime, here on but with trades and stuff, but it's not really been that at all.
So Jalen Clark is the pick for the Timberwolves.
Oh, he is?
Good pick. Good pick. Number 57 player on my board, Bryson. Jalen Clark. And there are the chimes. Attaboy.
Yes, sir.
Shooting guard, 6'5". He's one of the best defenders in the entire draft. This guy is a mean defender. And you're a UCLA guy, Bryson. Jalen Clark is just the guy's a torture as a defender. Yep. His anticipation for passing lanes is second to none. He averaged over 2.5 steals a game last year at UCLA while averaging 13 points a game. So real solid rebounder, just a menacing defender, plays with a lot of heart and energy, has great strength for a player that's under 200 pounds, which is really impressive. He doesn't project as a scorer. He's a very limited offensive player, but listen, this guy is just a lockdown defender. He'll play a role in the NBA, and it'll be great for him. So Jalen, he reminds me a lot of Andre Roberson, just a pure lockdown defender without much upside on the offensive side. Again, number 57 player on my board, so a good pick.
Yeah, like I know he's a tremendous defender. No, listen, like I said, obviously Tennessee's my team, but I would probably the Pac-12, definitely the Pac-12 team I watch the most is UCLA. Arguably, just in all college basketball, I just love watching them. But Sacramento has the 54th pick here, and their pick is in. Where do you see him going here, Mike?
I'd love to see them get a little bit more shooting. They took Colby Jones before, which I really liked. And that's pretty much it. They traded their other pick to Dallas. So Colby Jones, the only guy they have right now. I'd love to see Ricky Council or somebody like that in this spot too.
Jalen Slauson. Yeah,
Furman. So this guy really burst onto the scene during the tournament. So this is one of these really well-rounded players. Now, my comparison for him, I guess, isn't really true to his upside because I don't think he's going to be as good as the guy I compared him to. I compared him to Scotty Barnes. Like he's a very well-rounded player that does a lot of things really, really well. Like I said, burst on the scene during the tournament, all around great defender. He can play inside and out, provides a rare level of versatility, incredibly unselfish player, great court vision, played the role of a floor general a lot at Furman. He's not a point guard, but he's more of a forward, 6'7", 210, about 15.5 points a game, high-flying athlete that finishes above the rim. He just turns the ball over a little bit too much. His jumper's a bit weird, so he's got some development to go, but he's a nice player. So good pick by Sacramento.
I remember Furman's. I remember that was my one big upset of the first round when I did my bracket was Furman winning, and they won that crazy, and they got the steal. That was a phenomenal basketball game.
Yeah, and Jalen Slauson was the guy that really led that team all year.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see him get drafted here. I had him at 56. He's right in between Olivier Maxence Prosper and Jalen Clark. I had Olivier Maxence Prosper one spot over Jalen Slauson. So,
by the way, Kamara is going to Phoenix, not Washington. So this pick was not part of the Bradley Beal trade.
Okay, so ESPN then made that mistake, right?
Yes, that's Shams just clarified.
Okay, so Phoenix took Toumani Kamara.
Yes.
Okay, kind of interesting. I see where he fits, just kind of in that power forward role. They could use a guy in that slot. So, especially a guy who can pass like he can. So, not bad. Not bad.
But, by the way, I want to give a big shout out to the audience. Everybody's tuning in all night, and everybody who's still with us here at basically 12:30 in the morning. Shout out to all y'all. I appreciate y'all tuning in throughout the night. It's been outstanding. And again, let's see. So Indiana's on the clock, this being their final pick, if I'm not mistaken, right? Obviously, it's still select, but
Yep. I'm stunned that Charlotte used all their picks, and I'm stunned that Indiana didn't do more with their picks as far as trades are concerned.
Yeah, they
nice player. Good pick, Indiana.
Isaiah Wong. Okay.
Isaiah Wong. Yeah, he's a nice pick. This kid's got dog. It'll be confusing what his role in the NBA will be. Number 53 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Jordan McRae, former Cav.
Yeah, I remember him.
Just really nice score. 16 points a game, 6'3", 180. He's undersized for a two-guard. I'm not sure he'll ever be a primary ball handler, but he can definitely score at a high level. Hit nearly 40% of all of his dribble pull-ups last year. Or not even last year. Over the last 4 seasons he spent at Miami, really good spot-up shooter. He can create his own shot. He's got some dog in him. He put on an absolute show, him along with Nigel Pack, in the NCAA tournament. So he's played on the big stage, shows promise in other areas. He's not a terrible passer. Solid effort on the defensive side. He's just streaky. He's one of these guys that gets a little bit streaky as a shooter. But if the shots fall, he's going to be an effective offensive player. So good pick here by Indiana.
Respect. Okay, this is pressure time for you, Guido. Now, so this is where your draft broke last year at 56.
This is where it broke. Boy, oh boy, Memphis! I swear to God, if you ruin my night, listen. The Cavs drafted Amani Bates. All I need is the next 3 picks to go my way. That's all I need, man. That's all I need, and I will be on cloud 9.
Listen, and just again, this man, ladies and gentlemen, scouted more than over half of the players that are going to get drafted tonight. So just root for him, okay? Like send him some love.
120. Again, and it's still not too late, even though the draft is going to be over in a few minutes. It's still not too late to check out the draft guide. If you want to learn more, you want to see everything that I'm reading off of right now. Because again, it's hard to remember specifically everything about 120 prospects. If you want to see everything that I'm showing right now, then go on the Gryd website and check out the draft guide and see what players, even in the undrafted market, right? When your team picks up a guy, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have most of them. So just a one-stop shop here for the Gryd. And this has been a phenomenal show. And I appreciate you every single year, Bryson, that you do this for our network. But I almost feel like you're doing it for me. You know how much I love this.
Hey, listen.
So I appreciate it. You're like a brother. You're like a little brother to me. You little baby. But
I appreciate that.
It's always fun. It's always fun, man.
Listen, technically on paper, we really shouldn't be friends. You're a Cavs fan. I'm a Warriors fan. You're a Yankees fan. I'm a Red Sox fan. But hey, listen.
Against all odds, bro.
Against all odds.
Against all odds.
Like that, man. Like that. Let's see. By the way, I'll tell you what I'll do here. I'll tell you. I'll put the. Let me write it down on my phone so I don't forget. I'll put your draft guide in the caption in the description for this live stream once we're done, so that people can go ahead and go to that.
That'd be great. I am really shocked that Terquavion Smith has not been drafted tonight.
Yeah, he's a nice player.
I'm really stunned. He's a really nice player with real solid upside. He's just tiny. He's like 165 pounds. So I get it to some degree, but he's a good scorer with good upside. He's Memphis. The only player. No, we have two players left in the top 45.
So still some guys with good value.
Yeah. I love me some Nadir Heafy, man, too. That French kid. He's just such an energetic little player. I don't know if you've ever seen him play.
No, I haven't.
But boy, oh boy, left-handed, can really, really score, really crafty with the basketball in his hand.
Hey, a little trade alert involving the Chris Paul trade. Patrick Baldwin Jr. is a part of a trade to Washington. I kind of like that kid.
Wow. So they gave up both of their draft picks from last year, Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin.
I kind of wanted to keep Baldwin, but I mean, listen, I'm not losing sleep about it, but I think Baldwin's going to be a good player.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot for Chris Paul. It is. At this stage of Chris Paul's career, that's a lot.
Oh, by the way, we have the next pick, though, as a part of this. Warriors get the 57th pick from Washington.
Oh, wonderful. There you go.
There we go. We're on the board again.
Oh, my God.
What? Oh.
Tariq Baburovich. I did not scout. Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness.
It'll never happen for me, Bryson. It'll never happen for me.
I'm not even going to play the chimes for that, man. That's just... Oh, no. Ah, Guido, man. I'm sorry, brother.
It's the same spot. The same spot, too.
Memphis screws up everything. This is what they do, Guido.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Oh, this is awful.
I don't even want to hear what you have to say about him.
I don't have anything to say about him. I don't have
That's true.
I don't have a scouting report. I got nothing, man. Golly.
You want me to just sign off now and just end the show here?
I think Barry Grant cursed me. As soon as he wished that on me last year, I was destined for failure from here on out. Oh, Lord. All right. So after Bobrovich, it's
Golden State, then Milwaukee.
Chicago and Philadelphia. This is where they forfeited their picks. So it fast forwards here to 59 technically, but so this is all right. So it says this trade is proposed to Phoenix, but it is going to Golden State.
That is according to Shams, yes.
Okay, let's get Golden State here. I just don't get it, man. Oh man, that's awful.
But you know what this does? It just adds more fuel to the fire to get it right next year, right?
Bryson, what am I supposed to do, man?
Scout 200. Scout 200.
I don't have that kind of time. Ay. What? I really pushed it this year too. I sacrificed time with my family. Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so Golden State is taking Trace Jackson Davis.
Yep.
Good pick.
Good
pick. I'm stunned he went this low.
Yeah, so am I. Thank you very much.
Ay.
21 points a game on 58 for shooting on it with 11. Dang, this dude's a good player.
All right. Well, listen, he had a long and good career at Indiana. Reminds me a lot of Elton Brand. He was the number 36 player on my board, Bryson. So this is great value for him. And listen, man, 21 points a game, 11 rebounds, 6'9", 245 pounds. He's an outstanding post scorer. That's where he's going to make his living. He's a great post scorer. Very polished, definitive moves in the low post, quick twitch, nice touch around the rim, a very advanced ball handler for his size and position. He can run an offense. He can even kind of bring the ball up. It's very interesting the way he plays the game. Great passer for his position. Does a lot in every aspect of the game. He's a versatile defender that excels in the pick and roll, can switch on to perimeter players. He's a great shot blocker, averaged almost 3 blocks a game last year at Indiana. I project him as a center and not really a power forward.
That's what we need.
And like I said, he's a bit undersized for a center. I think, he's going to try and start shooting, but I'm not sure he'll ever get there. We'll see. We got to see how much his offensive game develops from the perimeter standpoint. But this is a great value pick by Golden State. This is really, really solid.
Yes, sir. I love it. Hey, listen, like I said, we hit on a second. I'm not saying he's going to be Draymond Green successful, obviously. I'm just saying, well, listen, we hit on a second round pick with Draymond, and so I like it. By the way, last pick coming here by Milwaukee. Just want to let you know, our guy Marquise Noel has signed a 2-way NBA contract with the Raptors. So
nice.
He got picked up. Well, he had how many assists? Was it like 16 assists or something against
Michigan
State?
Had that performance that he put up against
crazy.
That he put up in the tournament is just ridiculous. Reminds me a lot of Isaiah Thomas, just a stud overall player. I cannot believe that Tariq Bobrovich just got picked. I can't believe it.
Of course, Memphis
can't believe it.
Right?
It ruined me. Yeah, Marquise Noel, I'm not sure he was going to get drafted. He's 5'7", 155, so he's a small player. But boy, can he shoot, and he's got some dog. If you need a bucket, he'll get it. Just one of these drastically undersized players, but he can really score, and a great passer. So
I like it.
Cool.
God,
they couldn't just take one of the other international players that I scouted. Lord,
that's just cruel.
But
how about this? Is the trade-off worth it for Amani Bates?
That makes it a little better.
See?
You imagine how bad it would have been if the Cavs took
Hang
somebody I
on.
didn't
Last
like.
chime of the night. Last chime of the night. Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah. Announce the pick, Tatum.
Yeah. All the niceties and everything like that. Yeah, whatever.
With the 58th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select
My man, Chris Livingston. There we go.
There you go. Nice job.
There you go.
Yeah, he had a draft promise. So I'm glad that he got selected.
Definitely.
I like when they come through on their promises. Chris Livingston was the number 64 player on my board. He reminds me a lot of Josh Jackson. Small forward, Kentucky. Kind of a high upside player. Underwhelmed at Kentucky this past year. I'm surprised he actually came out in the draft this year. But really good athlete. Great burst off the dribble. He can really attack the lane, finish through contact, plays above the rim. He's a phenomenal rebounder for a wing. He was able to pull down a solid clip of rebounds, even though he was playing right next to Oscar Tshiebwe. So, that says something about his rebounding ability. Shows some nice traits as a defender. Not a bad shot blocker. Length, verticality, help him contest shots. His jumper isn't broken, but he just needs to find some consistency as a shooter. And it may take a little while before he's a legit contributor. He's a very raw kid. So a nice pick here by Milwaukee. High upside player with Chris Livingston.
And again, an organization that is doesn't need to necessarily take any risk right now. Again, does the NBA have a name, Mr. Irrelevant, for its draft, or is that just an NFL thing?
It's probably the NBA draft is probably a little too short for that.
Right.
But it still counts. It still counts.
Is there a great undrafted player in the history of the NBA?
I'm sure there are, but
I'm trying to think
none
of
to
one.
the top of my head.
Yeah.
I am stunned that Terquavion Smith didn't get drafted. Stunned. 31. Number 31 player on my board. Yeah. That blows my mind. Blows my mind.
ESPN's number one as well. You got Ricky Council, Colin Castleton, Sonogo,
Nadir Heafy, Marquise Noel, Mike Miles at a TCU.
Miles just signed a deal with Dallas, two-way contract with Dallas.
Nice. Drew Timme, Oscar Tshiebwe, Jay Gort. I'm really surprised Jay-Z and Gortman didn't get drafted too. Adam Flagler, another Baylor player. Darius McGee out of Liberty. Antoine Davis, Detroit Mercy. Oswallis Tubelis out of Arizona. Amari Moore, Adama Sanogo, Serge Abari Rice out of Texas too. I mean, there's still plenty of good players on the board. But boy, oh boy, did that break my heart, Bryson. That I cannot believe. Oh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
I believe strongly with every fiber of my being in injustice, and there was no way for you to get Emily Bates and still go 58 for 58. That wouldn't be fair.
I know. My life is not that good. It can't be. Things cannot go that perfectly for me. They just can't.
Yeah,
so
poor you.
I get it.
Poor you. I really feel bad for you, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Definitely going to clip your link your grid scouting report and all that stuff on the description for this. So, all right, 5+ hours of coverage, a pre-draft show, draft show, 57 for 58 back-to-back years for Mike Guido, but he does get his number 6 player on the board, so it's not all that bad, right?
Maybe the problem is that there's 58 picks. Maybe in a year where there's 60, maybe I'll get it right. Maybe I'll get them all. Maybe I'll get all 60. But I can't imagine that there are very many people on the planet that had Tariq Baburovic scouted. Can't imagine it.
Some research on that, yeah.
I'm telling you, man. And listen, for all the people that are going to take a look at the draft guide after the draft is over, sorry, Grizzly fans, I got nothing on your last guy. I'm forever spiteful to that franchise now.
Thank you. Yeah, you feel how I feel about them. I can't stand them. Can't stand them.
Stop drafting power forwards. Draft some guards.
They kind of need one right now. They let no Trey Jones, no John Morant for 25 games. They could kind of use that, and they let go of my man Kennedy Chancellor, which just increased my hate for them that much more. But yeah, they're thin. They're definitely thin. Although they let go of Dylan Brooks, and that's addition by subtraction. But that's neither here nor there. I hate that Dylan Brooks is the last player we mentioned during this great show. That's Steph Curry. All right, that helps. Okay, well, exactly. That'll fix all. Mike Guido, any last words before we get out of here on what's been a very fun night?
Well, here, listen, I think the biggest surprise of the night was Cam Whitmore's fall.
Yep.
The fact that he went 20 and the Rockets were able to nab Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore, which feels like it was forever ago, right? I mean, in all this coverage, I mean, they probably made those picks, 3 hours ago and 4 hours ago. But listen, man, an overall good night. Again, I'm very happy Cavs fan taking the risk on Amani Bates. Look, I think right now, you look at some of the teams that have done really well. Indiana did a great job tonight. Utah did a great job tonight. I actually really like what the Lakers did. Jalen Hood-Schifino and Maxwell Lewis, I think, is a great, great, great draft for the Lakers. And I'm sure there's plenty more, but it's late and we got to go. It's almost 1:00 in the morning. But like I said, this is always incredibly fun, no matter how disappointed I end up being at the end of the night. But yeah, this is fantastic, man. This was a really, really successful show in my eyes.
3 years in a row, man. It was an absolute blast. Let's everybody give a round of applause for Mr. Mike Guido. Yes, sir.
Carver, a round of applause for sticking through this with me, by the way, because this is not an easy job. I'm not an easy guy to handle, especially when my heart gets broken right in the middle of a broadcast. So you should have seen me when the Cavs lost all those finals to the Golden State Warriors, Bryson. I was unbearable. So,
listen, I would have loved to have seen that. Listen,
I'm sure you would have.
I'm sure I would have, because then thanks to you, I got 3 of these babies. So appreciate that, Mike, and appreciate that, Cavs. All right, Mike, have a great morning, night, whatever you want to call it, wherever anybody is around the country or around the world. To 2024, when you go 58 for 58 or 60 for 60, wherever the case may be, man, have a great night.
Yes, you too, Bryson. Thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir. Mike Guido, our draft aficionado, as he is every single year. And that will conclude our stream tonight, our show tonight. The Gryd, I almost said carving it up because I did that the last 2 years. The Gryd 2023 NBA Draft live reaction show is over. 5+ hours of coverage, tons of shockers throughout the night. Obviously, again, I think we will all years from now look back at this as the Victor Wembanyama draft. Obviously, you got Brandon Miller 2, Scoot Henderson going number 3. Cam Whitmore, as Guido talked about, was the shocker of the draft. But man, what a fantastic night. Very tired, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, I could definitely use the bathroom right now. Definitely a lot of Gatorade drunk tonight. But shout out to you as well, the audience. Thank you so much, everybody who tuned in, who watched, who listened, who commented. Everybody contributed in some way or fashion. Be sure to go follow Mike Guido on all social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, the whole bit. Please do the same for me on Carving It Up. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, everywhere you can find me. And definitely go subscribe to the Gryd Network here on YouTube and listen to all of our incredible talent anywhere you get your podcast, Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google, anywhere you get your podcast. Subscribe to the Gryd, tune into the Gryd, enter the Gryd, as we would say. Dare to be different. I'm exhausted. I'm sure you are too, unless you're on the West Coast. Well, maybe even if you're on the West Coast, maybe you're tired. Good evening or good night if you're still on the West Coast or Mountain Standard Time. Good morning if you're on the East Coast or about to be Central Standard Time. Have a great night, y'all. Love everybody who tuned in. What a great NBA draft. And God bless you all. Peace out. I think the Dubs had a good draft too. Not going to lie to you.